17, 2019. We're starting off with a hearing regarding a citizen's complaint under our civilian review complaint process. I'll start off by an opening statement. On August 2nd, 2019, we, the town, received a citizen complaint filed by the town of Brookline resident Eric Tinsley, in which he claims that the Brookline Police Department wrongly charged him with assault and battery in connection with an incident on February 3rd, 2019. Specifically, Mr. Tinsley's complaint is directed against the police officers responsible for preparing and approving the application for a criminal complaint brought against him, and the police officers responsible for prosecuting that complaint at a clerk magistrate's hearing. Pursuant to the town's civilian complaint process, the matter was referred to the Office of Professional Responsibility of the Police Department for investigation. Internal Affairs Officer Lieutenant Paul Campbell conducted the investigation of Mr. Tinsley's complaint, which he classified as a Class A complaint. On August 28, 2019, Lieutenant Campbell completed the investigation and submitted his report to the Chief of Police, Andrew Lipson, wherein he concluded that the allegations of misconduct raised by Mr. Tinsley were unfounded. Chief Lipson affirmed Lieutenant Campbell's findings and forwarded a copy of the report and the investigative file to the Select Board via the Town Administrator on October 4, 2019. On October 20, 2019, Attorney Brooks Ames, on behalf of Mr. Tinsley, submitted an appeal for review by the Select Board. This matter is now before us for a civilian appeal hearing. Pursuant to the civilian complaint process, both the Chief of Police and Mr. Tinsley or their representatives are entitled to make an informal presentation. It is my understanding that Michael Downey, Associate Town Counsel for the Town of Brookline, will present on behalf of the police, Chief of Police, and Attorney Brooks Ames will serve as representative for Mr. Tinsley. The subject officers, those charged with engaging in misconduct, also have the right to make an informal presentation, though they are not required to do so. Both the subject officers and Mr. Tinsley are also entitled, but are not required to, present up to 3 eyewitnesses to make informal presentations, each of whom shall have the right to address the Select Board for no longer than 5 minutes. As a preliminary matter, do the subject officers intend to address the Select Board this evening? This question. No? Okay. Do any of the parties intend to call eyewitnesses to make informal presentations this evening?
No, I don't either, Chairman, but I do want to just clarify one thing in response to the question just asked of the subject officers, is that I'll be representing...
Could you get to the mic and
yeah.
introduce yourself?
Yeah. So I was planning on introducing, you can hear me?
Yep.
I was planning on introducing myself at the beginning of my presentation, but I just wanted to clarify something in response to...
State your name for the TV audience.
Michael Downey, Associate Town Counsel for the Town of Brookline. I wanted to clarify a question that was asked of the subject officers, if they're going to be presenting tonight, as they have the right to do so. They also do have the right to have a representative serve on their behalf and present on their behalf, and in this case, because the investigation concluded that there are no that the allegations against them were unfounded, their interests are aligned with the Chief of Police's interests in this case, and for that reason, I will be serving as their representative as well. And so my presentation will serve for both the Chief of Police and the subject officers tonight. So they will be presenting, just I'll be presenting on their behalf. I just want to clarify that.
All right, thank you. Following the civilian appeal hearing, the Select Board shall take one of the following actions pursuant to Article 3, Section 9D of the Civilian Complaint Policy. 1, take steps regarding possible disciplinary action against the subject officer or officers, or 2, refer the matter back to the police chief for further action, or 3, appoint one or more independent persons to conduct an investigation and write a report for the Select Board, or 4, dismiss the complaint and notify all parties of such. To allow each Select Board member sufficient time to thoroughly consider and review the information provided this evening, the Select Board will deliberate and vote at our next regularly scheduled meeting. Between now and then, Select Board members should not discuss this case among ourselves. We'll have a chance to deliberate and discuss all the details at our next meeting. Any questions that you have, you can ask Mr. Downey by phone. So, Mr. Downey, you're first.
Mr. Green, it may be helpful if I give a brief presentation. I don't think this is going to go the way, at least I anticipated it. So I just ask your permission just to speak for a few minutes.
Is that proper?
I mean, in response to that, I think that, each party gets, I'll speak as loudly as I can.
But no, go to the microphone.
Okay, go to the microphone.
You have to be on TV.
Each party, on behalf of the chief of police and the subject officers, and then on behalf of the appellant, each party gets an opportunity to present an informal presentation. I think that each party, myself being one, or on behalf of the chief of police, and Attorney Ames on behalf of Mr. Tinsley, we present one presentation. I think it would be improper if Attorney Ames were to present briefly something, a few comments, then I follow, and then he follows up again. I think we have, one opportunity, an informal presentation. This is an informal process, and so I think it would be inappropriate to have essentially two presentations for Mr. Attorney Ames.
I'm not asking for a second bite of the apple.
Oh, okay.
I think that this will expedite matters.
So if
So
you're
it
saying,
sounds like it may be either withdrawal of the appeal or some other matter that would dispose of the case. So I'll listen,
Yeah, if he wants to present
be very, very brief, and do not discuss, or make your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Green. My name is Brooks Ames. I have been representing Mr. Tinsley.
Speaking to the microphone, please.
My name is Brooks Ames. I have been representing Mr. Tinsley since the clerk magistrate's hearing, which he testified at. I represented him at the criminal trial. The trial did not go forward because the prosecutor did not feel he had enough evidence to put on a case. I've represented him through this process. There's a lot of hoops that you have to jump through to get to where we are now. Unfortunately, from my perspective, about maybe 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, I got a text from Mr. Tinsley's mother saying that he did not want to go forward with this hearing. I know that it's extremely difficult to bring these claims, and I'm not going to speculate as to why he decided not to come here. It is difficult to walk this gauntlet and bring a claim against the police. I think all of us understand that. But the bottom line is, his mother has told me he is not going to he does not want to pursue this hearing. So it's disappointing. I do believe there's a lot that's been presented since the case was dismissed, the criminal case against him was dismissed. A lot has been presented to you that you could chew on, but it's really up to you and the town council, I suppose, how you choose to proceed, given that you no longer have an individual complainant willing to push this through the process.
Got it. Mr. Downey? So I take it that means we can go home.
I think so. I'm not going to provide my informal presentation, safe to say. Okay.
So the status of the complaint is, from our standpoint, dismissed
That's,
Withdrawn.
I think that's fair to say.
or withdrawn.
Yeah. If you would want to, perhaps you enter that into the record as a final closure for it.
Yes, why don't we do that? In what sense are you saying enter into the record?
Well, I think in probably maybe perhaps the same sense you would, take a vote, not suggesting you take a vote, but just on the record saying that,
As chair, on the record, I declare that the matter has been withdrawn, has been resolved by the withdrawal of the complainant. So, got that? Good. Okay. That's it. Thank you. So we're going to recess until 6:30. Go out and have dinner, as we are, and we'll be back here at that point. Wow. The Select Board for December 17, 2019. First, any announcements from the Select Board members? Announcements or updates?
I have an update. So last night was a meeting of the Select Board's Climate Action Committee, and this is the first time we've had an opportunity to meet since our sustainability program person, Zoe Lynn, has left the town. And so there was a very robust discussion about the issues and where we're going with climate and how we staff the working groups and not losing that momentum. But we did focus a lot on a memo that Mr. Kleckner had sent to the board earlier yesterday concerning his plan for figuring out exactly how to replace Ms. Lynn and at what level. We had received a lot of correspondence from members of the public about this issue, as you know. And why don't I turn it over to Mr. Kleckner and ask him to describe his plan, which I think was very well received, by the way, from the not only the members, but people who in the audience who were there who had sent us letters of concern. So
Excuse me, when was this meeting?
last night.
Oh, last night, okay.
Yeah, sure. I'll report on that. So my initial reaction when Ms. Lynn had resigned was to try to fill that position as soon as possible. And the only delay was going to be, I was going to ask the Human Resources Board to look at the classification, the job duties and responsibilities, and make sure the classification was accurate. But many issues were raised, not only by Ms. Lynn herself, but by others, that I think the more I thought about it, the more I thought that that would be putting the cart before the horse, that we really need to understand the issues about some organizational issues about where the position belongs and some policy issues related to it. And so in the memo I wrote to the board yesterday, I recommended that we retain a independent management consultant, essentially, and get that review done as soon as possible, and wait until we do the formal classification and advertisement for the position, because the last thing we'd want to do is hire somebody with a certain set of credentials that didn't quite fit where the position ultimately will resolve or will result. So the other thing I did is that, understanding there will be a little bit of delay because of that process, there is a vacant economic development and long-range planner that we're recruiting for now, and I've directed the planning department to make sure that individual has a certain level of sustainability credentials so that some of the basic things can continue to move forward. And that is not to suggest that the position is going to stay in planning necessarily, but we can't go wrong with having some of our planners have sustainability credentials. So that's good for the town overall. And if it happens that it stays in the planning, or maybe that position moves somewhere else, we can do that. So I think we're trying to accommodate the immediate issues, but not go so fast that we don't fully vet the underlying management issues.
And I think that was a point that the committee really understood and were supportive of. Disappointed, of course, that we can't hire somebody tomorrow, but they do understand that this kind of thing takes time, and it's better to do it now and get it right than rush into something that may not work in the long run. So I think it was a wise choice.
Okay.
We're also, I just want to mention one other thing. The date is coming up for us to change the vendor for our green electricity program. We are switching from Dynegy to Direct Energy, and the reason we're switching is essentially the price. Direct Energy gave us a better quote. The costs, of course, are going up a bit, but we will be sending letters to all account holders. Account holders who are not enrolled in the program will get two different letters, one that is proscribed by the Department of Public Utilities, and the other a letter from the town. I want to emphasize, and the people who are in the program now will get a letter from the town describing the different levels in the program, of which there will be 4. There'll be a basic level, as we've had now, a level of 30% of renewable energy in one level, and then a 65% level with renewable energy, and 100% level. So we will, those letters will come out soon, and there will be seamless billing, so people don't have to worry about that. Since all the billing comes through Eversource, it will be seamless. You may notice a rate change because when we entered this program 2.5 years ago, we had one price for the entire 2 years. And we've done actually, if you analyze, we've done very well against Eversource in terms of we've saved people money. So we're pleased with the outcome of that. But as we go forward, there will be a different phone number, and you will get all that information in your letter.
I've got 2 announcements. One, I want to remind members of this board that the Brookline Fiscal Advisory Committee is having its public hearing on Thursday. It's 7 p.m. in this room on the 6th floor of Town Hall. All of us will remember that this is a group we appointed to do an over-the-shoulder review of the town's finances and make recommendations about where improvements could be made and to confirm where we're doing a great job already. So that hearing on Thursday is going to be a preview of their findings and their recommendations. More information about the specific content that's going to be discussed is posted on the town website. So I would encourage members of this board and members of the public to attend and find out what BFAC has been up to for the past approximately 12 months. And then my other announcement is about the 25th Annual Town Hall Toy Drive. This is a toy collection that benefits disadvantaged children who reside in Brookline or go to the Brookline Public Schools. If you'd like to contribute, please bring a new unwrapped gift to Town Council's office on the 6th floor of Town Hall or to one of the designated drop-off locations within the town, which can be found on the town website. For more information about the toy drive, the gift drive, you can contact the Office of Town Council at 617-730-2190. We certainly appreciate the members of the public's willingness to spread holiday cheer and to make these disadvantaged children's holiday season that much more joyful. I'll note that there's a particular need for gifts for children between the ages of 10 and 16. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Mr. Fernandez?
Sure. I will note that this Friday, the Brookline Fire Department is having an open house to commemorate the opening of our new training and maintenance facility. That's going to be this Friday, December 20th, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. You can drop by when you're available at 960 Hammond Street. That is the rear of Station 6. You'll be able to take a tour of the new training and maintenance building, as well as our new burn tower and refurbished drill yard. There's also light refreshments. I'll be dropping by at some point. Hope to see you there.
Thank you. Any others? Okay, public comment. I have 3 people signed up. They are all signed up related to a hearing that was withdrawn, but if you want to speak, nonetheless, please step forward. Daniel Stratton, is he here? Cheryl Snyder? No. And Deborah Brown, she is here.
Cold in here. Deborah Brown, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. I do not know anything about the facts of the case, but I went through, and I would ask you all to look at the 2000, I think it was 2018, 2009, maybe it was 2019, the police department's report that they produced by race. You know, I was looking at the field interrogation numbers as compared to the arrest numbers. I was looking at the just the significant number of people of color that are arrested as compared to white people, and maybe there's nothing there, but it just sort of, the numbers sort of jump off the page, and it also sort of supports the narrative that Brookline has a way of disproportionately stopping, arresting people of color. So I would just, I would encourage you all to think about looking at that versus having some sort of class action or larger case come against the town. So that's it.
Thank you. Let's see. Approval of lodging house license agent request. Question of approving Norris Cannon for a lodging house.
I think you.
Did I miss something? Oh, I'm sorry. The old eyes aren't what they used to be. Question of approving and executing the necessary easement agreement to terminate and relocate the 2 old 1800s draining easements formerly located in Kerrigan Place to a location at 111 Boylston Street as authorized under Article 11 of the November 19, 2019 Special Town Meeting. Mr. Ditto.
Good evening. So Article 11 of the November special town meetings did in fact authorize the select board to terminate and relocate 2 old town sewer and drains. It also authorized the select board to accept a utility easement from Claremont Brookline Suites LLC. The The papers are prepared, they've been reviewed by the town council, and they're ready for your signatures. Once they're signed, they'll be recorded, at the registry of deeds, and that's the end of that process.
Okay, so this is an old sewer easement that's no longer used, and we're receiving another easement from the owners of the hotel on 111 Boylston. And what are we using the easement for, so that people understand what this is really all about?
Sure. So we have, the existing sewer and drain ran down Kerrigan Place, and they were a real headache for us, maintenance-wise. So they were relocated to Davis Path, right, they abut Davis Path, and there's two 12-inch pipes, there's one sanitary sewer and one storm sewer that run from Boylston Street to the MBTA tracks, and it abuts the Davis Path on the left-hand side. The contractor, or the owner of the hotel, did that work on his dime. The town didn't contribute anything to it, and quite frankly, it was a pretty good deal for us.
Okay, so now we're giving him an easement to cover that.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions? Okay, I move approval of the approving and executing the necessary easement agreement to terminate and relocate two old 1800s drainage easements formerly located in Kerrigan Place to a different location authorized by the November 2019 special town meeting. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good. Now, lodging house license agent request.
Can we do, it looks like this was noticed for 7
Oh, is
p.m.
that 7 yet? Okay, yeah.
So,
Well, what are we gonna do?
I don't know.
Get out the
Get the
calendars and read. Any other comments from the audience? Mr. Gray, you don't have anything to say? Okay.
Could be a while.
Oh, we're taking another break.
Want to take another break? Okay. By the way, we were thinking of moving that up to an earlier point. We didn't do it because we figured that there must be someone out there who's interested in that, and that is you. And we appreciate it. So let's take a 10-minute break, 15-minute break. Be back at 7 o'clock for the hearing. Hey, tell them not to threaten to sue us.
He's kidding you.
Well, I didn't know what he said.
You can laugh anyway.
So now more people are using stores. So their writer tool needs to kind of catch up to that as well. I think we're trying to figure that out, because that was originally our holiday party. No, no. So, it is.
quick break, and then we'll be returning at 7 o'clock, so just in 4 minutes. We'll be back in 4 minutes. There you go.
If you have a handout, because then I can go home. Yeah, I want a handout.
You can do one of the like 0 to 8.
Are you going on Thursday?
That's here.
That's it? Also on?
I'm gonna have some questions, but I'm gonna have some questions. But I can come back.
I'm serious, it's all experience. I'll be back at 10 o'clock.
He said it was on board.
Yeah. Problem is, I mean, we should have.
We're back. No, I'm back. I'm just waiting for a quorum. You have something for me?
Kind
Kind
of. So, City of Boston had a ceremony for the transfer tax. And I was wondering, since we're gonna be sending one out too, does it make sense that we do a signing, make it a little bit more formal signing for the transfer fee? To Tommy, so it'll go.
need some formal ceremony.
Yeah, it doesn't
conveying
make
it
you-
to,
Yeah.
why don't we talk to Tommy and see what he thinks? And,
I'll email them. I'll email.
He's gonna do something that's, not gonna help us.
Well, I think it may help us if you look at what happened with the city of Boston. There are a lot of people now that are like Arlington is not getting on board. There's a town out in Western Mass.
Back, let's see, resume the meeting that was adjourned briefly. And next item on the calendar is lodging house license agent request. Question of approving Norris Cannon for a lodging house agent for Sarah Wallace House doing business as Pine Street Inn at 1017 Beacon Street. Is there someone here? Come on up
One of the podium.
to the podium. Introduce yourself and Mr. Cannon's, I guess, background and what you're proposing.
Yes, good evening. I'm Ralph Hughes from the Pine Street Inn. I'm here with Norris Cannon. Norris is a graduate of Marquette University. that correct? Yes. And currently works full-time for Keolis Commuter Services, and he is our person we would like to hire for the resident agent for 1017 Beacon Street.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Tell us a little bit about yourself. In addition to having graduated from Marquette University.
Yeah, well,
fine
prior to
school.
that, I attended the United States Naval Academy. And,
That's a pretty significant part of your resume also.
well, yeah, and, well, basically, my candidacy for the position, I understand the population and my sense, what I want to bring to the value I want to bring to the position is making sure the residents can convey being good neighbors. You know, try to be intrinsic to the Brookline community, you know, and have the community that may not understand the issues that the residents are going through to look at that house as you know, the next door neighbor's house, the house that they want to go to borrow a cup of sugar, that sort of thing. So that's kind of like the image that I'm going to look to project, you know, as being just a, you know, resource and a help. And again, just trying to make the place a good community spot. So it's one of those things where we want it in our backyard. We want the Brookline community to look at it as a place of value and be proud of it. So that's kind of like the approach I'm going to be taking.
Great. Any other questions?
Have you done anything like this before, or is this the first time you'll serve as
Well, yeah,
a
well,
residence agent?
I've worked in nonprofit years ago. I was contract administrator for the Greater Boston Food Bank. You know, I believe in the, you know, in the intrinsic value of just trying to give back. You know, at the end of the day, you know, I've had some, and I work in corporate now, but it's not about widgets so much. It's just trying to do something for somebody. I'm at an age right now where, you know, I'm not going to be a CEO or CFO. I mean, I got some peers that have done that kind of, or doing that kind of stuff. Not for me. You know, I kind of like what I'm doing, and this is another opportunity for me to give back, you know.
Great. Did you go to the training, the lodging house training?
Yes, I met with Pat Maloney and two of the inspectors.
Perfect.
Yeah, and went over the book and what they're looking for, the things to be sensitive to, around safety and again, just trying to advocate to be a good community member, that sort of thing.
Great.
Any other questions? Pine Street Inn is an important institution in our community, providing affordable housing opportunities for people who really need it. And I think, not a lot of people are aware of the great things that you do. So thank you for that. And I move approval of Norris Cannon for a lodging house agent for Sarah Wallace House doing business as Pine Street Inn at 1017 Beacon Street. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
We're
Did I
early
say something
again.
wrong?
No, we're early again.
This one says approximately, if that makes any difference for you. I don't know if the individual is here yet.
Is anyone representing Porto Maltese in the audience? We
Is
usually-
anyone expected from Porto Maltese? Yes? Okay.
We're usually running behind today for some reason, for a specific reason. But let's see. I understand that there is a advisory committee meeting, I think tomorrow, that is going to take up, or is going to discuss follow-up to the town meeting. I urge people to attend. I may be late, but I plan to attend that because town meeting gave a lot of town entities, agencies, a lot of work to do. And, the input from the advisory committee will be very, very useful in terms of putting putting a plan together for getting those things, that work done. So, are you from Porto Maltese? No? Okay. Trying to fill up time here.
I have something if it helps.
Okay. Anything will help, Mr. Fernandez.
Last week, I believe, you would have gotten from, through Meredith Mooney from the Planning Division, an update on our Small Business Development Committee. So we've met several times throughout the fall, including our final meeting, which took place, I think about a week or so ago now. And we, at that final meeting, decided that we were going to have 3 subcommittees that'll launch their work in the spring. Those subcommittees are focused, one on regulations and policies, another one related to the overall experience, what folks see, for instance, when they're coming to some of our business districts, and also yet a third that is focused on, that second one's called Commercial Areas Experience Subcommittee, and the third that would be focused on women and POC-owned businesses, and figuring ways to actually better incorporate existing and support POC and women-owned businesses, that is, people of color and women-owned businesses, as well as trying to find ways to encourage more of those businesses to open up shop in Brookline. So that work will start in earnest in January, right away, and expect to probably, maybe, potentially in advance, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but potentially maybe something for the May town meeting, if not for the following town meeting, in terms of maybe a warrant article moving forward out of one of those subcommittees. And we'll also probably be coming to the select board at some point to sort of talk about or make proposals regarding policies as well. So you can expect that.
Good, thank you.
I had the pleasure of interviewing 2 mission-based developers for the Kent Street Senior Affordable Housing Project yesterday with the committee of that's reviewing the RFPs. So more to come on that once we meet in January to go over what we heard from both interviews and with the selection. Very exciting.
Good. Mr. Franco, anything else to add?
No, I've been consumed with the Fiscal Advisory Committee over the past few weeks in the seemingly never-ending town meeting, so.
The Brookline Fiscal Advisory Committee is having a public hearing on Thursday,
This coming Thursday, yeah,
coming Thursday.
7 PM in this very room.
Should be very interesting.
Our next select board meeting is
January
Tuesday.
7th. Yeah.
January
7th.
7th. Okay.
Okay.
And next week is holiday season. I hope everyone has a happy and safe holiday.
I'll pitch in since you guys sound desperate. But I know we talked a little bit earlier informally, but the Massachusetts Municipal Association has its annual conference at the end of January. It's available to all municipal officials, elected, appointed, and otherwise, and find it to be a really useful event. It goes through the day on Friday and then most of the day on Saturday. And if you are interested in attending, it's certainly something the town would register you for. So just let Devin know, and she'll work that through. And there's a number of events. We'll make sure you have the agenda and the registration materials, and then just let us know if you'd like to go.
Yeah, I urge everyone to go because it's always important to learn how other towns or other public bodies operate. Gives you good insight in some of the things you're doing well, some of the things you're not doing so well at, and ideas for improvement. I understand that Ms. Hamilton is speaking at a session at the meeting.
Yes, I've been invited to be on a panel. I forget what it's regarding, but it will be on Saturday around 2 or 3 in the afternoon.
On Saturday, it has been the practice that both of our United States senators appear, and many of the constitutional officers of the Commonwealth. I don't know how that will work this year with election activities going on, but Saturday morning is usually a pretty interesting event.
Is anyone from Hotel Maltese in the audience yet? You are? Are you? Oh.
I can say with some confidence now that Heather is actually speaking on riding into the future, innovations in municipal transit.
Yes, that's sounding familiar.
Should be that Saturday from 2 to 2:40.
Figured it had to be on transportation of some sort.
I'll be there.
You ride your scooter in?
So the reason why we're trying to fill up time is that we have a public hearing scheduled for 7:15, and we can't start early because the participants have not arrived, so. Any comments from the audience? Oh, I knew I could rely on you, Kaya.
So, I'm Kaya Vanderseel from Precinct 15, town meeting member, and on the Commission for Diversity. So, I just heard from Joan Lancourt, who's the chair of the commission, that there is this exhibit at the brewery in Jamaica Plain that has to do with the red line. Maybe you know the name of it, Raul, but, and it's not the red line that you ride on.
No.
It's the red lining that people might want to go see. And it only goes through this month, I've been told. I don't know the hours, but if you look at the brewery, you'll probably find it in JP.
It's called Undesign the Red Line.
Undesign the red line,
That's
yeah.
it, yep. And it goes just until literally December 31st, so if you'd like to catch it, get there while you can. I'm going to try to go this weekend.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Is that okay?
Well, that
Go a little
took
longer.
1.5 minutes. Every little bit helps. Thank you, Kay. Okay, let's take a break for a few minutes. We don't have to go anywhere, but. Patty, we're waiting for someone from Porto Maltese to appear.
Good evening. Patty Correa from Town Council's office. The notice of hearing, that's an exhibit, says 8. Were they notified of a different time?
Yes,
They were notified?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
I hope so.
Is anyone here for the violation hearing for Pine Street Inn? Okay. Why don't we just take that when Ben gets back? Okay, wait till Mr. Franco returns. You can come up.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's start. This is a public hearing to determine whether the Select Board, as the licensing authority for the town of Brookline, should modify, suspend, revoke, cancel, decline to renew, or set conditions precedent to the renewal of the lodging house license of the Pine Street Inn based on the charge that it has failed to have a Select Board-approved resident agent at 1754 Beacon Street in violation of Section 9 of the town's lodging house regulations. The notice of this violation and hearing dated December 9, 2019 was delivered by mail and email to the licensee's agent, Mr. Ralph Hughes. It is Exhibit 1 to this hearing and is incorporated by reference into the minutes of this hearing. This hearing is being recorded by the recording secretary. First, who's here to present the charge? Ms. Correa?
Yes,
Yes,
Patricia
okay.
Correa from Town Council's office.
Okay. And who's here to present for the business lodging house? Could you step to the mic and introduce yourself?
Yes, good evening again. I'm Ralph Hughes. I'm representing Pine Street Inn.
Okay. Are you satisfied with the notice that was received with respect to this hearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Are there any other exhibits besides the notice to be marked at this hearing?
No, there are not.
Okay. We will take evidence and hear from the parties in two phases, the first being whether or not there was a violation, and the second being the appropriate action by this board. Ms. Correa, are you prepared to present the case in support of the charge?
Yes, so I'll just run through the evidence, and we have Ms. Tiffany Souza here tonight from the Select Board's office, who's available to talk to you directly. But I'm given to understand from her that there is no record of a resident agent in the application at present. I don't know if that's disputed. Is that disputed? Okay, it's not disputed. And the licensee is here. Would you like to just state that on the record? Thank you. Would you just like to say whether or not you dispute that there is no resident agent
Thank you.
at the property?
I do not dispute that there is no resident agent at the property.
Can I ask what you plan to do about that?
Yes, thank you. I would like to affirm our commitment to hiring a resident agent for that property at 1754 Beacon Street and being in compliance with the Town of Brookline lodging house regulations. In the packet that I have submitted to you, there is documentation of our working with the Town of Brookline towards hiring someone. I had requested a waiver of that regulation 2 years ago in December 2017. That request was declined. I then worked with Pat Maloney from the Board of Public Health, and he and I have had correspondence and discussions for over a year now around that. The issue is that we have 14 units at this lodging house. We have not had a vacant unit, which is a good thing in some ways because it is permanent affordable housing, since October of 2018. So I think it's 14 months. We do have someone currently who is, from everything we know, about to move out, and we have for some time now agreed to dedicate that next available unit to hiring a resident agent and having the person live there on site. So that's where it stands at this point. We need to wait for someone to move out in order to hire someone and have them move in as our resident agent.
Okay. Any questions from the board regarding that part of the hearing?
So this only applies to 1754 Beacon. Is there an agent now at 1017 Beacon?
That's Mr. Cannon, whom was approved
That's the one
today.
just approved. Perfect.
He is going to be the resident agent there. We also have a resident agent at our Beale Street properties, and also one at our property at 1043, 1045 Beacon Street.
Okay, well, we're now supposed to decide whether the licensee is responsible for the violation with which he is charged, and he has acknowledged that he is. So I guess we'll turn to the question of what action, if any, the board is going to take with respect to that.
We'll first take a vote on the liability
Right.
on the violation,
Right.
and then we'll move on
Okay.
to the remedy.
So I move that I make a motion for a finding that the licensee is responsible for the violation described in the hearing notice dated December 9, 2019. All those in favor of such a finding, please indicate by saying aye. Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, we'll continue with the determination of the appropriate action by this board. Mr. Correa, do you have a recommendation?
So one possibility would be to set a date certain for the licensee to have a board-approved resident agent. And as I understand it, this situation has persisted for some time, that the board could vote a suspension effective on a certain date if by then the licensee does not have a resident agent. But, you know, you can hear from the licensee also and discuss amongst yourselves how you might want to proceed on this matter.
If we were to suspend the license, what's the practical consequences of that?
That the licensee could not maintain a lodging house.
And what happens to the residents?
It would be operating in violation of the law.
Okay, so
by
they could
maintaining a
continue
lodging
that
house.
until,
Yeah, I mean, so
and the people aren't going to be kicked out, that's my,
they will not be allowed to operate a lodging house.
So they would be kicked out.
If they did
Theoretically.
not, if they maintained a lodging house in violation of the law, there would be legal consequences from that, or there could be.
what do members of the board think?
Well, so I want to take a step back and figure out how this happened in the first place. I hear that it's been 14 months since there's been a transition within the lodging house, but that doesn't explain why the old lodging agent wasn't replaced with a new lodging agent.
Pine Street Inn has roughly 30 different lodging houses and residences in the Boston and Brookline area. And our traditional approach to that was to have on site what we called a house manager. It's synonymous with a resident agent in the Brookline terminology. And over time, we found that we had sufficient staffing resources that we didn't need to have house managers in all of our properties. And as a result of that, we really wanted to instead fill those vacant units when a house manager left with a homeless person. So that was really our intention behind not having a house manager or a resident agent. We currently have, in addition to the ones I mentioned in Brookline, we have maybe 4 or 5 other house managers in Boston itself. But every other one of those units that was formerly occupied by a staff person is now occupied by a homeless individual. So that was really our motivation. I know that does not excuse the violation of the Town of Brookline lodging house regulations, but that was really our intention, was to provide additional units for homeless people and get them out of homelessness and back into the community.
Does Boston and the other jurisdictions in which you operate housing require on-site housing or resident agents?
No, it does not.
Okay.
The town, city of Boston does not.
Okay.
That's my only other experience.
Yeah. Dr. Jett, did you have something to say?
Dr. Swanee Jett, Health Commissioner. Originally, we recommended a 3-month extension. I have visited the property myself and have conducted inspections, and I would say, from what I've seen, the need is very great. So one of the questions that was asked is, what would happen if we found them in violation and they couldn't operate? We'll be actually putting a lot of homeless people on the streets. And a lot of people have lived at this residence for a very long time, if not decades. So what I propose is that we do some kind of extension, conditional, at least for 3 months. I think it was proposed March, and I will work with them to ensure that he finds somebody that can be on site. And this is not uncommon. We've had this issue before with other sites. But I'm very particularly interested in something where we have residents that are homeless, knowing our affordable housing situation in the market as it is. This would be a travesty if we were just to find them in violation. Thank you.
Ms. Correa.
So I think the issue is what the remedy is, more than, I mean, I think it's not contested that there's a violation. And I did look at the statute today on lodging house licenses. It's a one-year license by statute, which is why there was the proposal to suspend on a certain date. So perhaps the question for the board is, what's a reasonable expectation time-wise? You know, hearing from the licensee. I gather the licensee submitted something just now before, when you dropped something off? Yeah, and we don't know what that is yet. I think it's something about your plans to hire a resident agent. You haven't said what your, you know, if you can give confidence to the board about a date certain. You haven't indicated that, and I don't know if that would be relevant information for the board to know. Some time frame, possibilities to have the licensee back, you know, on a state date. You say it's set tonight to report back. That's another possible way to proceed. But maybe you want some more information since you haven't looked at the packet dropped off just this evening. Maybe you would like more information about the plans and the timing.
I would.
Okay, yeah. Let me ask this question. I mean, your ability to fill this position is contingent on a resident moving out. And what is the, what type of assurance do you have that that resident will be moving out?
My understanding is that person who is a current resident there has a lease at another location. He's moving from our supported housing into more independent living. He's waiting, I don't know the details, he is waiting for, somebody said something that he's supposed to be getting furniture for his new unit, and they're waiting on that to be delivered. So I'm sure that where he's moving in, they want him to sign his lease and move in as quickly as possible. So it keeps, initially he was supposed to move in December 1st. It's obviously now it's the 17th, 2 weeks later. So my hope would be that he'd be moving out of our residence and into his new home within the next week or so. I don't know that for certain. I do think that what Dr. Jett mentioned about 3 months should be sufficient time for us to hire someone. I believe it took us between 2 and 3 months to hire Mr. Cannon for the 1017 Beacon vacancy for the resident agent. So I think if you were to grant us that 3-month extension, I believe that we should be able to hire someone during that period of time. It's a little challenging to hire for this position because it's a person who has to be able to live sharing all the facilities in common with the other residents there, because it is a lodging house with common bathrooms and kitchens and so forth. So it takes a special person like Mr. Cannon. We take that very seriously in making sure we get the right person for that position.
I guess, one concern I have is that all this is contingent on someone moving out. And you've already indicated that that was scheduled for December 1st. It didn't happen.
Right.
You're hoping that it happens soon, but until it does happen, we can't really fix this problem. I just mentioned that, to indicate that anything we do is really going to require the town to really bird dog you to make sure that it gets done. Ms. Correa, yeah.
So as I said, the state statute provides for a 1-year license, so the board would renew on a 1-year basis. And so the question is what other conditions the board wants to build into that. And so, one possibility is for the board to decide on a date by which the licensee comes back and gives a status report if by then there is not a board-approved resident agent.
Okay. And also in the interim, who covers for this building? Or how is the resident agent responsibilities covered?
We have a case manager who is there 5 days a week, who works providing supportive services to the persons living in the residence, those 14 persons. We have what we call mobile counselors who are available as needed in any of our residences throughout the Pine Street Inn housing network. We also have an on-call service so that any tenant living in our housing or any neighbor, it's posted, the number is posted outside the property so that if a neighbor had a concern, they could call. And we are very responsive to any requests that we get for assistance. So again, this is how we operate in all of our housing, and not just the ones in Brookline, but that is we feel that is manageable for us. And again, we are very responsive, and we do have staff on site.
Mr. Franco, do you?
Yeah, so I would propose that we make the license holder come back on March 31st, which happens to be a Tuesday night, to give us an update if no resident agent has been hired by that time. And I would further propose that the license holder be required to provide us with contact information for somebody at all times. And that could be the resident agent at a neighboring property, it could be one of these mobile counselors, but I think the intent of the regulation here is to know who to call on off hours. So we just need somebody to reach out to should there be an issue.
And I'd like Dr. Jett to give us a sense of whether the coverage services that were mentioned are adequate to address, types of problems that would arise in a lodging house of this nature.
Dr. Swan, Jett, Health Commissioner. Yes, at this time, but we actually prefer somebody to be on site, but we understand the circumstances.
Right. So, is there anything that we should ask them to do in addition to this to ensure that, that there's adequate support coverage? I mean, the case manager's just there during the weekdays. Weekends is probably a time when, you'd need coverage. Do we need to require coverage from a case manager during the weekend?
I think that could be possibly one solution.
Okay.
And then also for him to follow back up with us as well on that coverage.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks,
Mr.
sir.
Fernandez?
Okay. Maybe a bit later now, but I wanted to follow up on a question that Mr. Franco asked for you, Mr. Hughes. If you can go back to the mic, thanks. I really want to understand here, when the previous person in this role left and that unit became available, did you not understand that it needed to be filled by someone, that role needed to be filled by someone, or did you disregard that because there was a great need and you felt like this was the more right thing to do? I'm just trying to understand when that decision was made, why you went that direction.
I was not, nor was anybody at Pine Street, familiar with the regulations the way we should have been. It wasn't that we just disregarded the need for another a resident agent. I think we were focused on the way that we did business, and as I mentioned, we were at that time not filling house manager positions, and so I think this just fell into our frame of reference of, well, here's another opportunity to provide housing for a homeless person, but it was absolutely not in disregard of the regulations.
And has that been rectified internally now? All the folks who need to know now, are fully aware of the regulations going forward?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. I mean, I didn't intend to vote tonight at any point on anything that would result in people being put out in the street, so just so you know that. But I think it is important for us to understand this, why this happened in the first place. We can make sure it doesn't happen again.
Agreed, yes.
Ms. Hamilton?
Well, my question might be for Dr. Jett. I guess it's a difficult decision. You know, do you house someone who desperately needs housing? Because I think these people who might be willing to live, you know, as house managers might be getting harder and harder to find. So is that something that we want to change within our bylaw? Why does Boston not require this? So is this something that is critical to the health department? Should we be looking at maybe changing our own bylaw?
I mean, one of the issues is that we want to make sure that Pine Street Inn is able to work within the communities where they're located in such a way that you don't have tension or the types of things that neighbors do around here.
But if you can solve that with case managers
Yeah.
or something else, you know, why take that one unit away from somebody who desperately needs it? I'm willing to hear the trade-off.
So I can't directly respond to that. What I can say is, Brookline, we do things a little bit different than Boston in terms of our oversight. I mean, you can see that in terms of how we deal with marijuana regulations to restaurants, et cetera. So we have a higher standard and involvement than Boston. They don't have the manpower. So there might be some cases where they might be more relaxed on regulations, where we'll be more hands-on. And that has afforded people the life that we have here in Brookline.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, any other questions?
Well, so I've made a proposal that
Yeah.
would require the license holder to come back at the end of March. I'm curious to know from Ms. Correa what this board would be poised to do at the end of March if there hasn't been any progress made. And I ask that against the context of, I know with alcohol licenses, there's some sort of requirement that there be some period of time that we give license holders before we can take a license back. There's got to be, I think it's 180 days for process to take place. So just what's the landscape here for
Okay. Yeah, it's a different landscape.
Okay.
It's not like liquor. And I would suggest that if you are thinking about looking into exploring the possibility tonight of a weekend case manager, you just have Mr. Hughes address you about the feasibility of that and so forth. But I would recommend to you that, if you have the licensee come back on a date you set, that you decide then what seems appropriate. I think this was initiated tonight because of frustration with the length that this has been an outstanding issue, and I think Ms. Souza has endeavored to try to work, and Dr. Jett in the health department, to work with the licensee, and it's reached a level of frustration, which is why they're here tonight. So I suggest you just revisit what the next steps might be at that time, when you have the licensee come back.
Fernandez?
Because I think that a great compromise is to have a case manager as the designee, as was mentioned before. I don't want also a situation where this person may be moving out but decide they can't and feel pressured to move out of a situation and be pressured to maybe even move into the street. This person who's maybe going to move out of this unit. So maybe when we have this, I totally agree with revisiting this in March, but in the meantime, having this designee as that person until a unit becomes available, where then they can sort of follow the regulations and have a rental.
You mean the case manager? You mean the case manager?
Case manager in the interim.
Right.
Yeah.
May the licensee be heard on the weekend case manager?
Yes.
We would be happy to do that. My proposal would be, rather than a case manager, to have one of our, again, what we call mobile counselors, who are there evening, overnight, which is probably more appropriate to have. If something was going to happen, it might be later in the evening rather than during the day, which is when the case managers are scheduled.
Where does the counselor sleep?
They're not sleeping, they're awake.
Okay.
They'd be, the schedule varies. It could be from, say, I know these are different hours, but 7 p.m. to 3 a.m. or 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., something like that, where, again, we would have somebody on site. We have an office and common areas, and the person makes rounds through the building and is available for people as needed.
Okay. I think that's a good option.
What did you call that, staff?
I'm sorry, a mobile counselor?
Mobile counselor, thank you.
So there'll be someone assigned to the building
Yes.
overnight, weekdays and weekend.
I thought the proposal was for weekends. If you wished, we could certainly do it for seven nights a week.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that, gives the community as well as this board some comfort level that during the time that you're in violation of our regulations, that you're nonetheless covered. I think that's a good solution. Ms. Correa, you had something to add to that?
I was going to propose some specific language for a vote, just to.
Okay.
If that would help.
And
It sounds like we have.
instead of Mr.
agreement.
Franco's language?
Well,
Go ahead.
I'm going to put it into a letter tomorrow, so.
Okay.
So I think the motion is that the licensee will appear before the board on March 31st, 2020, if by then the licensee does not have a board-approved resident agent for 1754 Beacon Street. That's item one. Item two is to assign a mobile counselor or other appropriate staff to be available to the town on a 24-hour, 7-day basis and provide that contact information to the town.
Right, okay.
Starting now, not March 31st.
Starting now.
Yeah.
Right,
Now,
okay. And tell me your first part of that again?
It was for the licensee to report back to the board on March 31st, if by then the licensee does not have a board-approved resident agent.
Okay, if they do, they don't have to report back?
You're welcome to invite them back, but they won't
Okay,
be in violation any longer.
I'd like to invite them back
Okay.
to report on, the fact that they had success in filling this position, and, we can address whether there's a need for continuing use of the counseling services or the counselor.
Okay, so then the motion would be to report back to the board on March
Right.
31st,
Okay.
2020.
Right.
Although they
Okay.
would also be here just as they were with Mr. Cannon today to
Just-
get that agent approved.
Right.
So we'd see them potentially before March 31st. in that case.
Correct.
Okay. Well, so we don't need to see them twice, you're saying? Okay. So I guess it does make sense to have them back only if they haven't obtained a resident agent. Okay. So, do you have that down? Okay.
So let me ask a clarifying question. Is this mobile counselor going to be the same individual at all times, or is it going to change every week or every night?
I'm not sure what the protocol is here, but if I could amend slightly what you said, the contact person should not be the mobile counselor. It could be me, it could
Right.
be, if that's
Yeah, I
agreeable,
thought
then it would be
that was my understanding.
me, and I can have my cell phone, give my cell phone number to you and be available at any time. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So what we're really saying is we're extending the license for 1 year and requiring as a condition that they appear back here on March 31st if they have not filled the position. If they have, we will see them, when that position is filled, and they introduce us to the person. And secondly, that a second condition being that they will arrange for mobile counselors to be available 24/7, in addition to a separate person who will be our contact person.
Yeah, so it's three. I don't think you're renewing, are you making a renewal vote?
I thought that's what
Also?
you...
So
or
that's
maybe-
that's four votes then, 4 items you're voting.
The renewal vote is intended to come up a little later, but I
Later,
suppose
right?
we could take it out of
Yeah.
order.
So right now, you're not voting renewal, right now, you're just voting on the conditions for,
Okay, and
For
the
the
renewal
license.
will come, okay.
Yes,
So we'll do
that's my
those
understanding.
separately. Okay.
So it's under the rubric of remedy, it's 3 items.
Mm-hmm.
One is report back on March 31st, 2020, if by then they don't have a board-approved resident agent. 2, assign a mobile counselor or other appropriate staff to be available for oversight of the property on a 24-hour, 7-day basis.
Right.
And 3, provide a 24-hour, 7-day contact to the town.
Right.
regarding
But
that
isn't that,
property.
don't they already do that?
No, that's the resident agent.
No, I thought there's a separate contact person that they have to provide to us,
I don't know
separate
if
from the
I don't
resident
know
agent.
if the select board's office could say that.
I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
Can I just clarify, when you just read that, Patty, you said the mobile counselor would be available 24 hours, 7 days. Earlier, you mentioned that they were available in the evening,
Yes,
and only in the evening.
yes.
Okay.
So it'd be 8 hours each day, Monday, 7 days a week, 8 hours per day.
Yes,
Okay,
but
so-
there's a case manager during the day.
And also case manager.
Right.
Monday through
So that's
Friday.
got it.
Oh, okay.
I'm confused. So I thought the idea was that you have 24-hour oversight of the property by a case manager. But if the case manager is only available certain hours? then
No,
that-
no, it's the case manager during business hours, let's say, which they're doing now, right?
So
Okay.
the language of the vote is to have a case manager, or, I'm sorry, the mobile counselor assigned when the case manager is not available?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay,
So that will go into the letter if that's the vote.
okay. Okay, so I'll make a motion, correct me if I mess up. I move that we require the Pine Street Inn to appear before this board on March 31st if, but only if, a new resident agent has not been selected. If one has been selected, he will appear before this board after the selection. And also conditioned to continuation of case managers being on premises during the day, and mobile counselors covering those areas, those times of the day that a case manager is not available 24/7, or 24 hours each day, so that we have coverage 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And that you give your name as a contact person or a contact person to the town to be contacted in the event of a problem.
I would just, I hope a friendly amendment, substitute the word selected to approved, because.
Okay, I'm sorry. Right.
That's
Selected,
two different
selected and
things.
approved, right. Okay, I think everyone understands that motion. I move approval of said motion. Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller? I'm sorry, Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your support of our council.
Thank you for your work. Okay. And Ms. Correa, could you make sure the select board gets a copy of your letter?
Oh, yes, I do that
Okay.
always, yes.
So we know what we voted for. Okay.
I will send it to the town administrator for
Right,
forwarding.
okay. Okay,
Try number 7 again.
pardon?
Try number 7 again.
Okay, is anyone from Porto Maltese? Oh, great.
Good evening.
Okay.
Andrew Time for Porto Maltese.
Okay.
Zach Rios for Porto Maltese.
Okay, have a seat, and we'll start this hearing. This is a public hearing pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 138, Section 64, to determine whether the Select Board, as the licensing authority for the town of Brookline, should modify, suspend, revoke, cancel, decline to renew, or set conditions preceding to the renewal of the all kinds liquor license issued to Porto Maltese LLC based on the charge that it has maintained an inactive liquor license in violation of Section 8.11 of the Town of Brookline Sale of Alcoholic Beverages Regulations. The notice of this violation and hearing dated December 9, 2019 was delivered by mail to the licensee's resident agent and manager, and by email to the licensee's corporate email address. It is Exhibit 1 to this hearing and is incorporated by reference into the minutes of this hearing. This hearing is being recorded by the recording secretary. First, who's going to present this case in support of the charge? Ms. Correa, I assume?
Yes, Patricia Correa from Town Council's office.
And who is here to represent the licensee? Please.
Andrew Time for Porto Maltese.
Okay. Are you satisfied with the notice that you received regarding this hearing?
Yes, I apologize for the confusion that we missed the time frame.
No problem. It just required us to take a number of breaks. Are there any exhibits to be marked at this time?
None beyond the notice of hearing for the town.
Okay, good. Okay, we'll take evidence and hear from the parties in two phases, the first being whether or not there was a violation, and the second being the appropriate action by this board. Ms. Correa, are you ready to present the case in support of the violation?
Yes, we have Tiffany Souza available to present evidence if necessary, but it may be that the closure of the restaurant is not contested, so perhaps we can just have the licensee state.
Oh, yes, the present closure of the restaurant, that's not contested. The circumstances I would like to explain.
Okay. So, are there any witnesses you'd like to call, or
There are
evidence
not.
you'd like to present? Okay.
I think since it's not contested, perhaps I can just explain why we're going forward with this, and then you can hear from the licensee.
All right, we'd appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. So the reason for going forward is, as the board is aware, you need to provide a liquor licensee with a period of time, 6 months is what the ABC says, from the notice of hearing until when you vote to revoke an inactive license. Both state law and the town regulations prohibit the maintenance of an inactive license. There are only a limited number of licenses by state law, and the expectation is that they're used. So we noticed the hearing, which begins the 6-month period. Generally, what the town has done, what the board has voted in the past, is to set a date 6 months out for cancellation of the license, if by then the licensee has not either activated it or gotten board transfer for the license. So given that, I suggest you hear from the licensee and then take a vote on the violation first, and then determine what the remedy is.
Okay.
Yes, Andrew Tyne again. So the circumstances
Could you
are-
repeat your last name?
T-I-N-E, Tyne, sorry.
Okay.
The circumstances are that about this time last year, there was a water leak in the building. It's something that the tenant, Porto Maltese, was trying to resolve with the landlord. The landlord hired a contractor that went on the roof and tried to perform repairs, and during the repairs actually caused a discharge of dust and debris into the building, which caused its immediate closure. My client didn't know whether they'd be shut down for weeks or days or for a longer period of time, and frankly, the repair and cleaning of the interior of the restaurant was the responsibility of the landlord and or the contractor. So my client was basically on the timeline of the landlord to resolve the problem to allow the restaurant to reopen. Because of the type of dust and debris involving fibrous materials and things of that nature, a state-certified plan had to be put in place, and the landlord handled all of this. So the timeline in terms of getting this done was between the landlord, the state, and the contractors, and my client was just waiting idly by to see whether or not they could get back into the building and operate the restaurant. And frankly, this went on until maybe a few months ago. And I think maybe even a month or two ago, I actually haven't even heard from the landlord officially that my client can actually re-enter and operate at the premises, although I believe they are at a point where the restaurant can be occupied again, it's been properly cleaned. But my client has been shut down for a year, so what my client intends on doing is frankly selling it to another operator. They have another operator who's interested to come in and purchase the restaurant, apply for a liquor license transfer, and we have a letter of intent that's ready to be signed, and they are frankly waiting to see whether or not what's going to be the result with this license, whether there'll be a license available for them to apply when this one, I guess, cancels out, is how it works. So that's kind of the situation and how we ended up where we are today.
Okay. So if this transaction occurs before the end of the fiscal year, you could transfer the license, I take it? Yeah.
And it's renewed. You've got to renew it.
Yes.
My understanding, when my client purchased the restaurant, they canceled out the license and reapplied for a new license, but it was the same license.
No, it was the same license, but I believe it was a transfer.
Yes.
It's a transfer, but you had to make a full application through.
Correct, yes.
Okay, got it.
So that is the intent, is to transfer the license.
Okay, got it. Any questions from the board? For either Ms. Correa or Porto Maltese?
So
Okay.
perhaps under the circumstances, if the board considers this following reasonable, the board could proceed with its usual practice in these inactive license cases and provide the 6 months with automatic cancellation in 6 months. And then if the licensee determines it needs more time, it can always come back before that date to have the board, ask the board to revisit that.
Okay, we have to first vote on whether we find them
The
responsible.
violation.
Okay.
Yes.
So I move that this board find that there was a violation and that, that there was a violation. Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Ms. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Ms. Correa, next?
Yes. So the proposed recommendation is that there will be a cancellation of the license effective June 17, 2020, if by June 16, 2020, the licensee has not either A, activated the license, or B, obtained select board approval to transfer the license to a new Brookline location or to a new licensee at the same Brookline location.
Okay. And if they haven't, the license is canceled.
Yes.
Okay. So, any questions regarding that remedy?
And perhaps the licensee should be heard on that recommendation.
We obviously would hope to accomplish it within those timeframes, and if there were extenuating circumstances, we would come back before the board.
Okay, good. So, I move approval of the proposal outlined by Ms. Correa that the license be canceled if by June 17, 2000, has not been,
2020.
I'm sorry, 2020, has not been activated, or has not been transferred or reactivated? Is that it?
Yep.
Okay. All those in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Pine Street. Oh, we've already done Pine Street Inn. And number 9, okay. Question of approving the application of transfer on the request of Respect Our Hospitality LLC, doing business as Grassona's Italian, to Ivory Pearl LLC, doing business as Ivory Pearl, of an all kinds alcohol beverages license to expose, keep for sale, and to sell all kinds of alcoholic beverages to be drunk on the premises as a 7-day common victualler at 1704 Beacon Street, Brookline, and request for approving the application for a new entertainment license for Ivory Pearl LLC, doing business as Ivory Pearl at 1704 Beacon Street, for taped music, Monday to Sunday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. And they also request approval of the application for outdoor seating for 18 seats. Please introduce yourself and
How's it going,
discuss
everyone?
what you
My
like.
name- My name is Rand Dwan. I'm here representing as the active manager for Ivory Pearl. You guys seen me before. I also represent Blossom Bar and Citron Garden from a couple years ago. Obviously, our business is growing, which is great, and we'd love to be a part of Brookline again. So we're obviously here to apply for transfer of all alcohol beverage license to expose, keep, and sell to all kinds of alcohol beverages to drink on premise. 7-day common victual license at 1704 Beacon Street, Brookline, Mass. Premise consists of 3,000 square foot, first floor and second floor included. It has one entrance, 2 exits, and we were proposing a seating capacity of 47 seats inside, as well as 32 on the patio, which is what is currently existing there at the existing restaurant. The proposed call service is going to be Monday through Saturday, 11:30 to 2 a.m., as well as Sunday from noon to 2 a.m. I have copies of all the documents that I'd love for you guys to take a look at. We have a letter from the current tenant saying in the process of transferring license. Transfer documents from the landlord, as well as blueprints, all the certificates in place that qualifies me to represent Ivory Pearl, as well as some sample menus for you guys to look at to give you guys a better idea of the concept that we're trying to bring to Brookline. So if you don't mind, we'll start with you. We'll just give you the whole package.
That's fine. Thank you.
Of course.
So there is a discrepancy on the number of seats that are being
one-
requested
one.
outdoors, although it is clear that
I think that's in our,
the establishment would allow that number of seats according to the building commissioner's memo, but where did the 18 come from, do you know?
I believe that might have been a typo on the application, which I do apologize. I know as of right now, we were in between how many seats based on the bathrooms that we're allowed to have to base for health and building compliance, so we're kind of playing around with that with our architect right now. But during the building permit, when we do apply for the application, we're going to revisit that and provide a more solid number. But as of right now, the current location has a license for 32 seats for the patio, and we are not really touching the patio at all, so.
It does say 32 on the agenda.
yeah. Okay,
I see,
any,
18. Yeah, it does say, it says 32 patio, and then it later says application for outdoor seating for 18 seats. The patio is the outdoor seating, is that right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Yeah.
any other questions?
So you're the manager of record at Blossom Bar as well?
Correct.
Okay.
And I also have my alternate managers over here. We have a pretty big team, so, our goal is to provide, make Brookline a culinary destination, so.
So where I'm going with this is, you know that you've got
Correct,
to
yes.
either be on premises or your alternate manager.
Yes, sir. Spoke to Lieutenant Murphy about this. We're going to be briefing him on our execution of plan for scheduling and everything.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Is there any questions, comments from the public? No? Any other questions from the board?
I'll just say, usually we don't have so many people here for one of these, so when are you hoping to open? When do you, assuming approval today? when do
So
you see-
the final step is for you, based on you guys. As soon as you guys approve, you guys send the license to ABCC. They have 4 to 6 weeks to respond. As soon as they respond, they approve, we close, and we start construction. So construction is looking around 2 to 3 months, give or take. So we'd like to start construction no later than spring. So that's our game plan for right now.
All right, something to look forward to, folks.
Yeah.
I'll just do my normal shtick. We do take the service of alcohol very seriously here in Brookline. As you know, we send underage individuals in and try and trick you into serving those underage individuals. So I hope you're diligent in carding and making sure you're serving appropriate people, and I hope we don't see you back here for a violation hearing.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions or any comments or questions from the audience? Okay, I move approval of the application to transfer, transfer to Ivory Pearl of an all kinds alcohol beverages license, and approval of the application for a new entertainment license, and request for approval of the application for outdoor seating for 18 seats. I think that's 32 seats on the patio. Any questions about that motion? Okay. All in favor? Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Cheers.
Okay. Okay, next, new all kinds common victualler alternate manager. Question of approving the application of an all kinds common victualler for Brookline Booksmith Corp., doing business as Brookline Booksmith at 279 Harvard Street.
This isn't just an appointment of an alternate manager, this is an actual approval of a new restaurant, common
Right.
victualler with alcoholic beverage sales service.
Okay. So who is available to speak on this?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Ryan Gosda from McDermott, Quilty & Miller on behalf of Brookline Booksmith.
Could you mind speaking into the microphone?
Yep. If I just may approach, actually, I'm just going to hand these out to you guys. These are, and it's up here. These are just copies of floor plans, proposed menus, as well as letters of support from various community groups. This is an
But
application.
by the way, this is being taped, so it's really important that you speak as close to the mic as
Yep.
possible.
Again, Ryan Gosda from McDermott Quilty Miller on behalf of Brookline Booksmith, existing bookstore at 279 to 281 Harvard Street. This is an application for a new all-alcoholic beverages license as well as a new common victual license to be exercised at the existing bookstore. We're planning to build out a bistro and cafe within the existing bookstore to accommodate up to 45 persons. This is basically just designed to add an amenity to offer to the existing customers, also to revitalize the space. This bookstore has been operating in excess of 50 years. It's kind of a mainstay in Coolidge Corner. And we're looking to remain competitive in this e-commerce era, as well as to compete with big box stores such as Barnes & Noble, things of that nature. So we think that this is something unique to kind of offer a different dynamic to both existing customers and perhaps draw in new customers as well. We'll be serving a variety of different small plates, traditional cafe fare, and along with that we would like the option to serve alcoholic beverages that would be complementary to those meals as well. The hours of operation will be largely in tandem with the hours of operation of the bookstore, which are 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Thursday, 8:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. Friday through Saturday, and 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. on Sunday, with the exception of alcohol, which would not begin until 12 o'clock noon.
Okay, that's new information.
With me is Peter Wynn, who is the proposed manager of record. He is a co-owner and manager of the bookstore for the past, I believe, nearly 10 years now, as well as Jed Smith, whose family has operated the bookstore for generations.
Okay. Where is this new bistro going to be located? In the basement or adjacent property?
Perhaps you would be better to give.
Sure. So Peter Wynn, manager and owner. It would be adjacent, the space where Verizon is currently.
Oh, really?
Located, yes.
Where I can get my phone. Okay, that's interesting information. It's a pretty big space. So, okay.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? The question we had about alcohol service at 8:30 in the morning has been answered. You're going to start at 12.
On Sundays, yes, correct. In the other days of the week where we have the opening hour for 8:30 a.m., again, that's kind of just in the event someone comes in for, we're serving different types of breakfast food, so if someone comes in and they want a beverage, I don't know how common that is, but just the option is why those hours are being applied for. But with
Okay,
the
so you are asking for 8:30 in the morning?
With the exception of Sunday.
We don't have that for any of the restaurants.
Well, they do that. There's the Booksmith, there's a Cleaners, and then the Verizon. Will there be just a gap in between the two? Is the Cleaners not going anywhere?
No, the cleaner is not going anywhere. The Verizon space goes past behind the cleaner, and that is adjacent to our space there. So we'll sort of be behind the cleaner as well.
Got it.
So like
the
a
Verizon-
horseshoe.
Yes, exactly.
So the Verizon space is going to remain there as Verizon?
No.
No, the Cleaners will remain there. There's a Cleaners between.
Okay, I
Dependable
got that.
cleaners.
Okay.
It's right there.
So this is an all kinds license. I don't see any alcoholic beverages on the sample menu you handed out. So can you give me a sense of what you're actually going to be serving? Are they beer and wine, mixed drinks? What's the plan?
Yeah, the plan is to have beer and wine, and mostly locally sourced, and there's an opportunity to have a liquor license, which we would like to have, but it would not be a massive bar or mixed drinks offering. It would be a light offering at most.
So if you're planning on serving beer and wine, why are you applying for an all kinds license?
We'd like to have that opportunity.
Okay.
So you want to have the opportunity, but you've got no plans to serve hard alcohol, spirits?
We do have, we just don't have a menu of the hard alcohol spirits to provide you right now. You can if you'd like.
Okay. I've heard two different things in the span of 30 seconds. So just to recap, you're going to serve all types of alcohol, not just beer and wine?
Correct.
Okay.
And you're going to do that beginning 8:30 in the morning except for Sunday?
We are applying to have that opportunity, correct.
Do we have any other establishments in town that serve liquor at 8:30 in the morning?
No, we do not.
No, we don't want to encourage that, do we?
Maybe the golf course, I think there may be a
So what time do most of the establishments in Coolidge Corner begin serving alcohol?
no earlier than 10.
Okay.
That'd be more than fine with us. I mean, if I can make a
Yeah,
statement.
you're picking up
Yeah,
the
no worries.
sense of the board.
My name is Jed Smith. I'm president of the Book Smith. My father and mother started it 58 years ago. I'm proud to be a part of this community. We've served this community for many, many decades. My great-grandparents moved here 120 years ago. My grandparents worked in this store when I was a kid. My parents founded it. My brother and sister and I worked there. My niece works there today. We all went to Brookline High. My grandparents went to Brookline High, Driscoll, the old Driscoll. So we're proud to be a part of this community. We have survived many, many competitive threats over time. Barnes & Noble opened up down the street, and it was rough for about 10 years. But we survived with the leadership of our general manager, Dana Brigham, by connecting with the community, by bringing in authors, by bringing in speakers. And we did it successfully. When Barnes & Noble closed, the papers wrote that Dana beat Goliath, and we were quite proud of that. When Amazon came in with readers and their online book offering, we further had to dig deep. This opportunity came to us. We weren't seeking it. Our community was asking us for it. And we think we can offer an offering that can supplement the events that happen. We have 4 or 5 speakers and authors reading every evening. And we think that we can provide a place for social discourse, a place for conversation, and support the freedom of press and freedom of speech that we've done for many, many decades, and we're proud to have done that. We see this as a bookstore first, as a place for conversation. But we do think that having this kind of offering, food and beverage, would be something that would benefit further conversation, and we'd be proud of your approval. We're open to starting at 10 in the morning. If that is what you think is appropriate, that wouldn't be a problem. If you think it's 11, that wouldn't be a problem. I mean, but that's not going to change our view, really, which is to be able to provide a great offering for our community and continue what we've been doing for many, many years.
I don't think you should think that this board does not appreciate and support Booksmiths and all that it has done in this community. An incredible resource in this community. It's just the 8:30 a.m. liquor sales. I think probably doesn't go down very well with select board members. So if I propose that we change it to 10 a.m., except for Sundays when it'd be 12. Any other questions from the board?
I would just add, I mean, I don't think you'd get many buyers at 8:30 a.m. anyway, but I think it's fair to have it consistent with other, other servers in the area, having sort of consistent times. I think makes total sense. And also just thank you to the Brookline Booksmith. You all are a pillar in the community. I think this is an excellent expansion of what it is that you're doing and providing space. The way that you're conceiving of the space is exactly, I think, the kind of thing we want to see as a social space where people can gather and talk and have events. And I think that's just, I mean, it's huge for Coolidge Corner, so appreciate bringing it to us.
So I want to hear from the manager of record, and I want to hear about their meeting with the police department about our Brookline-specific liquor regulations.
Sure, of course. So myself and also our assistant manager, who will be the alternate manager of record, completed our TIPS training about a month ago and received our certification. I actually sent copies of that to Lieutenant Mike Murphy today, and he mentioned wanting to set up a meeting in person sometime after the holidays to further discuss liquor requirements. So I've been in communication with him, and we'll be meeting with him soon after the holidays to discuss that further.
Have you reviewed the Brookline liquor regulations? Are you familiar with them at all?
Somewhat, yes.
Have you ever been the manager of record on a liquor license previously, or is this
No,
the
I
first
have
time?
not. This will be the first time.
So what's your policy going to be on carding individuals who request alcoholic beverages?
Well, I think I need to discuss that with Lieutenant Murphy a bit more, but I personally would be in favor of simply carding everyone. Personally, I think that for a business like ours, I think it makes a lot of sense. But
Even me, huh?
well, I've been
I approve,
to
actually.
I've been to I've been to establishments where their policy is to card everybody, and personally, that makes a lot of sense to me. But again, after discussing that with Lieutenant Murphy, I think we'll be able to work on that a little firmer.
Do you have any sense about the size of the drinks you're going to serve? Are they going to be big 24-ounce beers? Are they going to be 12-ounce beers? What are you thinking in terms of volume?
I'm definitely not thinking 24-ounce beers. Again, I think what we'd be doing would be to complement the menu that we have in mind. And, we're looking to be a bookstore with a cafe there. We're not looking to be a bar, first and foremost. We're definitely looking to be a bookstore, first and foremost. So what we do with the food, what we do with the drink, is to complement all of that. And I think it's, as Jed described, it's going to be a relatively limited offering, but we want to have the opportunity to offer different drinks that go with the food, but not large 24-ounce beers or drinks or anything like that.
Whenever I'm in the area and I see a long line out on the sidewalk coming out of Booksmith, I make sure I run over to see what's going on. I think last year you had Nikki Giovanni. That was incredible. How are you going to accommodate similar types of crowds in this new arrangement? Is that a problem, or is it something that...
Sure. This new setup, the Verizon store upstairs is about 4,000 additional square feet from what we have right now. And it will provide an event space and seating space that we currently don't have. Often we have events that are off-site at the Coolidge Theater and other places, Wilbur. So this will enable us to provide it actually on-site with a much better offering, and the lines can be inside as opposed to outside.
Okay, any other questions? And this is a public hearing, so...
I do have a
I'm
question.
sorry.
I have another question. This is a new food, I would call it, it's a restaurant, I guess, although the menu is limited, more like appetizers, but I'm wondering what your hours of the operation, you said 11 o'clock on the weekends and 10 o'clock during the week, was that correct?
For the closing hour?
Yep.
Yes, on Monday through Thursday it'd be 10 p.m., Friday through Saturday, 11 p.m., and Sunday at 9 p.m.
Okay. And you're not having any tables outside?
Correct.
Okay. How do you plan to handle things like trash and cleanup? I know that as long as the doors are closed, it's not going to bother the neighbors. We have had incidents in the past where restaurants, especially with outdoor spaces, have, need to curtail the noise in the later evening.
Appreciate that, and we're focused on it as well. We're fortunate enough to have a back alley that's behind the store that Pete's used for years when they were taking their trash out and their waste. And so it's a perfect, actually relatively quiet alley that's protected from the street and from the public.
But as I recall, it also backs up on a fairly large housing development.
There is.
And so I would hope that you would respect the neighbors and, not be dragging trash cans around at 11 o'clock at night, because they make a lot of noise, and try to do that at times when, earlier evening or little later in the morning, so that people are not disturbed by that.
Noted. Thank you.
I assure you we'll get some complaints if they are.
Yeah, we hadn't heard that before, but maybe in the evenings, that's good to know. Thank you.
Okay. So this is a public hearing. Any questions, comments from the public?
Select persons, Dave Gladstone, Senior VP of the Brookline Chamber. I echo what Raul was saying and other select board members. I would love to take the secret sauce from what the Booksmith has done and replicate that out there. Currently, we are looking at a business improvement district, and we're counting on them to be a very big part of it. And the Chamber solidly, resoundingly supports this type of business. because I think they're successful in the Booksmith with what they've done, and what they co-opted with the Coolidge Corner Theater, I only see the success building. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pelkey.
Hi, Linda Olson-Pelkey. I actually have a question. And as a member of the Waldo Durgan Study Committee, we talked a lot about hoping to get a flow-through from the rear of Booksmith to the hotel and being able to cut that corner off. So I'm wondering if this utilization of the Verizon space would facilitate that.
I can answer. Sure. Yeah, thank you. I get, you must be aware of the potential project that
Certainly are.
So they
Never heard of it.
they did approach us to try to access Harvard Street and through our store, which was very exciting for us. Frankly, without the Verizon space, we would not be able to do it. It would cut through our children's section, it would make access to the office difficult, and it would be expensive. With access to the Verizon space and the expansion of our concept that we're putting forward with you today, we will be able to do that. It still would need to be negotiated with the developers. They're open to it and been very friendly. And so, I mean, that would be a next step. Without this, we would not be able to do it.
Good. Any other audience questions or comments? Any other questions from the board? No?
I'm just curious about where we can expect drinks to be consumed. Are they going to be confined to this new cafe space, or are patrons going to be able to purchase a drink and then wander around the existing Brookline?
Yeah,
Booksmith
they will
space?
be confined to a specific area around the cafe space and not be allowed to walk around the rest of the store with both drinks and food.
Okay. So, I move approval of the application of an all-kinds common victualler for Brookline Booksmith at 279 Harvard Street. Propose manager of record Peter Wynn. Hours of operation to be Monday through Thursday, 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m., Friday, Saturday, 8:30 a.m. to 11 p.m., Sunday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Hours for alcohol service will be Monday to Thursday, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., Saturday, 10 a.m. to 11 p.m., and Sunday, 12 p.m. to 9 p.m., seating for 45 seats. And also request for, also move approval of the application for alternate manager, Nicholas Petrulkis, for Brookline Booksmith. Any questions regarding the motion?
It looks like the fire department
Has not.
has not signed.
Mainly because they haven't begun construction, so.
Yep.
I'm over approval condition on fire department finally approving the reconfiguration. So with that condition and with the change in the hours for the service of alcohol beverages, all in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. And congratulations, and thank you for making Brookline more exciting. Save the applause for the next hearing. Oh, yeah, that's what I talked to her about, yeah. Okay. So, this is Jennifer? I'm going to have Patty speak first, but first, before that, this is a public hearing for the benefit of NETA, to give them an opportunity to respond to proposed changes to their license conditions. However, I have agreed, because this is such a hot issue in town, to allow a limited number of people to speak for and against the license conditions that we have proposed, which have been posted online. So I will take 4 people speaking in the public comment section before we begin the hearing. Any volunteers? Okay, I see one. Come on up. The woman in the fuchsia, is that purple, whatever the color is. Yeah. I'm willing to accept 2 more people. Mr. Neal, I'm sorry, Mr. Gordon. Mr. Neal, I've done that before.
I'm sorry, what do you ask?
People for public comment, I'm taking 4 people.
That's it?
Yep. This,
People signed up outside, the 4 people that we spoke about.
okay, where's the list? You bring the list to me?
We'll grab it.
Pardon me?
I've been here since 7:30.
This is a hearing for the benefit of NETA to respond to our proposed license changes. So,
A bunch of people didn't know it was there, or I
okay,
didn't even know it was there.
I didn't know it was there.
okay. I'll be a little flexible here.
This is public comment.
Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I want to get both sides of this issue, so I'll take, what is your name?
Sam Levine. I have specific comments actually about the proposed regulations, so.
Okay, you didn't sign up.
I was here at 7, so I didn't know the list was there.
Okay. How should I do this? I'm not going to take this long line of people. Okay, we have to get to the hearing. But I do want to give people an opportunity to speak. We've heard we've heard from a number of people who are in line, so I want to give people who have not been speaking out at our hearings and meetings an opportunity. And I don't know how to select that, but I'm going to just, I'll give Mr. Levine, pardon me?
2 minutes.
You've heard me before,
Right.
so I'll sit down.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane.
And Ms. Tester, how about you? We've heard a lot from you.
Oh, have you?
Yes.
I don't feel like you have.
Well, we're not going to hear anymore because this, I want to give other people an opportunity.
Seriously? I signed up, I was one of the 4 that Dan called about.
We were under the impression that you were giving 4 of the neighbors a chance to speak.
And I have a list of 7 people.
No, only 4 are people that we spoke of. Carrie and myself, Sloan, and Janice Kahn. Those are the 4 people.
Okay.
And those are all people who represent one perspective. I
Right.
think I have a different perspective.
Okay, so I'm going to give, Mr. Levine, I'm going to give you an opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
We spent 4 other people. Bernard said 4 other people.
I said 3 to 4. I'm trying to accommodate, something that's really kind of out of the ordinary here.
You meant 3 to 4 proponents, 3 to 4 opponents?
No, 3 or 4 people. But, I mean, since, this whole list of, I'll give 2 minutes to Mr. Levine.
Thank you.
Ms. Furness, Ms. Tester, gotta give it to Dan. And then Mr. Crawford, Mr. Gordon, and Mr. Fisher. 2 minutes. Let's go.
Hi, my name is Sam Levine. My wife and I have lived at 15 White Place for over 25 years, right around the corner from NETA. I was apprehensive about whether the recent changes in hours for NETA would concentrate traffic into a shorter window, but I haven't seen any increase in traffic. Everything is perhaps even quieter now with the colder weather. There is still no urgent crisis on White Place. The reduction in hours for NETA was mandated by town meeting. At the same time, town meeting did not require a shift to an appointment-only model. That seems like a mandate, too, in a real way. As a neighborhood, we now have a number of tools for working cooperatively with NETA in place. Police have begun issuing tickets for public consumption. The town has begun spending neighborhood impact funds. A parking overlay group is deliberating changes to improve parking use, and the Select Board has established the Marijuana Mitigation Advisory Committee. As a neighbor, I believe we have all the tools and intention in place. I believe NETA now understands the importance of working with the town and the neighborhood. We need to give these measures and this process time to work. In particular, I would propose specifically deleting these additions in the requirements that have been presented. In Section 5,
which requires Netta to close on Massachusetts legal holidays, I suggest that shouldn't be part of the license. We shouldn't hold Netta to a higher operating standard than Trader Joe's or liquor stores. In Section 25B, some of the specific minimum requirements of the Transportation Demand Management Plan seem to me to be micromanaging and somewhat onerous. I don't believe we should require Netta to do things like cover 100% of membership costs for a bike share. I think it's a great idea for all businesses in Brookline, but I don't think we should single out Netta to make it mandatory. In Section 31, public reporting of waiting times, it's another example of an unusual requirement that shouldn't be uniquely imposed on Netta. It's a great idea. Let's not make it mandatory. Ditto Section 32, customer peak transition reporting, and Section 34, close down activities. Finally, I don't see the value in review or reporting requirements on less than a yearly basis. Doing so just imposes an unnecessary burden on business, on the town, and on interested neighbors like myself. So I'd suggest removing that language as well. All of these detailed conditions will have an impact on Netta, on other retailers hoping to open up in Brookline, and on the ability of adults to legally and conveniently purchase safe marijuana in Brookline. As a member of the neighborhood directly surrounding Netta, I recommend renewing Netta's license without any new further additional restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Furness? No, I called you. Please.
Try to be fast. Hi, my name is Sloan Furness. I live at 10 White Place, and I'm a direct abutter to Netta. I also want to mention I'm speaking for Anna Otero as well. She's at number 12 White Place, but she couldn't be here tonight. Along with other neighbors, I submitted recommendations for Netta's license that I firmly believe will help with the problems we're facing with regard to excessive traffic, parking, and nuisance. These conditions include reopening the lot for parking and removing the outside line. As you consider these recommendations, I'd like you to consider some critical points related to Netta's license. Under Netta's zoning conditions, they've agreed to using their parking lot for cars. Sticking to license conditions now is especially critical given the recent federal focus on enforcement of marijuana contracts. Item 21 of the license states that the licensee shall comply with the Transportation Demand Management Plan submitted to the town. This plan states that the existing 14-space on-site parking lot and reserved 15 off-site patron spaces can safely and efficiently serve the anticipated parking demand. When we tried to pass warrant article number 2 for appointment only, according to Netta, the line outside was minimal. These quotes are taken from Netta's November 9th memo to the Select Board. Netta's exterior lines have continued to shrink and during most times are eliminated completely. Our reserve ahead system is working effectively. When a customer arrives at Netta to pick up an order, there's rarely any queue, and at most the customer waits in a short, orderly queue of 5 minutes or less. The continued reduction of lines is due to operational efficiencies and staffing levels to fully support Netta's 30 registers. We very rarely have any queue at all for reserve ahead, and full service queues occur only infrequently and are much shorter than in previous months. However, when Netta has been asked to accommodate the line inside, they maintain that it's too large and not possible. There should be equitable treatment between neighborhoods. Sanctuary has agreed to no line outside. We realize one change we should have made in our ask for the licensing conditions. Rather than asking for the line to be maintained inside, we should have asked for no line outside. The line outside causes nuisance conditions, disturbance of the peace, and loss of quiet enjoyment, especially to direct abutters like ourselves. It also occupies the parking lot, preventing the closest and most accessible spaces to Netta from being used by patrons, exacerbating the parking and traffic issues. It's up to Netta to run their own business. Whatever mechanism they use to ensure that there's no line outside is up to them. For instance, reserve ahead on busy times. As a direct abutter to Netta, what's even more frustrating than the public urination and public consumption in front of my young daughters, and it happened just this past week, I called the police twice, is the inconsistency I have heard in direct conversations with Netta management. They told me in late March that they anticipated the parking lot to be reopening in April. In June, they told me that they were repaving the lot because it was opening soon. They told me this in response to my complaints that the large crowds of people in the parking lot were disturbing my family. My husband and I bought our house at 10 White Place 3 years ago and spent 2 years and all of our savings renovating our home. The biggest draw for us, having 2 little girls, was the outdoor space. We now look out at the line of hundreds of people from our only outdoor play space for our girls, our 2 decks, and from every room of our house. Please adopt our more than fair recommendations for Netta's license.
Thank you. I'm going to take Mr. Crawford on the other side. David. Oh, okay, Andrew Fisher then.
That's me, Andrew Fisher, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 13, and I have spoken here on a number of issues, but never on this issue. But I come today as a child of Holocaust survivors. I've been nervous these past days about the help being offered to American Jews, in particular by the man who occupies the White House, a man who, while claiming to help the Jews, welcomes anti-Semites, engages in anti-Semite tropes and stereotypes. All of this has served to divide rather than unite the country by scapegoating and bullying. And I'm here today because it seems what evil starts in today's Washington trickles into Brookline as well. We now have the same labeling and bullying under the guise of helping us. Mr. Warren and his campaign against Netta frighten me. The last thing I want as a Jew who has lost his grandparents, a sibling, and other family members, is for a bully to use my religion as a justification for his conduct.
You can't let this go. What is he talking about?
Order.
Associating anti-Semitism with my name?
Order.
How dare you?
Sit down. Please sit down.
May I continue?
Yes, please.
I, like most Jews, spend Yom Kippur in synagogue. I am indifferent to whether stores are open or shut. But I am sorely offended that the anti-Netta crusade would dare to say that they are doing this for me and my fellow Jews. What happens when a Netta customer who has no idea what Yom Kippur is comes to Netta on Yom Kippur and finds the stores closed and blames the Jews, blames me? I've listened to Mr. Warren answer questions at town meeting about his bullying with a sanctimonious and self-righteous explanation about how he has no agenda but is doing this solely for his members, for his neighbors.
Okay,
the question at town meeting was in response to Coolidge Corner merchants being threatened when they would not sign the petitions against the marijuana shop now being licensed to open in the Pier 1 location. We have heard about the same sort of bullying in the neighborhoods, people hesitant to speak out. Now we have the same kind of bullying going on before this board. I see proposed restrictions about closing on Yom Kippur and other holidays that no business closes for. I see proposed restrictions drafted not by the board or by town council, but given to the board and then circulated as if they come from the select board. I myself was corrected by when I raised, is this coming from the selectmen? And it was not. This is not the kind of democracy we should be practicing in Brookline, not the kind we practice in Brookline. And this is not the free exchange of ideas in the common interest that we have known and respect in Brookline. This is bullying, the kind that threatens the civility of our town, our government, and our democracy.
Okay, Mr. Fisher, could you wrap up? I mean,
could I have a couple more minutes, please?
no, please wrap up.
I'm sorry?
Please wrap up. I mean, we get the gist of your comments.
I recognize that some of my neighbors in Brookline Village have legitimate complaints and concerns, but others have been bullied into silence. So I am first opposed to the bullying campaign that is now occurring, and I'm troubled by the tenor of the bullying, for this is how democracy is undermined, as we see in Washington, in Brazil, and in other places.
Okay.
Second is the threat to the financial stability of the town. We have just passed an override. We will be looking at others not far down the road. The largest and new source of revenue we have are the marijuana clinics. And we have budgeted already the money we expect to spend from Netta.
Mr. Fisher, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up real quick.
Okay. Can we afford, if I can conclude, the agenda here with these proposed restrictions is not to I wonder whether it's really to help the neighbors, who some of whom have legitimate problems,
Yeah, we're-
or whether it's with the stated intention of closing Netta. And I don't think we can afford to do this. I don't think we
Okay,
can
Mr.
afford to do
Fisher,
this. I'm closing
this
up.
board will decide what conditions, if any, are imposed on NETA. Nothing has been preordained by, what was put out as discussion points, so please don't go there.
I'm pleased to hear that, because I think that there are two threats we face. One is to the
And
budget of the
we got
town,
it.
or the other
We
I've
got
already
the picture.
spoken to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I say 1 minute? Since this gentleman just called
I'm,
me semi.
no, I'm going to time you, 1 minute.
This is not fair.
So Bernard,
have the right to respond to what I said.
Hold on.
I'm
I'm
gonna
running
speak- I'm
this in
gonna
a
speak
way
for 1
that
minute, Bernard. 1
tries
minute.
to
Please.
balance all sides. It's very difficult.
Yep, yep.
You have,
So, Mr. Fisher, my grandchildren are Jewish. Thank you very much.
okay, let's not
I
go
find
more
it,
Jewish than
Bernard,
ours.
I find it rather offensive, what the gentleman just said. It's very obnoxious.
I got it.
Two, you know that I've had nothing to do with any of these license conditions. I haven't even been involved since town meeting. Every one of the select board members here knows that.
Okay.
You know it. I've spoken nothing.
Okay.
So,
Well, we
Mr.
got it.
Fisher, you can, anytime you want to stand up and apologize to me professionally and personally, I'd accept it. Thank you.
Thank you. Wait, no, come on. No. Okay. Let me try to get this back under control. I'll take Ms. Tester. 2 minutes. I'm going to time you.
No, I think he got 5 minutes. I think I get 5.
No, he didn't-
Because I just
well-
cut my 5-minute speech in
Right.
half while I
Sloan
was waiting,
Furnace
and
got
then he took 5 minutes.
too.
So I
You
I
get 2
think-
minutes.
I think I should have 5. I
Well,
really
you get
do.
2.
Really?
Really? Thank you. Okay,
Ann
2 minutes.
Custer from Walnut Street. I realized this morning that I've left something out of my interactions with you. You don't know me outside of my getting up to speak on camera in this very public forum, so you don't know why I'm so passionate about keeping cars out of my community. Actually, many of my best friends don't know what I'm about to have to tell you. I'm not just some crazy lady with reefer madness who's gotten all wrapped around the axle of legalized pot. I'm a social worker, so when I say I have diagnosed PTSD related to cars, that actually means something. Clinical PTSD means you have panic attacks related to a personal, near-death experience or with death itself. I've actually had both. When I was 19, I was hit by a car while crossing the street. I was thrown up into the air, landed on my head, and woke up in the hospital with dried blood in my eyelashes, a partially shaved head, and a serious concussion. I'm just now realizing how such an injury might have been affecting my emotional and cognitive functioning over the last 30 years. But even worse, back in the 80s, when I was home alone after school, a latchkey kid, when the little brother of a friend of my little brother I was in middle school, so Mikey couldn't have been more than 8. He dropped his house key in the road, walking back from Flo's Big Scoop ice cream stand, and a pickup truck slammed into his head with its bumper. I heard the accident, ran outside, and watched Mikey die on my neighbor's lawn. I know personally how thin the line is between a safe, comfortable place for kids to walk and a dangerous tangle of narrow streets flooded with frustrated and sometimes impaired drivers. I know how easy it is to let a place like this slide into becoming a place like where I grew up. We have to fight tooth and nail on every front to keep that from happening. Another thing you might not know is that in February 2016, when NETA opened for medical, I crossed the entrance to their parking lot 4 times a day because my son attended Gladys and Lisi's wonderful daycare right next door. Did I panic? Was my PTSD triggered every time I approached the lot? No, because an officer was always there, guiding a reasonable number of cars in and out of a busy parking lot. People weren't lined up by the dozens in the snow, having parked their cars on residential streets. For 3 years, NETA's operation in our backyard was
5
orderly.
minutes.
It was
5 seconds.
orderly, the volumes were reasonable, and impact on us neighbors was minimal. Now I
Okay.
drive my car maybe once a week, I walk everywhere, and every time I leave the house, every single time, my heart starts to beat faster. I always check the time to see whether NETA's open, to prepare,
Please-
to steel
please
myself. I am
conclude.
wrapping up. If this board tonight votes to do nothing, in the face of everything you've heard at other meetings and everything we've researched and analyzed and prepared and presented. We're not asking you to shut them down or ban them from selling something or move somewhere else. We're asking you just to bring back some of the conditions we were willing to live with, ones that helped make our neighborhood livable, walkable, safe, and beautiful for 3
Got it.
years. Reopen the parking lot. Let Netta once again manage customer volume properly. Clean up the porta potties, the cones, the crowd barriers, graffiti, garbage, Uber drivers, pee bottles. Redefine traffic. Assign a dedicated officer to pedestrian safety at a hairy intersection, now exponentially worse. It's all up to you now. Please, I
Thank
hope
you.
we can trust you to do what's right.
Mr. Gladstone. Mr. Gladstone, did you want to speak? And next, I'm going to take Dan Salzman, 2 minutes, and then Neil Gordon, 2 minutes.
Dave
And
Gladstone.
then we'll open the hearing.
David Gladstone, Senior VP of the Brookline Chamber and a Precinct 16 longtime resident. A, the Chamber sent you a letter today. I hope you at least can put it on file and have it of what our feeling is. But B, in addition, I spoke to the president of the CCMA, and our beliefs and his beliefs are in line with regards to a few things that have been going on. A, you have to look at what some of these recommendations are. You have to ask yourself, if you're going to require this of Netta, you should be requiring this of all businesses. You want them closed on the holiday? Bring back the blue laws to Brookline and have no business available to open up on the holiday. If you want to have their porta potties, they wanted porta potties. They have porta potties, but now they're adding an extra condition saying it has to be hidden from sight from the street. That's almost an impossibility. How many other construction sites that use porta potties are required to hide them from the street? The answer is no, none that I'm aware of. The third point is that there's some credence to what that individual spoke about with regards to businesses being bullied. There is a feeling amongst businesses. They can't say yes, they can't say no, because their custom is about the pro and the con to Netta. They're for it, and some people are against it. And the problem is they're caught between a rock and a hard place. And you have to consider that on why there's a lot of businesses that have not come forward with regards to their feeling. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Salzman, 2 minutes.
Thank
2
you.
minutes.
Dan Saltzman, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 6. We all know that at town meeting, we came very close to passing certain warrant articles that might have taken a little bit of what you're going to hear about tonight out of your hands. We heard people that didn't happen. I recognize that, but came close. We heard people like Ken Goldstein, who is a former select board member, say, first, I want to verify what my neighbors in Brookline Village have said. I came out of Lamora Restaurant on a Saturday night a few weeks ago, and I couldn't believe the carnival that was going on outside. This is a quote from Ken Goldstein. There was public consumption and double parking, and it was really surprising. Having said that, I think I'm voting against these warrant articles because I think the select board is the correct mechanism for controlling or fine-tuning our regulations. Isaac Silberberg also ran for select board and a town meeting member. He said, I'm concerned that the vehicles we have in front of us are not the best tools to potentially solve the problems. What I'd like to encourage is for the select board to use the broader toolkit that you have at your disposal to address this issue, because there's clearly an issue, and I sympathize. I could quote other people, but we're short on time here. So these folks, they're looking for action from you, and we're looking for action. After all that you've heard at these meetings, the hundreds of people that have been here, many, many meetings, we're just looking for action. We're looking for that tonight. After town meeting, really nothing has changed. Now, the weather has gotten worse, so there's a little bit of a drop in some incidents, but it's still happening. There's no question about that. All of us involved are still getting emails from our neighbors with citing incidents of public consumption and public urination and other nuisance. We're still hearing about it. Netta frequently operates without police details. We're not seeing an uptick in police enforcement, and now it's pretty much the dead of winter. When the spring comes, it's just going to get worse. Those of us that worked on the STM3 articles have presented you with our thoughts and our ideas of what we think makes sense moving forward. We would like to see real action. That's what we think makes sense moving forward. I trust that you read the document. There's just one item on that list that I want to highlight. Netta says that the lines are a thing of the past. They say that they've figured it out, that their operations are more efficient, they're better staffed. Town meeting members sent emails leading up to town meeting. You saw it, where there's an empty parking lot with no line. If this is the case, then we should
Wrap
require
up,
that
please.
there be no line. I'm sorry?
Wrap up, please.
I'm wrapping up. We should require that there be no line outside, as simple as that. If there are no lines, let's require that there be no lines. I hope you'll reflect on all the people that have been here, everything that's been asked of you. I hope you'll consider all of this, and I hope that there'll be action tonight. Thank you very much.
Final person, Mr. Gordon. And then we will begin our hearing.
Thank you. Neil Gordon, Precinct 1 Town Meeting Member. I scaled this back. I'm going to try and keep it within 3 minutes, plus maybe a little bit. Precinct 1 Town Meeting Member, member of the Advisory Committee. At the recently concluded Fall Town Meeting, I spoke in part, as I've spoken before, in support of those who all too often don't get a seat at Brookline's table. On Town Meeting 6 night, I said this: the words of our bylaws should express our efforts, as imperfect as they might be, to be a welcoming community, welcoming to those who live here, to those who work here, and to those who are just passing through. I spoke last week in the context of a bylaw amendment, but my words should be taken in a broader context to all of our official words, including the words of our licenses. As I said at town meeting, we need to help our Brookline neighbors, but we need to do that in a way that's fair. Fair to NETA and its customers, all of its customers, and fair and fiscally responsible to the town as a whole. NETA is not the only popular licensed business in Brookline. We see lines outside the Coolidge Theater, outside Clearflower, outside popular restaurants. We see traffic and we see parking pressure from a host of licensed Brookline businesses. And we see occasional bad behavior from patrons of bars, liquor stores, convenience stores, supermarkets, taco restaurants, and more. Keep the restrictive provisions of their licenses in mind as you consider appropriate restrictions on NETA's business. Lastly, let me speak to restrictions and holiday closings in particular in the face of our fiscal reality. In addition to rejecting unreasonable restrictions on marijuana sales, the will of Fall Town Meeting was to allocate up to 35% of marijuana tax revenues to programs designed to help underserved Brookline residents. Those same revenues fund our financially stressed schools. We desire as well, the third time we spend these revenues, to fund town operations, including needed staff additions to support the development of community engagement plans and an expanding diversity commission role, as voted into our bylaws by Fall Town Meeting. As you consider license restrictions, keep in mind the concerns of the neighbors, but also keep in mind the revenue impact on restrictions on the town and the effect of any revenue reductions on the mandates mentioned above. Those mandates also represent the will of Fall Town Meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now let's get to the fun part, the hearing. Ms. Correa, I'd like to have you sort of present the license conditions and the suggestions coming from board members, from town staff, and also from neighbors and community. And we'll go through them, and we'll first go through them. I'd like to then give NETA an opportunity to respond, and then the board will deliberate.
Okay. So let me first say, you have on the screen the current draft. The current draft represents some proposals by Select Board Ben Franco. They've been vetted by town departments, and some refinements have been made. Town departments have in turn responded. I hope the mic's working. Have responded by adding some proposed language. And we have some suggestions from TMMs and residents that have also been vetted by the town departments, and some of those that are legal and appropriate have been incorporated into the language as well. The language was sent to NETA on Friday, which also provided some comments. And I'm going to, as we go through the draft, I've tried to add NETA's comments in a margin comment so that we have the language and the comment side by side. But if I have omitted something, of course, I invite NETA to identify that.
And the comments that you're presenting are not recommendations, but are suggestions for the
Yes.
board to consider.
This is all part of the annual licensing process. We
There's
will be
nothing
doing
cast
this
in
again next
stone
year.
here.
Yeah, this is just proposed language. And I suggest at the conclusion, the board take each item and deliberate on each item, state any reasons for its thinking on the board, any support it believes, it should be cited, and then, and then vote. But it would be better for you to see the entire proposal first because certain items work together. So perhaps we can just do a run-through first.
Great.
So we're now on item number 5. We're not going to go through the entire conditions. The entire existing conditions are on the town's marijuana website. But there was a proposal by residents and TMMs to close on state holidays. Netta, let me see if I can get sorry. I'm trying to scroll to see the comment. Yeah. Okay.
It's up.
We're up. Number 5. Yeah. And then I'm just trying to scroll over to the comment that, oh, thank you. Okay.
I just wanted to know if the comments were on what we received Friday, not what we received today at 5:37.
So this is responding to the comment from Friday.
No, but the
comment-
language isn't the same that was given to us on Friday.
So let me explain, Jennifer, please. Maybe one person can speak at a time. So the proposal by the TMMs was to close on legal holidays. The comment, which I have copied, says we should follow what is standard for liquor. And there is a particular language in the liquor regulations. So all this is block copying from the liquor regulations. So that is what the proposal is by the departments, is just to incorporate the language cited by Netta. So that is the existing language that's proposed. Okay, so we'll move down. Sorry. Okay, so now we're on item 8. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get rid of the, okay. So this contemplates that the parking lot is closed. There is a site plan filed by Netta. This is the planning department's proposal. We have always regulated Netta through an interdepartmental process. The planning department has always been integral to that interdepartmental process. And the planning department depends on it has its own expertise. It depends on the expertise of the police department. It depends on the expertise of the transportation department. Those are very key partners. And there is a special permit. There was an approved site plan filed as part of that. So the planning department recommends that and I understand that there are already discussions within underway to this effect, the parking lot be closed. And given that there is going to be a need for a transition and some operational planning, the planning department proposes that this be effective. We give them a window of 60 days to work with the planning department to iron out the operational details that are involved in the parking lot becoming a parking lot. That is essentially the proposal. Did I miss anything, planning? Okay. I'm going to move down. And I'm going to show Netta's comment. Netta proposes 90 days. Okay. And feel free.
I'm Maria Morelli, Senior Planner, Planning Department. As Ms. Correa stated, the Planning Department does facilitate and coordinate the site plan review process. And I just wanted to clarify so that people understand what that definition means. Site plan review doesn't mean that we're looking just at one site plan, one sheet. In the plan, we're looking at all the components on that plan that relate to how customers are moved efficiently in and out. We're looking at some safety issues, and specifically with number 8, recall that the plan that the ZBA approved and that the license conditions also reflect concerns the parking lot, that there are 14 parking spaces that that the license and the special permit and the site plan review process and the TDM were all contingent on the parking lot being used. So what condition 8 states here is that we would like the conditions for that parking lot. We want the applicant or the licensee to comply with that.
That was the prior plan. That was the point they already made. They start now, they start.
Okay, the next item is 23, which is a revision of language to saying that there will be no queuing on public way or public sidewalks. The original language had given a 6-month period to work this out, and we're out of the 6-month period now. We're at annual licensing. So now it just says no queuing on the public sidewalk, and NETA comment said agreed. We're now on 24, proposed 24, which gets us into the site plan process that I touched on earlier. And so this is not a full site plan review. This is a limited site plan review. We're calling it that term. It's simply a way it's a vehicle for the departments to work together who have the relevant expertise and work with NETA and figure this out. So the two items of particular focus, as reflected in 24, is the queuing and restaurant facilities. It isn't consistent with building code to require NETA to provide a structural change like internal bathrooms, so there are external temporary facilities, but the goal of the planning department is to eliminate this within a period of time and work with NETA to figure this out operationally as part of a customer demand plan, et cetera. They're going to work together. This is a multi-department type of expertise need that has to be addressed by the town interdepartmentally. And planning has spearheaded this kind of a review in the initial licensing decision-making, and so the proposal is to add in this licensing period something like that to address these issues. I'm going to scroll over to NETA's comment, which is there. NETA already went through a year-long site plan review with all mentioned departments. NETA has all permits to operate. To go through this process again and resubmit all the plans makes no sense and is punitive and simply not necessary. The town already has its floor plans. The town has the plans that identifies points of sale. Oh, I'm so sorry. Is this better? Okay. The town already has its floor plans. The town has the plans that identifies points of sale and ID checkpoints. There is no queuing on public property, never has been and never will be. NETA has already met with BPD and worked out a plan with feedback from BPD to open a lot on January 5th from Monday to Thursday, and then with police input, the goal is to open 7 days a week within the next several months. If the plan is to reopen the lot, is successful, there is no need to come for yet another public hearing before the board. If the plan does not work, then we would be in violation and the town could issue a notice to appear of NETA would work with the town on another arrangement. NETA is confident the lot reopening will be successful, especially with the conditions recommended by BPD. So the police department is one department. The idea is, and it hasn't approved anything, there was some discussion, but the police department's view is that it should not have sole authority for this. This is an interdepartmental expertise review needed. And so it contemplates that this site plan review is the appropriate vehicle for this to be looked at and addressed. And then, as it says, the licensee shall appear before the select board with the results of the aforementioned site plan review process. And again, there's a question of whether the initial Yes, there's a 90-day, within 90 days of the issuance of the 2020 licenses, the licensee shall submit. So the idea is that the planning department will collect some information, and then there'll be some site plan review with regard to queuing and the external sanitation facilities. 25 is a transportation department proposal to beef up the transportation demand management plan. And I don't know if the transportation department wants to, would the board like a summary of 25 from the transportation department?
Sure, I think that'd be useful.
Okay. Dan?
Short summary.
Hi, I'm Dan Martin, the Brookline Transportation Engineer. Just a quick summary. The last performance monitoring study we got from NETA showed 274 trips in the evening peak hour commute, and their prediction was only for 106. So the report also showed that people are not parking in the NETA lots that are available. They're mostly, meaning people are mostly parking in public lots, metered spaces, and residential neighborhoods. So I think there should be a new comprehensive transportation demand management plan with stronger monitoring as part of this license agreement.
Thank you.
I did want to, I want to add one sentence that wasn't in the condition. This is in the text right now, within 90 days of the issuance of the 2020 license, we're looking for the new TDM plan. I also want to add that that should be in conjunction with the site plan review process of condition 24.
So let's run through feedback from NETA on the language. I have some in the margin. So a comment from NETA on the idea of including language on the TDMP is that NETA is in compliance. NETA has already made improvements, which will be presented tonight. All required reports were submitted to the town, and all performance goals were met. No mitigation was requested by the town. There is no data that indicates or suggests that NETA's traffic reports are not accurate. That being said, NETA is willing to conduct a follow-up study at 12 months in March 2020 instead of 15 months and submit it to the town's traffic engineer for review. If the town would like a peer review, NETA would consider funding a peer review by a traffic consultant chosen by the town and agreed to by NETA. It is unfair to require a biannual review if the goals have been met and confirmed by the town or its peer reviewer. And then the transportation department has a response to the effect that retained monitoring and a biannually submitted TDMP is retained, and it added that a revised TDMP is only needed if deemed necessary by the Director of Engineering and Transportation. The next comment by NETA is with regard to the Transportation Department's language to the effect that it will provide employees with a cash-out benefit to those choosing to walk or bike to work. Originally, transportation's language was to make that equivalent to the parking subsidy, and it proposes to eliminate that equivalency, which NETA had said makes it unmanageable from an HR perspective and is inconsistent with the other TDMP goals. So that was the response by the Transportation Division to take out the equivalency.
No.
Yeah. Yes. So what I had said at the beginning was that, yes. I don't think the whole section is new. The equivalency was taken out. The TDMP section was in the Friday draft. Yes, all the yellow text is new. I'm only talking about the new language.
Wait a minute, this is not, I don't want to back and forth.
Yeah, so let me just back up. Again, I'm not reviewing existing language. The conditions excuse me, I needed some water. The existing conditions are on the marijuana website. I'm only reviewing the proposed changed language for the upcoming license period. That is what the yellow language is.
And I might add that a lot of the yellow language is not changes from the existing conditions.
I believe it's all changes from the existing
Wow.
conditions.
Yes, all the yellows.
Okay.
Okay. So you have the transportation's overview of its language. Thank you. I believe, let's see if there's another NETA comment. So this is with regard to reporting of home zip codes of employees. NETA considered that a form of profiling, and the transportation response is that only zip code is required. The next item is regarding the new inclusion of the town working with NETA to identify more appropriate drop-off and pickup sites. So this is a proposal by Select Board Franco. And it's been vetted by the town departments. And this is something that NETA said it would agree, it didn't contest in its comments. We have number 31, which is a proposal by Select Board member Franco. And we have a number of NETA comments. It contemplates the installation of a web banner with wait times. And we have some NETA comments regarding specific language there. NETA wanted to include language that certain reporting occur only when the wait is 20 minutes. It proposed to delete that it be required to post the wait times on it when you open the reserve ahead feature on the app. It wanted to change 5 minutes to 15 minutes with regard to the updating. It wanted to change certain terminology regarding medical and adult use, which is, I think, a form question. And it wanted to delete the medical here, right here, because it says there is no wait for medical patients. So going down. This is reporting on customer transactions proposed by Select Board member Franco. NETA's comment to that is, it is unclear the purposes of this request. This is not a reliable way to provide information because it is based on assumptions from a previous quarter, which has no bearing whatsoever on the next quarter. This seems punitive in nature and another attempt to force the questions of mandatory appointments. It also creates serious concerns for a private business with its competitors as more stores open. The next item is 33, which is the proposed new inclusion of within 60 minutes after closing time, all exterior closed-down activities will cease. And it lists various items. NETA's comments were that it agrees to this, does not contest this language. Item 50 has to do with the restroom facilities. Again, it's problematic to require NETA to make structural changes related to customer bathrooms. It could do so voluntarily, but there are code requirements that are triggered if it does that. So the idea is to address the external bathrooms. And the planning department agreed to take out the language regarding visibility in light of NETA's feedback. And then it inserted, as part of site plan review, revisiting the question of the external bathrooms. I've already talked about that. So I think I've summarize that. With regard to 51, this was a proposal by Select Board member Franco, who had also included language regarding a study and further reporting. The department's feedback was to agree to take out the reporting and simply refer to the language that already is part of the zoning bylaw, which I've quoted here. Any illumination on parking lots must be shielded so as not to shine upon abutting or other nearby properties, and then treat it as an enforcement issue under the zoning bylaw, which the building commissioner would be responsible for doing. New item 54 is cooperating with requests for information from the town's to-be-hired community impact coordinator, and Ed's feedback to that was that it agrees to that. In item 62, the TMMs and residents who submitted comments suggested biannual reporting. This is what's in the current language. Neda's comment is, why biannual? Extremely burdensome and not necessary. So that's for the board's consideration. I believe those are all of the new language.
Okay, Netta, Ms. Gilbert, and Ms. Rossitano.
Thank you. We're going to set up the presentation. I'm just going to give some opening remarks and then turn it over to Amanda Rossitano, the president. You know, I have some written remarks, but I first have to say that in my 23 years in town hall, working for this town as a public servant, and in my 6 years in private practice coming before the board and the various boards and committees, I am absolutely dumbfounded that this is the process we are undertaking to renew one of the most important licenses. It has not been fair, and it has not been a process. I can't wait for the ombudsman to be appointed. I think that will alleviate a lot of the problems that have come about. We received something on Friday afternoon, a set of conditions from neighbors, suggested by neighbors, late Friday afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Kleckner, for sharing it. We gave us a chance to work through the entire weekend. And then at 5:37 today, we got different conditions, new conditions, and that's what we're faced with tonight. So let me go now to my prepared
And we
remarks.
recognize that this has been a difficult process. This is
Unfair
a new,
process.
This is a new industry, and we're all trying to figure out how best to go through this process.
And I respect that, and I respect your time, and I thank you for all your time. So I'm Jennifer DePazzo Gilbert, and along with my partner Bob Allen, we represent Netta. You should have received today the updated traffic demand management plan. The Netta traffic engineer from Tetra Tech is also here to answer any technical questions. First and foremost, I want to spell out our basic understanding for tonight's meeting, that this is not a violation hearing. There is no violation currently pending before the board. In fact, since opening in Brookline, Netta has never heard from any town department, from any select board member, that there are any violations of any conditions of the license. As for the TDM, we've provided all of the required data and the reports. Our traffic and parking reports indicate that Netta met all of its performance goals. The town did not request a peer review, nor did they request mitigation measures. All performance goals were met. The data supports that. I'm sure you all remember that the conditions in the existing license and permits were the result of a cooperative planning process that included site plan review that took well over a year and included numerous meetings with all the departments, the department heads, and the very qualified town staff. We do not need or want to start another site planning process. The town has all of its floor plans, all of the checkpoints for ID, the security plans, and everything that was already submitted. So I want to ask tonight, the first question, what is the problem that is attempting to be solved by these conditions? And what is the basis for determining that there is a problem connected directly to Netta's business? I understand we just went through a political process and there were a number of concerns raised by some neighbors. I understand that the board feels they must react to those concerns, but it must be done in a clear and objective manner. There are lines queuing on the public sidewalks in Brookline, at Clearflower, at the Coolidge Corner Theater, at Cuddy's. I have to ask people to please get out of the way when I work on the weekends when they're selling their chicken sandwiches. I don't mind doing that. I'm so glad that there are busy businesses in Brookline. But I also want to remind folks that spoke tonight from the town that part of that site plan review process and part of our permit allowed queuing on the public sidewalks. That never happened because the town requested that we keep the customers on our private property within our lot, and so we did that. But the permit that exists today allows queuing on the public sidewalk, but it never happened because we respected the request of the town and the request from the neighbors. We know that residents of the town have supported Netta as a business. We also know that town staff has held Netta to the highest possible standard when it comes to imposing conditions, including the TDM requirements. More conditions than any other business in town and a more stringent TDM than the largest developments in town, and I've worked on most of them. We understand why and accepted the challenge, and Netta has lived up to their commitments. We now feel that the board needs to trust its department heads and its qualified staff to provide the right oversight, and we are assured that they will continue to do so. The concern I have tonight is whether the goal here is to govern to the vocal minority or to have a discussion to add reasonable conditions that are necessary to this license. Reasonable conditions should address current and real issues connected to Netta with clear objective standards that will be decided in the end by impartial individuals based on real data and not anecdotal evidence. During the process leading up to town meeting number 3, we heard the following concerns: parking and traffic issues, harassment of passersby, underage resales, and public consumption. The majority of the concerns had to do with off-site behavior. Netta took all of those concerns seriously and tried to address each one of them as part of the political process leading up to town meeting. I don't feel that we need to go over all those efforts. You've heard them leading in the public hearings that you mentioned. Netta took steps to address the concerns. There's simply no objective data to support adding additional, burdensome, and unnecessary conditions to the license. Even so, Netta has continuously shown a willingness to cooperate, and once again, Netta is willing to take on many of the proposed conditions you are requesting tonight. It's interesting that what you didn't see on the screen before you, and it's probably not posted on your website, is some of the additional requests and recommendations, including closing on Yom Kippur, and including blacklisting customers for off-site alleged misconduct without any due process, a hearing, or a conviction. We can't agree to that. We can't agree to that because it has legal implications, not just for Netta, but also for the town. So I'm glad to see that it disappeared from tonight's presentation. Some of the conditions are simply not fair. Some conflict with each other. Condition number 24 that you saw says, don't have porta potties, get rid of them. And condition 50 says, maintain your porta potties on site, just screen them from the public view. That's a real concern. We don't know how to comply with both of those. It's also unclear what the intent is for some of them. For example, reporting on the volume in quarterly reports. What is that intended to solve? It puts Netta at a competitive disadvantage. It provides private business data to our competitors, and quarterly reports are not accurate. You're going to take a quarterly report, and there's no basis or justification that the next quarter those reports will have any accurate reflection on what's really going on in the business. I want to let you know that right now, 89.4% of the time, there is no line outside of Neta. We've also been asked, and again, that wasn't on the screen, to hide our customers in our private lot. We've heard that cash registers should be taken out so that all the people can fit inside the store. We've heard that a tent should be put up to hide our customers on our property. We've also been asked to put up screens on the fence so people don't have to look at them. That's not our fence up on the bridge. Another concern, why do our customers have to be hidden when they are on our private property? I don't understand what problem that's trying to solve. But what I really want to do tonight is let us tell you where we are today, all of the changes that have been made, and the efficiencies and the actual situation that exists today. So I'm going to turn it over to Amanda Rositano now. Thank you.
Good evening, and thanks, Jennifer. I'm Amanda Rositano, NETA's president. I'm not a new face to this board or to this community, as NETA has been committed from day one to being fully engaged, transparent, and a professional, responsible, and thoughtful partner here in Brookline. We've been recognized repeatedly, nationally and locally, as the gold standard in cannabis operations, and we are so proud that this town led, as you did, in introducing legal cannabis to the greater Boston area. We continue to improve on our performance metrics, have opened a dialogue with even more neighbors, and look forward to assessing the combined benefits of more staff, plus the allocation of mitigation funds, plus the reduction in our hours, plus updates to our TDM plan, and opening our parking lot in the upcoming weeks. We believe many of these new conditions proposed and the problems that they aim to respond to are inconsistent with the data that NETA is required to collect and report related to its operations. It's concerning that they are being proposed without first understanding or having an opportunity to present that data. I want to begin to talk a little bit about staffing. Our staff onboarding process takes approximately 8 to 10 weeks due to state processing, background checks, training, and education. This was an issue for us in the earlier days in terms of getting our operations running as efficiently as possible. That said, we've been fully staffed since the end of September, leading to greater operational efficiencies and no lines approximately 90% of the time. That's based on real verifiable data. Mitigation funds have been allocated, and we look forward to working with the new Cannabis Mitigation Advisory Committee. We've heard positive reports from neighbors on the progress being made. We voluntarily reduced our hours to 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday and 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. on Sunday, consistent with the new town bylaw. And we've met all of our initial TDM performance goals. However, we have made revisions and improvements to the TDM as part of NETA's ongoing commitment to minimizing impacts. I will walk you through the significant updates shortly, including a plan to reopen the NETA parking lot in January in consultation with the Brookline Police. But first, I'd like to walk you through an overview of the metrics we've been using to assess our community impact. These are data points designed in collaboration with the town and the state to make evidence-based decisions about how we are doing. Our TDM plan requires traffic monitoring. This currently includes requirements for monitoring 3 months after opening for adult use and 15 months after opening for adult use. If our performance goals are not met, mitigation is required in coordination with town departments, and additional monitoring is triggered at that point in time. Only if we don't meet our performance goals should we be required to do additional monitoring. Importantly, we've received consistently positive feedback from the Brookline Police Department. It was noted that, we sometimes don't have a police detail on site. That is never by NETA's choice. We have agreed to the police detail requirements. Occasionally, a police detail is not available. We have met with the police on this point and worked out supplemental plans where we have our own security staff in addition to the Ed Davis group working during our busiest days. In the event that we don't have a police detail, we already have those people in place to supplement. The state and the town, I also have to note that, these police details are on site every day, so they are seeing the conditions of our parking lot, and it's been suggested that our parking lot in and of itself is a nuisance condition. The police have not suggested that there's been any nuisance conditions in our parking lot or on our property. The state and the town require mandatory reporting of any incident defined by the CCC regulations. We report those to the Brookline Police Department. As required by our licensing conditions, we track community complaints and we respond accordingly. As mentioned, we are tracking line conditions hourly every single day. Since November, 89.4% of the time, there are no exterior lines at NETA. NETA has been working closely with town officials to make updates to its TDM plan to further enhance our performance metrics while working to reduce impacts and encourage public transit use. NETA has updated its TDM plan to include the following transportation and parking updates. We've been working with the police department and have developed an acceptable plan to reopen our on-site parking lot in January while maintaining a safe area for any customer queuing on busier days. NETA capitalizes on every opportunity to encourage customers to arrive via means other than a personal vehicle. About half of NETA's customers today are arriving by a means other than a vehicle, and we are working to increase that number even further. Use of the T is heavily encouraged in our Reserve Ahead service pickup emails and text alerts, as well as a Good Neighbor policy pop-up on our Brookline Reserve Ahead page and on our full service menu. We maintain a comprehensive transportation guide on our website and printed in booklet form in our stores. NETA has agreed to work with the town on the fabrication and installation of public wayfinding signage and has agreed to reimburse the town for the cost of these signs as designed and approved by the town. We have been actively working with Lyft and Uber to ensure the proper location of drop-off pins, and in consultation with town officials, we'll collaborate as needed with respect to moving the Uber and Lyft pickup drop-off pins in connection with the Gateway East project to explore a transportation hub on Pearl Street. NETA will administer a customer survey every 6 months to track relevant metrics on how people are choosing to travel to NETA. By surveying biannually, we will be able to track improvements in non-vehicle transportation rates and provide regular updates to town officials. We've also updated our TDM plan to reflect our employee initiatives that we've proactively taken. Today, 75% of our employees commute to NETA by means other than a vehicle. I think this number, was potentially overlooked in establishing some of the proposed licensing conditions that suggest some measures that would really increase this number. We think this is a really good starting point. We're excited to work with the town and transportation department to increase this number further, but we're pretty proud of that number today, and we think that the efforts we've taken have been effective in getting it there. We did perform a 3-month traffic study. That 3-month traffic study performed by Tetra Tech indicated that all of our performance goals were met. We've heard some pretty dramatic concerns tonight about traffic and congestion, which has consistently been one of the primary concerns raised about NETA's operations. However, we do have data suggesting that traffic operations have been working effectively. All of our performance goals in the TDM plan were met. The study indicated that our designated pickup and drop-off zone that is managed by the Brookline Police Detail is actually working very well. We aren't seeing backups on Route 9 as a result of NETA's operation. Further, the study clearly outlined the limitations of the parking findings due to the closure of the NETA lot and NETA responded by ordering a follow-up parking analysis to supplement this report. Another follow-up traffic study is scheduled for 15 months post-opening. NETA would agree to changing that to a 12-month monitoring, so it's 1 year from our opening. Again, if the performance goals are not achieved in that study, mitigation measures are imposed and additional monitoring is triggered. We do believe that there should be data supporting the requirement for additional monitoring, and if our performance goals are being repeatedly met, we don't see that it's reasonable to ask for biannual traffic reporting. Importantly, excuse me, our supplemental parking study indicated that there is available parking supply on surrounding areas, even on NETA's busiest days and times. To better understand the current parking conditions, after acknowledging that there was a limitation in our traffic study regarding parking, NETA hired Tetra Tech to make additional parking observations on Friday 10/18 from 4 to 10 p.m. and Saturday 10/19 from 2 to 10 p.m. to coincide with NETA's busiest hours. The analysis indicated that even during our peak times, there was parking availability on surrounding residential streets and at parking meters, and that data is presented for you here. In addition to our performance metrics, we also know there's a lot of growth and change happening in Brookline Village. Here's a list of current development projects in our immediate vicinity. These projects also bring more traffic, more people, and create other potential impacts to the village area while reducing available parking. It is also important to acknowledge the positive impacts of these projects and of NETA on the Brookline Village neighborhood. New development, new businesses, and new faces visiting the Brookline Village Business District brings economic growth and vibrancy into the Brookline community. So not to belabor the point, but we've been working really hard to implement efficiencies and staffing improvements to reduce existing lines. We track exterior lines every hour of every day to understand our progress. As of today, NETA has no exterior lines 89.4% of the time. The following photos show line conditions during rush hour for each day of the previous week. Additional photos can be provided for any additional hours requested. Of note, weather conditions and the vape ban have not impacted our customer volume as suggested. To be clear, we've had no issues reported by on-site police regarding any nuisance conditions within our line or on our parking lot or at our facility. As mentioned, we do have a plan to reopen the lot and to manage a safe queue in the event that we do have a line, which is around 10% of the time at this point and continues to be reduced. One note on Sanctuary being required to queue their line inside. Sanctuary, as I understand, does not have private property, exterior private property to contain their queue on. NETA does, and we've always maintained our queue on our own private property. We don't believe that our queue in and of itself causes a nuisance. We have security staff in the lot, we have police details in the lot, and again, it has never been reported that our line has been troublesome. As you know, in November, town meeting weighed in on the proposals put forth to restrict cannabis businesses in Brookline. We heard from many speakers that night that the mitigation funds need to be spent before burdensome restrictions are imposed, and that cannabis businesses and consumers should not be singled out. In conclusion, Brookline approved the legalization of cannabis by an overwhelming vote. NETA has played by the rules and has tracked performance with data. Traffic and police data do not suggest significant congestion or parking issues beyond what is normal around a Brookline commercial district. Nuisance and disruption claims have not been verifiably tied back to NETA. It cannot simply be assumed that NETA is to blame for all neighborhood disruption, especially with the amount of other new activity in Brookline Village. NETA has worked closely with neighbors to address concerns as they arise and is committed to continuing to do so. Cannabis is a legal business, and we believe it should be treated as such. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, is that, so what I'd like to do is have Ms. Correa come up and go through the conditions again, and the board will discuss and vote on them. And we'll try to do it orderly. Yeah. I don't know. We should have that.
I don't know. That was the reason why we were projecting them up so we could see.
Oh, did I do something?
Okay,
What's that? Thank you.
no, it's not. Yeah. Okay. So, let's start with number 5.
I just want to also read the existing language on sidewalk queuing. Existing condition 23 states, queuing of pedestrians on the sidewalk is permitted on a trial basis for the first 6 months of adult use sales only. So that was, the license was, the condition was from last November.
Right.
So,
So no one's questioning that, though.
okay. I think there was a statement that it's currently permitted, but it's not, because that was the first 6 months. Okay, so number 5 you have before you. The proposal is to
Right.
follow the liquor law
Any-
in the town regulations.
Any comments from the board on that?
And
It's fairly
Netta's,
straightforward.
well, Netta's comment was to put in the language from C5,
Right.
and that was done. Sure. Just give me a second, I'll move for you.
I just have one more comment on that. So I think that, that it is only fair that the conditions added with respect to anything that gives Netta a competitive disadvantage go into effect only when all of the other cannabis providers agree to them in their license condition. I know that Sanctuary has an existing license. They're not here tonight for a renewal, but we would ask that that not be effective until Sanctuary's license has that as well. And on another condition with respect to the, it'll come up, I'll get up again, but there are some software issues that we'd like to talk to you about the widget about on the webpage for
Right.
reporting the outside line.
And by the way, Sanctuary's license was approved, however, it's not issued because CCC is not.
Yeah, there's no
approved it.
renewal issue
So
because there's no
it's-
license yet.
yeah.
No, I fully understand that, but if, it's my understanding they're attempting to open in the spring, and that they would not have that condition on their license when they open in the spring.
Not true.
Well, we'll see about that. I don't think so. Okay, do you have anything else to add to that? Item 5?
No, so,
Well, can I make a comment about item 5?
Yes.
I think, I don't have a paper copy of today's. I have one from Friday, so I'm a little at a disadvantage. I'm so paper bound, even though I shouldn't be. So I know that there was some comments about Yom Kippur and why it would be closed. And the issue is that on holidays like that, which are school holidays after all, there are children who are walking around in what they normally wouldn't be except on weekends, on a weekday. And I think the neighbors are talking about protecting children from what is, in effect, the bad behavior of some Netta customers. Now, I know Netta is not responsible for that. I'm not suggesting they are. But nevertheless, I think that was the reason, one of the reasons that they may have suggested.
Yeah, I don't think
I
we
do
should-
think it's fair to hold them to the same standard as the liquor licenses. So I'm not objecting, but I wanted to inject a reason for this request.
Okay, so that's the proposal up on the board. It says the license shall be closed, licensee shall be closed on the last Monday in May, on Thanksgiving Day, on Christmas Day, and on the day following Christmas, when Christmas is on a Sunday. I understand that that's how liquor stores are regulated? Okay.
That's the language from our existing regulations on package
Okay.
stores.
Okay, so
Per state law.
I'd like to move to accept that language. Any question or discussion of that motion? Okay, all in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Would that they all be this simple? Okay, next.
Okay, I have to make a note of myself, too, of your vote for incorporation. Okay. We're going to go to number 8. This is planning's proposal regarding complying with the existing site plan and stating that the licensee. I'm so sorry. This has to do with compliance with the existing site plan. And you see that NETA proposes changing the 60 days to 90 days.
So, okay.
So I guess I have a clarifying question. Hopefully it's just clarifying. I had heard that there's plans to reopen the parking lot for specific days almost immediately in January. So why the need for 90 days as opposed to 60 days for, I guess, optimal use of reopening of the parking lot?
That's just a test or pilot program.
Well, it's a trial period, Monday to Thursday. The hope is that if all goes smoothly, we could try it on a weekend, and if the police say it's working well, try it on another weekend, busy weekend, and then eventually get that lot open 7 days a week.
So
Why would that, I agree with Ms. Hamilton, I'm not sure why that would take 90 days.
Well, I don't know what it will take because we haven't tried it yet. So that's why we asked for a little additional time before that condition goes into effect fully open.
Sorry if I could just interject. It's not clear to staff if the licensee is planning to have both queuing and parking of vehicles. On that plan, we don't have a drawing, so we don't understand how those activities would be coordinated. And that's one of our motivations for a site plan review, to understand how activities would be coordinated on the site for safety reasons.
Right.
I thought the plan was to have both queuing and parking.
That's their plan, yep.
Thank you, Maria. So with respect to safety, that's why we met with the police department. We're happy to show that plan to the planning department. But the safety issues we discussed with the police department, and there would be concrete barriers. If you're familiar with the site, I think you all are. There's a vestibule. The bike racks are next to the vestibule. That bike rack would be moved to the rear lot where there are no parking spaces. And there would be two concrete jersey barriers, and then the line, if and when there is a line, 10% of the time, would queue within those concrete jersey barriers. And then the police details would have the lot open, and the separation would be sufficient, we believe, between the customers and the vehicles.
I just want to respond. Again, you don't have a drawing before you. You have a verbal description, and the police department didn't approve anything. The police department wouldn't approve anything without consulting with colleagues in other departments, and the licensee does not get to choose which department it goes to for approval.
Mr. Allen, you jumped up awfully fast.
Robert Allen. I mean, I understand, right? We've been working with the police department. They're there on a daily basis. There was a safety issue. Some departments are coming in here in the 10th inning and trying to get involved in the process now. We've never tried to bypass anybody in this process. The site plan involved the safety, the police are there every day. It made sense to us. The police didn't agree to anything, we just talked about a trial period. As part of that, we'll talk to planning, we'll talk to whoever. We're not trying to sneak anything by. The police are the toughest departments to work with. That's why we met with them. They're there on a daily basis. They're dealing with the public safety. That's why we started with them. I think it makes a lot of sense. We're not trying to sneak anything by.
No, I don't think anyone
Right.
thinks you are.
Okay.
You're
It
not-
just comes across that way when.
No, you,
Not from me.
Not from you.
Ms. Correa.
I don't know, does the board have any other
60
questions?
versus 90
or-
days.
So it's 60 versus 90 days. What say you, board?
well, there was a
is there a
special.
need for 90 days?
There
Is
would,
there
no,
need-
I'm not sure there is. And, if there is a need to extend the trial period, we can always do it at 60 days. But I think that the special permit did not anticipate that this would take a year. So, I don't know why we would vote for that.
I agree with the licensee regarding the 90 days. It's consistent with conditions 24 and 25. Again, this is just about coordination. This isn't about control. We do have in our regulations a site plan review where the planning department coordinates all the other departments. And Lieutenant Derek Hayes and all the department heads who are here this evening also agree with this process for the efficiency.
Okay, so you're proposing 90 days.
90 days, yes.
Any need to further discuss this? Nope. Board, let's vote.
No, I'll go with it, but I'm not
Okay.
convinced of the need, but
Okay.
that's fine.
Let's see. I move that we approve the language as amended to be 90 days instead of 60 days. All in favor? Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Ms. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So far, so good. '23 is sort of, is that even new language?
Well,
Yeah.
it eliminates the temporary queuing language for the first 6 months and just says, we're outside of that now
Okay, so
anyway.
let's vote. All in favor of number 23, there shall be no queuing on the public way or public sidewalks. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. 24. So explain this to us.
Yeah, so this is the site plan review that's going to be coordinated by the planning department. Again, it's not a full site plan review. It's looking at the queuing and it's looking at the sanitation facilities. And perhaps planning could elaborate more, but the idea, you want to talk about the submissions that are contemplated?
Again, this is not intended to be a year-long process. We understand that the customer, Netta's customers, may not want to wait outside. Again, we don't have a drawing that understands how different activities would be coordinated on the site. So we do want to understand what method would be used to separate any customers who are queuing on the site from vehicles who are entering and leaving the site. If they're going to be making any changes to that vestibule, that's an exterior change that we do need to see that could actually trigger the special permit process. If they're moving bike racks to make accommodations for these dual activities, that also affects safety and circulation. And the issue regarding the removable toilets, which is an issue for some abutters. We're not prohibiting that. We're just saying when we look at site plan review, we're trying to see if we can fit all of that in or even preclude the need for it. The reason this isn't just a geometry problem, there's a customer demand management which allows the licensee to participate in that process, to look at whatever technology, virtual queuing, reserve ahead, any of those measures that could help pace the volume, the number of customers during peak periods and on an hourly basis. So that's something that's still within their control, but we need to look at that to make sure that it's feasible. And that exercise has been proven to be really helpful to other retailers who have not complained about that process. So that's the intention there.
And I'm just going to scroll over so that the, excuse me, Jennifer, just a minute, thank you. Yeah, I'm just going to scroll over so that the comment is on the screen. Okay.
So let me say, so
Just have a
this
question.
process that we're talking about is coordinated by the planning department. Is there a need to have a formal, looks like a committee comprised of all these different agencies as opposed to the planning department seeking out, information from departments as necessary?
Right. So it is actually really efficient because we don't silo our departments. We have the department heads, the people who are here tonight, Commissioner Bennett, the Director of Engineering, Peter Ditto, Dan Martin in Transportation, Lieutenant Derek Hayes, the Fire Department, the Planning. We're all in the same room so that where there's ever areas where there's overlap, we get to vet that at once.
I guess my question is, why does it have to be in the conditions? I mean, that's how you operate in town business generally. I mean, there's no preclusion of you including in a room or even on a committee all the departments.
The understanding here is that we want to make sure, I mean, you're not going to get the same people. I mean, I might not work here next year. People might do things differently. We just want to make sure that it is coordinated. Our regulations pertaining to site plan review do coordinate all these departments. And as you can see, it's certainly great that the licensee has a good working relationship with the police department, but you can see that the police department isn't the only department that has expertise to offer. We want to make sure that it's coordinated and that we don't have the licensee dealing with individual departments and then comments go to you and there could be either redundancies or things in conflict.
Okay. I just don't understand why that can't be done
Okay.
without it being in the conditions.
Thank you. You see that it's contemplated in the last sentence also that this be worked out by the departments, and then they come, there is an appearance before you to discuss the results of the analysis and the work of the departments.
I actually think we haven't, it hasn't been in the license before. Look, let's face it, when this was a new business, it opened, we didn't know how exactly it was going to operate. We did a license based on that, and we need to improve that. We need to improve the situation. I believe this will improve the situation because it will involve people over here knowing what people over there are doing. And I believe it's an important thing to state up front so that the licensee has the expectation and the town understands what its roles and responsibilities are. So I don't see any harm in doing it this way. It hasn't, the licensee acknowledges that they haven't really talked to some of the other departments. And that, I'm not blaming them, but I think that this is the process we need to use going forward.
Let me just add one thing. I don't mean to dominate here, but we're listing a finite group of departments. What if there's a different department, sustainability, for example, a department that has to be included in this discussion? We've put in cement who's to be involved in this process. Now you, of course, can go beyond what's in writing, but it seems to me to make no sense to include this in the conditions, as opposed to rely on the town to sort of coordinate and work together as we expect them to do in all situations.
I think that's a simple language change, perhaps, that could just say, said process to be coordinated by the planning department shall consist of representatives of the relevant departments, which may include, et cetera. And then it's just
Or including but not limited to.
something like that.
Okay. That's cool by me.
I just have a
Ms.
comment,
Gilbert?
and two questions. My comment is that we never went through a site review plan process when the town requested us to take the customers off the public sidewalks and put them in the lot. That's my comment. And then I would say that condition number 24, which says to eliminate the restroom facilities, conflicts with 50, which says keep your porta potties.
Yeah.
So there's a conflict there. And then I would also just note that if, I would request that after, in the first sentence after the word, without any exterior modifications to the building, that not include the glass outdoor vestibule, because there's been some discussion of putting an additional door in the vestibule to assist with customer flow in and out of the vestibule. That's not technically the building, but I would like that language in there so that it's clear, particularly for the building commissioner.
Just one thing, the building commissioner can better address that. We're not saying there shouldn't be any exterior changes. We're just saying, I think maybe we could just word it a little bit more, a little differently. If there are exterior changes, that could trigger the special permit process or design review. It's on a major thoroughfare, it's a National Register property, and again.
Right, so would that also trigger preservation?
It could, yes.
Okay.
Not the vestibule though, right?
So how about, this is a language issue, so how about the following language? Existing footprint of the building without any exterior modification to the building, in parentheses, with the exception of the glass vestibule at the main entrance, subject to approval of the building commissioner.
No pressure, Dan.
Okay. So,
And then the restrooms?
So the restrooms, I suggest we get to when we get to 50.
yeah.
Okay, but
How do you approve it if it conflicts with 50?
Okay, so we should
So
vote
it's-
on that separately.
We're going to add language to 50, so there's consistency, and this just simply contemplates site plan review.
Okay. I mean, I would vote
To
against
address-
removing the restrooms. So I don't know if we want to sort of put that off or what.
I'm sorry? Do you want to look at 50 now?
Do you mean language or the actual restroom?
Both.
The actual porta potty?
Yeah, yeah.
We can let's look at 50 now, just so you
Okay.
can see.
And they have to be consistent,
Yep.
among other things.
Okay. So how about just adding to the beginning, subject to the site plan review, reference and condition number 24?
Yeah, I'd like to take out the removal of the restrooms from 24 and have that be the provision that addresses restrooms or the
Well, so
porta potties.
we need site plan review on the restrooms. It should stay in 24. There
Okay.
has to be a thoughtful addressing of the restrooms.
Okay,
So-
that's one thing, but we shouldn't preordain that they're going to be removed. That's one.
It can say that without
Okay.
suggesting that
Got it,
we want removal.
got it. So in 20,
I would also oppose removal. I mean,
this is a planning proposal, so they could perhaps explain the reasons for the existing language. Why don't you hear from planning?
Well, they're called temporary removable restroom facilities, so are we talking about a permanent structure? I'm just looking at this from a regulatory point of view. Normally, like in a construction management plan, porta-johnies are not going to be there forever. It's not part of the construction project. So it would be helpful, especially if there's not going to be a lot of queuing outside. Does there need to be porta-johnies outside? Again, we're just trying to make this a better site plan. We're not trying to make it more inconvenient.
My concern is that we hear that it's very difficult, if not impossible, to add restrooms to the building. So that means that we may need, we don't know when we can get rid of them without creating possible problems. So I don't want to lock myself into removing these porta potties unnecessarily. And before we really are in a
We're just saying
position to.
address. So we're saying address. So we want them, if they're going to be there, they should be in a safe place. If they have to be there, maybe there is like a
But
deadline
that's not
for
what that
removing
says.
them.
It says, review, address, will address measures to timely eliminate them. So that means we have to eliminate them at some point. And that's, I think we can come up with some language to fix that, but we have to.
Okay.
So I'm going to put in the language that we've hammered out.
Right, so we
far.
can vote
So
on
we have
that.
Well,
first sentence, right?
Well, you need to figure out what you want to say with that redlined sentence, if you want to soften that somehow or not. But what we have so far.
May I offer, will address the need for temporary removable restroom facilities
That site plan review.
on the property?
Well,
Well, I would not talk about the elimination. I agree with Bernard. I think that that's premature at this point because, Netta says that they have 90% no line and 10% line, but it's also winter and what will happen in the spring and the summer. And I think it is important to provide people with a way to use a restroom if they're waiting. And
Okay. What did Raul say?
Yeah, what would you say?
Will address the need for temporary removable restroom facilities on the property.
That will site plan review will address the.
That's fine.
Whether there is a continuing need?
No.
Something
No,
like
just
that?
the need.
The need for.
And then
Okay.
on the property instead of from the property.
no suggestion that there will be an elimination is, I think, what you're hearing from the board.
Of the property?
On.
On. Oops.
Ms. Steinfeld, our planning director, showed me pictures of screening in the form of solar voltaic screens that actually would make the site very attractive.
Okay, so what we have.
Just throw that out,
Yes? Okay. And then we have. How's that? I think
What does
that's we
Netta
have.
think about that? Okay. So the next sentence is something that Netta objects to. Could we get a sense of what the purpose for that is?
I'll scroll over, but I think Maria just explained why planning department contemplates receiving these, which is to see, what's what on an actual diagram. But, I'll let.
Still on 24?
Yeah.
We're okay.
Let's
Move on.
let's vote. Okay, I move approval of section 24, or item 24, as amended, as shown on the screen there. Any questions before we vote? Hearing none. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Wait, stop. Are you? Oh, the next condition, okay, sorry.
Okay.
Ms.
Aye.
Hamilton?
Stop.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, moving right along. Great.
Sounds very
25.
optimistic. Okay, let's see. So this is the transportation demand provisions of the Transportation Division. And is there a proposed change in language?
Yep, the change in language, we just want to add that the revised TDMP that
Yep.
we're requesting is going to be part of the site plan review.
Okay, so can you read it to me?
Sure.
So it goes after the 2020 licenses, I think?
Yep, so within 90 days of issuance of the 2020 license, the new sentence after that will read, in connection with the site plan review process, addressed in condition number 24.
Let me just type it first, and then Netta can comment. In 24. Okay, so that's the proposed additional language.
I would just love to hear what that means.
Yeah, I don't know.
and I really I'm not kidding, I've done a lot of site plan review, I've done TDM, I've never seen them merge together like that, so maybe Dan?
It just means. So what we're asking for is, when the revised TDMP comes in, that it goes with the site plan that's being submitted to planning, and that way we can look at it in conjunction with that department when we respond.
But what is that, isn't it two apples and an orange?
Our current regulations for marijuana retailers, there's a site plan review process, right, that includes the transportation demand management plan. And instead of doing it, having the licensee go to individual departments, it has been proven as this process evolves to coordinate these departments. Okay, it's actually less bureaucratic for the licensee. So I'm really not sure what Attorney Allen is concerned about.
Billy, I'll just observe, as the departments have worked through this, planning and transportation have worked very closely together on this. I mean, you're looking at a site, and you're interconnected parts, and I have seen them work very closely together on this. I'll put Netta's comment on the screen. You want to otherwise address Netta's comments?
So what do board members think? Do you understand this?
Well, I'm trying to understand the concerns that you have, Mr. Allen. Is it just about the language, or is it the spirit of this that you have an issue with?
No, I guess listen, I always have trouble agreeing to something that I don't understand the process, or it's an unfamiliar process, or it's a new process. And I respect the individuals that it's not going to be, more bureaucratic, but it's drafted as being more bureaucratic. The TDM, to me, we always look to Peter and his team, Todd and Dan, to deal with the TDM. And I'm just having trouble. I can get over that part, particularly if we can talk about it on an annual basis versus a biannual basis, because that makes it a lot more bureaucratic if we have to go through this process with all departments biannually versus annually. So if you want to put in the spirit of the compromise, I'll go with that if you go with annually. Okay. Since we're just wordsmithing this at 10 o'clock at night on the most important license the town has.
Okay. So what is the purpose of biannual?
The biannual wording in here is so we can get an idea if the TDM measures are working, and they're already coming back in June, which is 6 months after the license renewal. So the 60 days before they come back to you, we wanted to get another update on how the TDM measures are working in the performance monitoring. So that's why it's biannually. So we get the 6 months, which is in June, which they've already committed to, and then another follow-up before the next licensing. And we could change these conditions to reduce it back to annually if we see improvements.
Improvements for what? We've met the performance goals. That's what the performance and the traffic reports are all about. We've never gotten word from the town that we don't meet it. So what is the purpose of biannual other than to just be very oppressive?
Apparently in 6 months, you're presenting a plan anyway, right? Is that what you're saying, Martin?
In June, they're supposed to be presenting a new updated traffic monitoring plan.
So then in December, they'll present another plan in connection with the renewal. I guess I don't want to be stuck into a biannual if we're going to have it in June and have it in December, and then going forward, have it annually.
From what I can tell, I think they're only presenting in June, and that'll be our last report on the traffic demand management monitoring.
Well, I would think that they'd have to submit a report in connection with the renewal application. Yeah. Amanda.
This is a little bit convoluted, and it's confusing because we have a traffic demand management plan. That plan sets performance goals, and then it requires monitoring of those performance goals. Currently, at 3 months after we open and at 15 months after we open. We've agreed to move that 15 months to 12 months. So now, 12 months after we open, we do a performance monitoring. What the TDM plan already says is if we don't meet those performance goals, then we must mitigate in coordination with the town, and we have to do additional performance monitoring. So it's the performance goals that trigger whether or not we need to do continued performance monitoring. So the idea that we have to come back halfway through that and review the TDM plan for its effectiveness, the only way to review its effectiveness, as I understand it, is by performance monitoring. We have those intervals already established, and a trigger for more performance monitoring happens if we don't meet the goals. So to simply say every half a year we have to come back and do this is inconsistent with what that TDM plan says, and in my opinion sets us up to miss something, to fail. You know, it's very strict as it is. It's hard to meet these requirements and to make sure that we get all of these reports done on time, and this is just adds on another burden for us to potentially fail. That's how we feel.
Okay, what are board members?
Well,
think?
what
Any
if
thoughts?
we were, I mean, they're coming back in, either March or June, one of those two times. And what if we said for the next year, the 2020 year, it will be a biannual, and after that we recognize that it could go to annual if there are no issues. I mean, because there have been issues, and it may, there have been traffic issues and parking issues.
Not per our report that was approved, that was submitted to.
I did have a question about the report, if I may ask.
Yes.
Your traffic consultant's here tonight. On page 9, when you
Mr. Martin,
extrapolated
speak
the
to
sales
us.
data to get the vehicle.
Mr.
trims-
Martin, speak to the select board.
Sorry. So my question is, when NETA's consultant used the sales data to extrapolate the vehicle trips to the site, they had 274 trips reported, but yet they're only predicting 93 in the original traffic study. So I'm just curious what the discrepancy was there, and how did that meet the traffic monitoring performance goals?
Okay. No, it's not, obvious. We're getting through this pretty quickly.
So the 274 to 276 peak hour trips, those are projected. Those are not actual numbers because we couldn't count the vehicle trips entering and exiting the site. We expect that when the site is reopened for parking in the lot, that we'll be able to then quantify the number of actual vehicle trips that are generated by the site. So we anticipate that when we do this next study, whether it's 12 months or 15 months after opening, that we would then be able to have some realistic numbers to work with that should tell us if they meet their performance measures or if they don't. It is likely, based on these projections, that they may not meet their projections, what was projected. And I say, I didn't do the original traffic study. That was presented by Stantec. Tetra Tech has taken over to do the monitoring study. So I did not personally work on the traffic impact study where the 93 trips were projected. That was based on, I believe, Colorado data that they had used to project numbers for here in Massachusetts. However, it appears that in Massachusetts currently we're maybe generating more than what the typical ITE, which is our traffic engineering standard, would generate.
Okay, thank you.
I have a couple of questions. So when you are doing the verification, are you just standing in one place to see how people are getting there? I think there was a report that 50% of customers are traveling there by modes other than car. How are you validating that data?
So that data, I was personally in the lot surveying folks who were waiting in line.
Okay, so you had a conversation
Yes.
with them about.
Yep.
Okay.
And I think it was 40% during the peak hours, 46 during the peak hours, and closer to 60 during the off-peak hours.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I'll just add, I think what I heard was Mr. Allen offer a fair compromise, which to stipulate to the language here, if it were to be annual, I think that's fair.
I can testify that in speaking with the transportation department, we wanted biannual because we didn't realize that the 15-month check-in would basically land about halfway through the license. So I'm now comfortable going to the year, because the 15-month review will, in essence, be a biannual.
So it's exactly what I was suggesting.
So you're comfortable with annual?
After,
Okay.
it'll be, in
After-
essence, it'll be after this year, because they
Right.
will be presenting in,
I think that,
are you listening, Netta? You will be presenting in March or April or May or June, either 12 or 15 months, and then you'll be presenting again at the annual licensing, and then after that, it'll be annual licensing. Is that correct?
that's what we have agreement here on the board for.
So I just, the language, it's a little confusing to me. Does this mean that every year we must engage a traffic consultant to perform a traffic study, not just if we don't meet our performance goals? Because if we're meeting our performance goals at 15 months, you know, does that mean we still have to, every year we still have to do a new traffic study? Because the way that it's currently established is if we don't meet our goals, another study is triggered. So I'd be more comfortable agreeing to another interval that's required, even if we don't meet our performance goal, or even if we do meet our performance goals. So maybe you say 3 months, 12 months, and 18 months after opening, that we have to do this traffic analysis. But if we meet the performance goals at 18 months, then we don't have to do a traffic, I mean, these are incredibly expensive, time-consuming studies. So for us to be required to do it every single year, even if there's no
we're not
suggestion
saying-
of any
We've not been
issue.
saying that. What we've been saying is that in this next year, you're going to come to us anyway about the halfway point, and then you'll be coming to us again at the time of the license renewal.
Yes, all I'm asking
And then
is-
after that, it would go to an annual license renewal unless there were a problem.
Yeah, I guess I just want to make clear that it doesn't necessarily mean that every year we have to engage a consultant to do a traffic study. That every year which is already in our conditions, we have to present any findings from our TDM plan. That makes perfect sense. All I'm trying to clarify is whether or not this triggers automatic, traffic study once a year, no matter what. I'm just trying to
I don't think the language says.
Well, what's that language in the blue there, transportation response? Isn't that responsive to your concerns? That revised TDMP is only needed if deemed necessary by the Director of Engineering Transportation. Is that?
So my concern is with the language, and
I'm okay with that for an annual report, if the transportation department feels like we need it.
so the effectiveness of the TDMP, I can't see this. Okay.
Need Patty to help us, yeah.
So this language here
Push this off.
is what's confusing to me, where it says the effectiveness of the TDMP will be reviewed with the town staff biannually or annually. What does review, how do we review the effectiveness, I guess, is what I'm asking. Does that require a traffic study? Do you understand?
Mr. Martin?
And that's what I was envisioning, is they would provide a study, and that's how we determine whether it was effective or not.
Right, but that's how our TDM plan is already established. Is it automatic now that we have to do it every single year, or can it be that we do it at 3 months, which we did, we meet our performance goals, we do it again at 12 months, we do or don't meet our performance goals, and then if you guys want us to do it again 6 months after that, we're certainly can agree to that. But if we meet the performance goals after that last required study, then we aren't required to annually perform a new traffic study unless we don't meet the performance goals. That's the point of clarification that I'm seeking.
I think the only thing before us right now is the next year.
Okay.
So why don't we just say that this provision shall be reviewed as part of the annual permitting and traffic control?
Okay.
That's right, we would do that anyway.
And we're fine. Well, then it flags it so we know we're going to look at it.
Fine.
Whoever's sitting on the board next year will also know.
So what language are you proposing that we can vote on?
Well, just put it at the beginning. just put that in brackets at the beginning.
And that means for this year, we'll get a report in June, and then we'll get another report 2 months before the renewal of the license.
Any other change? So there were a couple of other comments on specific language.
For this year, it would be
Cash out.
biannual.
I'm sorry, so what are we doing? Are we doing anything else in that first paragraph? Any other language changes in the first paragraph? Hearing none. Oh, sure, absolutely.
Well, yeah, so if it's the effectiveness of this TDM plan will review the town staff biannually 60 days prior and 6 months after the licensing renewal process. That-
Take out 6
And so what do you,
So would we take out 6 months after?
Isn't the June study going to be 6 months after the license is issued?
The
we're getting one
license
in
is
March, I
issued
think, right?
now.
So are we taking out and after?
That's effective January 1st. Okay, so why don't we just put in the year 2020 somewhere in there?
I'm
So it's
sorry?
clear. Put in the year 2020 somewhere in there so that it's clear that we're talking about
It's up.
just this licensing period.
She just put it
Okay,
up.
oh, I see, you just put it in.
Or we remove the word biannual and reference the 15-month review.
So, yeah, just what is 60 days prior and 6 months after?
60 days prior would be to the next renewal period. You're going to submit another performance monitoring for us to review.
But then 60 days after would be in the next licensing period, which. I guess I
60
would
days
prefer
prior,
this language should be consistent
prior
with the TDM
to,
plan.
it should say prior to.
Yeah.
I think there's a word missing.
Couldn't it just say 3 months, 15 months after, 3 months, 12 months, and 18 months after opening?
Oh, we got it.
Consistent with the
Well, I think we just say.
Let me just, I'm
have to figure
gonna
this one
suggest
out
something.
later.
We take this out, and we have 60 days prior to, right? That's part of the annual renewal, right? And then you also want something, you're also getting something in June. I thought it was, is it March or June?
For the year 2020, we will have,
This is in addition to something's getting submitted in June, or in March, I'm not sure.
Mayor,
What is
can-
the language that should go here?
The 15-month
The 15-month
well, I think that makes it confusing.
review.
Just say
review stipulated for June 2020 under existing conditions. How's that?
Yeah, good. Okay, is that cool by you, Amanda?
I'm just concerned about the potential for being inconsistent with what the TDM plan requires. So my suggestion, I'm fine to do the additional monitoring. I just don't want to get stuck doing this monitoring and the monitoring that's required by the TDM plan. So why not make the language consistent with the TDM plan
How
to
would you
say
do that?
the effectiveness of this TDM plan will be reviewed consistent with the TDM plan 3 months, 12 months, and 15 months after opening for adult use. I think we achieve the same goals, but it's then consistent with what the measures are in the TDM plan.
Okay.
I just am not sure if those 60 days line up with what the requirements actually are today.
Can I just make a comment? My understanding, and Mr. Martin can speak to this, is that this is beefed up from what exists now. And so I think Mr. Todd Corain, Transportation Administrator, had some views on this, and the transportation personnel have been working collaboratively on this. I believe that's correct. Am I right?
Yep.
Mr. Martin?
So are you
Okay,
asking us
so-
to hold this until a future meeting?
What
Well, no,
I
we
was
can
saying is
vote.
that just adding another date doesn't necessarily address what my understanding of what the Transportation Division was trying to achieve.
Well, if we don't know what they're trying to achieve,
We're trying
how
to
do we?
achieve, we're trying to achieve another performance monitoring report submitted before your next renewal, before your next license renewal.
So in October or November of 2020?
Correct.
Pick a month and put it in there.
October.
Okay, we're going to
We
vote
could
very
probably
soon,
put
so let's
something
get
in,
this
we could
straightened
agree
out.
to that we do it in October. We could probably put something in there that if there's an inconsistency between this provision and the TDM plan, the TDM plan will control.
Okay,
In June and in September,
Sure.
okay,
June and September,
okay.
2020.
because that's aligned with.
June and September or?
June and September.
September's too soon.
Okay, so,
I'm sorry, March.
March and September.
Okay.
We said 12 months.
Okay, March and September.
March 2020 and September?
Correct.
Okay. For the, okay, and then this goes.
No.
Hold on, that's a separate, episode review.
Is there a way we can vote this condition? With the language to be
September?
worked out between the two.
Yes.
So it seems like a waste of a lot of time.
And that's,
I know. I mean, I think we're all agreeing the same thing, but we can't get the words right.
I think that in anticipation of but isn't, that's just cross-referencing your existing requirements under whatever standards are set forth already.
But it's not an addition. We're doing, instead of the 15 months, we're doing 12 months.
We're doing 12.
Got it.
3, 12, 18 instead of 3.
It should say 12?
No, because
No, it's setting us up to do a 12 there. The June 2020 is 12. So it's consistent without having to add that.
This now says March. This says March. And we now have the renewal period. I thought there was something due in March or June, and I've heard conflicting months.
Right, so currently it says 3 months and 15 months we have to do monitoring.
Which is when?
And we're going to say 3 months,
That's
12 months.
That's March.
Yeah.
this is fine. This is fine.
okay, good. Any questions from the board? I move approval of item 25.
Can we just go through, please, before you do that? Let's see.
Patty, I do think that there's a little inconsistency, and I just want to make sure that we're all clear that when it says under existing conditions, the existing conditions specify June and not March. So I would say a modification of existing conditions.
As amended. Okay. Is, I think, okay? I think we all get that. Okay, the next comment was under employees with the cash-out benefit. Netta's comment was, it was under a different language that required equivalency to the parking subsidy. And the comment was, at that time, unmanageable from an HR perspective and inconsistent with TDM goals and measures.
I sort of agree with that they were micromanaging, and I don't think that's appropriate.
Shall I take it out?
What other
What
people
What is
think?
it, well, usually, as I
Netta's here to
understand it, I'm sure Heather will correct me if I'm incorrect, but I thought the TDM plans generally do require that employers provide some sort of subsidy to encourage the use of public transportation. We've certainly been talking about that in the town.
Right. But we don't want to get down into the weeds and.
Not necessarily, I'm just asking Dan what the,
Yeah, this provision goes a little step beyond that, and it gives an incentive. So if you walk or bike, you get a cash out benefit as well. So not just the free MBTA pass, but you actually get extra incentive, normally cash, to walk or bike.
I'm not sure that it's really our role to be identifying the type of incentives that they use. Amanda?
Can I just highlight that 75% of our employees are currently traveling by means other than a vehicle? So you're essentially asking us to provide those people who are already traveling by a means with a credit?
no, I mean,
So we're not having to.
75% is very good. Not-
Yeah, so
not
I
denying
think there's a
that.
lot of other measures that we've agreed to here to continue to improve that 75% number. I just think
Yeah,
that this.
does anyone
one is-
object to taking that out?
No, this is a
Okay,
best
take it out.
practice, but we don't need it in our license conditions.
Okay, I'm gonna remove, yes?
Yep.
Remove it.
And I'll renumber. I'll do that after.
Yeah.
And then the next language change has to do with C3.
Okay, the concern there is profiling employees, the response is only zip code, but zip code is profiling, so I think that Netta's comment is appropriate there. And if you know the zip code, you know whether you live in Roxbury or I don't know where, Cambridge, or Brookline. I mean, what do other people think?
I think, I visited Netta last week on the invitation of Amanda, and we talked about the issue, not in connection necessarily with the, this particular clause, but the idea that they only collect zip codes so that they're able to furnish data to the town in terms of their customer volume and traffic impacts.
Right, that was for customers. This is asking us to ask our employees where they live. Report where they live. We're not sure why.
I don't see why it's necessary.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
it's
Take it
useful
out.
for a planning perspective, but weighed
You wanna comment on
against
that?
the number of employees that Netta has, you could discern individual information. The pool is too
Yeah.
small.
Okay, so let's take that out.
Okay. Okay, so I think now we have some language that's ready for a vote.
Okay. On six, let's see, B6, Netta said that they have a policy of terminating employees for parking in 2-hour zones. Is that appropriate for us to put that in the conditions? I mean, seems to me that is, they're managed. So
we're okay with it.
Okay. Look, if you're going to be okay with it, I'm not going to argue. Let's move on.
I also like that we can hold other entities to the same standard, so I appreciate that you're willing to codify it in writing.
Okay. Okay, so are we ready to vote on this? Is that, those are the only things that are, oh, what about the incentives language? Wasn't there a question about that?
Yeah, that was incorporated. Where did you, again, Mr. Martin incorporated that in item 8, B8. And it's just something to explore right now. The CCC regulations don't permit incentives like this, but
Okay.
at some point they might.
Okay, so that's in, okay, that's good.
It's explore, it's not.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. The original was different, so. Okay, so we're ready to vote
One more
on?
thing, just on C,
Yeah.
the very first word, if we do all performance monitoring,
Should be annual.
Okay.
or all?
Or
Oh,
all.
okay.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Is that good, Dan? Okay.
Okay, let's vote. I move approval of item 25. Any questions regarding motion to approve that? Hearing none. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Ms. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let's see, we're up to 30.
30, and 30, Netta didn't have a disagreement with.
Okay, let's vote that. Let's see if I agree with that. Yeah, okay. All in favor of 30, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay,
We're on 31, and there are a number of proposed language changes here by Netta.
Yeah, we just want to talk to some
Yeah.
of the software issues.
Okay. Okay, do you want to do that first? Okay.
So again, 89.4% of the time, no lines, so questioning what we're trying to solve for, but understand.
Excuse me, Jennifer, is that based, how much period of time is that based on? The
89.4, that was the last 6 weeks running, so when we took November into December and measured from
Okay.
that point, that's what that period was.
So that's the winter months. Okay, thank you.
So with respect to this, I think I'm going to have Lynette speak to some of the concerns about it, as well as some of the verbiage.
Yeah. First of all, I just want to say, we are...
could you speak into the mic? I mean, you have a
Yes.
great voice, but
Yes, yes.
the TV audience.
Yeah, I'm Lynette French. I'm the Vice President of Operations for NETA. We're on board with a wait time widget, is what we had called it previously. I'm hoping we can consider talking through this a little further and just talking through all the details of where this would be posted. I'm sure you've been on our platforms, and so instead of the verbiage banner, I would suggest that we add in, it's a wait time widget on our landing page. So for that piece, and then updated every 5 minutes. Currently, there is technology, and we have used it previously when we were under just the medical operation, because we had a check-in point with an ID and a check-in point at the POS. With adult use, which is all of our lines currently, there's nothing we're recording when we're checking the ID or when they're getting to the POS. So we would need some time to work through it. I feel like we could move very quickly, but we will be having to manually update these, watching camera. So every 5 minutes, our data tends to refresh every 30 minutes. And so we would set that up from a technology platform where it could be manually updated, but it would be every 30 minutes. I would also ask to consider that we don't have it restricted, that it is follow-up on all social media platforms. There will come a time where posting that we don't have a line could also have unintended consequences of sending additional traffic. So I just wanted that for consideration as well.
Just to supplement that last point, given that we don't have waits that exceed 20 minutes almost ever, even when we do have a line outside, those lines are not typically more than a 20-minute wait. Often, that widget or that banner, or however it is going to say, there's no wait at NETA. So we actually think this could be counterintuitive. I think if we had long lines like we did in the early days and the waits for an hour, then this would make a lot of sense. So I think I think it's more reasonable to say if our waits exceed 15 or 20 minutes, then we must, post that and continue to post it every 15 minutes until we don't have a wait that exceeds that amount of time. I just fear that reaction to people seeing there's no wait at Neta is actually to drive more people to Neta, because right now we rarely
Well,
have
isn't
waits.
that what we want? In the sense, we want people to be looking at the website and waiting until there's no wait, and then coming in.
But if most of the time that website says there is no wait, you know, and only these around 10% of the time now, and we expect that to continue to decrease, there is a wait. More often than not, people are coming to the website and they're saying, oh, there's no wait at Neta. So I understand the intent, and we're certainly willing to work on something like this. But part of the reason we removed that widget is because, you know, there wasn't, the wait times for our medical customers just, you know, disappeared. So, you know, we just want to make sure we're solving for the right problem. And not creating a different problem. So I think that you know, what I had suggested might be a better approach, which is we must post when a wait time exceeds a certain amount of time, and continually until it dips below a designated amount of time. But to say like every 5 minutes, always, we have to keep that updated seems a bit burdensome, because to Lynette's point, we will need to hire a person to manage this process, because the technology doesn't currently exist in the way to operate it the way that we used to with those check-in points.
Okay, what do people think?
I can also see some downsides in that if someone in Quincy wants to come to Neta and they look at the website and it said there's no wait, and it takes them half an hour to get there, or 45 minutes, and then all of a sudden there's this wait, and they're really annoyed, and, you know, I can see that that's a kind of a downer. So maybe you can explain to us how we can get around these kinds of problems.
This didn't come from planning, but I do have some thoughts on it for the board's consideration. Remember, we're asking for a customer demand management plan. We're leaving it up to the licensee to come up with any technologies they want to use, so we could just see it as a holistic, measure. And I think rather than being prescriptive about individual measures, I think we should leave it up to the licensee to look at the whole suite of technologies they could use. And again, that is going before the board. So I would just suggest that there could be other technologies in addition to this, or instead of this, that could even work toward the goal that you are trying to achieve.
Okay, so what would the language say? I agree.
I would just say maybe you don't need to have condition 31. You can just, remember, there'll be a customer demand management plan that we're asking for, and I'm just saying if you deleted 31, it's that technology or a different technology could be part of the customer demand management.
Excuse me, Maria, where is the customer demand management plan?
We have it back in 24, condition 24.
Okay, I didn't remember which one it was.
So,
Is there a sentiment to?
can I suggest that in item 24, we then say somewhere that licensees shall include, what would you suggest?
Well, I think if we're going to, if we think this is an idea that we'd like Neta to explore, we should say that in 24.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay.
Okay, so you'll revote 24, and then we'll take out 31?
Yeah.
Well, we could say after the words queuing on the public way, you could say such as, because you're going to, such as a technology plan for managing wait lines or something of that nature. I mean,
Can we just all agree that we will make that part of it?
Yeah.
Do we have to go back and revote something? Can we just agree in front of all you people right now that we'll make that part of it?
I think that's fine. We now all understand what we're driving towards, so we can just cut out 31 and.
We're going to use customer demand management, so we're defining it, and that will be part of the definition.
Yes.
Yes. Please. Exit out. And I guess we have to vote to eliminate that?
No.
No?
You're going to vote that.
Okay, so this is, right.
Never happened.
Okay, new 31.
New 31, which is collection of transaction information. I'll read again Netta's comment, proposing deletion of the entire paragraph. It is unclear the purpose of this request. This is not a reliable way to provide information because it is based on assumptions from a previous quarter, which has no bearing whatsoever on the next quarter. This seems punitive in nature and another attempt to force the question of mandatory appointments. It also creates serious concerns for a private business with its competitors as more stores open.
Yeah, so what is the purpose for this? Where did this come from?
This is Select Board Franco's suggestion.
Came from me. So I think the intent here is to, as we think about mitigation, prepare for anticipated customer volumes, rather than having to play catch-up when there's an observed problem or observed concern. We at least have a sense of what's possibly coming.
And
So-
especially in this time period when other facilities will be opening, not only in Brookline, but in Boston, what effect will that have on customer volume? We don't want to wait many, many months to find that out. I think,
Well, yeah, couldn't we just make that part of the customer demand management? Do you see anything different in here that wouldn't be discussed as part of it? I mean, one of the problems I had with customer demand management is I didn't know the definition. Now I'm starting to understand it a little bit more as I get to these sections, but.
Well, I think providing the data isn't incorporated in the previous condition, which I understand.
Oh, no, I get that part, but if we incorporate 31 and 32 of our understanding of the elements in there as part of our customer demand management, we're starting to get a decent definition of what it's going to look like.
I understand the intent behind this condition. I'm very concerned that, to our comment, that the previous quarter doesn't necessarily reflect what will happen in the next quarter. So now we're posting information. I mean, it requires us to post this information about the peak time from the previous quarter to suggest when to come into NETA in the next quarter. And that it's just data that's not reliable in that way.
So it's the posting of information that you object to, not the providing of information.
Right, we feel like if we're doing it at staff level as part of the customer demand, that's different than posting it out there for the world to see.
But I also, I guess I just question what conclusions will be drawn or what efforts will be undertaken when we report to the town that our busiest hours were this and this on each given day of the week. Like, what does that reflect is, I guess, what we're trying to...
I guess maybe another question is, don't we already require you to give this to us if we ask for it?
Of course. We
Okay,
have a requirement to provide any data that you
Right.
ask for at any point in time, and we provide this data.
So maybe we're telling staff, this is the data we want you to ask for.
Sure. You can ask us to, that's exactly, you can hold us accountable. I would just
But
say.
I'm not talking about holding you accountable. I'm
No,
just
no,
saying
but-
that it's not necessary to say.
It's
that-
absolutely
that-
not necessary to say it because, again, the idea with the customer demand management plan is we want customers in and out efficiently.
Right.
And I'm sure the retailer does as well. So we don't have to get so specific. I mean, how are you going to synthesize this information on a quarterly basis? We want to make sure the overall plan is to get customers in and out efficiently.
Right.
And if they have this overflow where suddenly they're using 7 of their parking spaces for parking and the rest is for queuing, like that obviously doesn't work.
Right.
So this thing has to be fine-tuned. right?
So given that we can ask for this information and this board is directing you to ask for this information, we can take it out of the, in my view, we can take it out of the conditions. Does anyone disagree?
well, I'd just like to ask and make sure that staff is aware that, we would want to know how many of NETA's customers are now using Reserve Ahead as opposed to walking in and having an appointment. I mean, when I met with Amanda, she said to me they started with, Reserve Ahead at about 45%, and now it's about 60%. So the fact that it's growing would be an important thing for us to know. And I would want to make sure that staff ask about that particular issue.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so I move that we Well, we don't need to vote on eliminating it, but we're just,
Yes.
Anyone
We'll
object to that?
Yeah, get a vote, just so we have everyone's view on record, and then we'll vote them at the end. We'll vote the full draft.
Well, I think the vote is that we would expect staff to collect the information.
Do you want to change the language, or are we taking it out?
No, we're taking it out, but the vote is, if we're voting, I want to say, we expect staff to collect it. I don't,
I wanted to vote on whether to take out.
I would be
Okay.
more comfortable.
Any
with stated-
disagreements?
I would be more comfortable with stated in some form, but it's.
So for me, this we get in one way or another with the transportation demand management plan.
or whenever we ask them for information. I mean, yes. So I move elimination of item 31. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
No.
Ms. Heller?
no.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye.
So that was 32.
That's right. Now 31.
No, it was
yeah.
31.
It was
Just call it
32.
32.
But I don't think Ben wanted, oh, sorry.
So.
No, it's 31 up here.
It's 31 on the
Oh, I'm
draft.
sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And so we are, just for the record, we are eliminating the paragraph regarding collection of customer transaction
Right.
information.
And a matter of legislative history or whatever, we're instructing staff to make sure that that information is gathered, is asked for and used. Okay.
Porta potties.
By the way, what about this town-approved customer code of conduct? I thought there was
That got
some.
removed. It's
Withdrawn.
It's gone?
It's withdrawn.
Oh, did I skip
Okay.
one? I'm sorry.
So it's agreed.
Yes. Let's vote, though.
Can I say one thing about that?
We're
You
now
know-
on paragraph 31 regarding
No, but
the closing time.
But I want to talk about the issue of the customer code of conduct, because I'd like to
Okay.
make a point about it. And I discussed this with Amanda last week. I do think it's important, we can't obviously hold NETA if their customers are going to completely ignore every piece of information that NETA provides. But in the instance in the materials about consuming in public, NETA says customers should consume responsibly. And my concern about that is I'm not sure what that means. And Amanda agreed to amend that, and I'm assuming I'm taking NETA at its word that it will amend that to be a little more specific, because I don't think that customers necessarily know that it is illegal to smoke marijuana in public. It's not illegal to smoke cigarettes, so they may think it's okay to smoke marijuana.
Yeah, I just I did agree to update that language on the specific collateral that you had pointed out. I do want to make the point that there is several other places where we discuss at length that public consumption is illegal, including in big signage in the store, including in our customer handbook. So yes, you noted that there was a place where it said, please consume responsibly. And I took your point to say, like, let's be more explicit about that. But this is a point of conversation at the point of sale. It's in our educational materials much more explicitly. So you have my word that we will update that collateral that's not more
Thank you.
specific.
Okay, so we're at, new 31.
Disagreement.
Yeah, so the new 31
Okay,
has
I
to.
have a problem with it. For example, if 60 minutes after closing time, a medical patient throws up on the parking lot, we don't want to preclude NETA from going out there and cleaning it up. That may be a remote possibility, but it's a real possibility in my view. They say they can do everything within 60 minutes, but we also have this period of time between 8 and 10 when customers are coming through who may be creating situations that have to be cleaned up.
I think we have language in our liquor regulations, more or less, to this effect.
Right.
I have them.
Well, I think we encountered this issue with a restaurant when I was first on the board. The restaurant was cleaning up after, patrons left, and they were making a huge amount of noise and then dragging the trash receptacles and, banging the silverware and whatever. And obviously Netta's not going to be banging silverware, but, it was very difficult for the neighbors because this was happening at 11 or 12 o'clock at night, and their children were trying to sleep. And Netta is in a residential area, and I'm sure they want to respect the concerns of the neighbors. So I don't see a problem with this because the volume you're going to do between 8 and 10 with the medical, how many people is that? How much trash are you going to really be cleaning up? Can you do it on, can you clean up after the adult use when the noisy activities happen, and then in the morning finish the cleanup for the medical?
Yeah, to be clear, I don't have an issue with this. I believe we're complying with this already. I do want to make the point that when we heard from the neighbors that taking out trash late in the evening was a disruption, we changed it, and
Yeah.
we no longer do that.
I understand that.
We've been responsive. We don't have an issue with this. We might ask to include some language around, an emergency situation, or, something like that.
Yeah, I
to
would
your
suggest
point.
adding, except for emergency situations. It doesn't have to be medical
we're
emergency,
we're
but just emergency
comfortable with that.
situations.
Thank you.
So since this is agreed to,
Yes,
Are we adding except? in
yeah,
emergency?
except, wait, not at the beginning, except in emergency situation. Shouldn't that go at the end?
I think it goes in the beginning.
Okay. Except in emergency situations, within.
My specialty is long sentences.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, I move approval of new item 31 as amended with respect to the language at the beginning. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Almost finished. Okay. We're now to 51. Now, Netta says that it's not possible to make these facilities invisible, and I agree with them. I never understood how anyone could think that you could do that.
It's been removed.
It's been removed?
Yes.
Okay. So what are the issues we're dealing with here?
We're okay with it now.
Let me see if I'm okay. Okay, I move approval of item 48.
And this is regarding temporary sanitation facilities, just
Right.
for the record.
Item 48, new item 48, it's item 51 in our materials, but new item 48, all in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, new item 49.
Regarding illumination.
Agreement.
Yeah, okay, that's a good change, yeah. All in favor? I move approval of new item 49. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Almost finished. A licensee shall cooperate with you.
Agreed.
That's agreed, right? Okay, I move approval of new item 52.
This is regarding reasonable requests for information from the Community Impact Coordinator.
Right. Okay. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay. Formerly 63, new item 60.
Item 60 is regarding the reporting and renewal documentation. There's a proposal to make that biannual, and Netta's comment is, why biannual? Extremely burdensome and not necessary.
Okay, well, what are the reasons town staff has for making it biannual.
Oh, was this, I apologize, this was TMM's and residents in their proposal.
Okay, did they give any reasons for biannual? I don't think they did.
Not that I'm speaking on behalf, but we do provide this annually, and if you ask us for it more than that, we would have to provide it to you.
Yeah.
so.
So I propose, or I suggest that we take, do we need to even have that sentence?
I don't think the sentence hurts. I think we could just say, these submissions shall include as part of an annual reporting. Anyway,
Renewal
determine,
process.
you know, and
Pardon?
then say, except that, you know, if the town has a need for the information and requests it sooner, or
We
by-
already have
It already
that.
has that.
Just take out by.
So, yeah, the proposal is highlighted. Do you want to include the highlighted language, or do you not want to include the highlighted?
Got to use some language there.
Okay, take it out,
Take it out.
Okay.
Oh,
The whole,
right?
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's right.
all right.
Which is what it says now.
Yeah, okay. Out.
Or-
That's good.
As
Okay.
annual, no, that's a
Vote
little
on it.
awkward, right?
Let's vote on it.
Okay, move approval of new item 60 as edited. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Is there anything else?
Can you just vote, vote the whole
Okay.
draft?
Can I ask a question before we do that? So we made a number of changes and a number of conditions. There's now, NETA has made a lot of modifications. We've got hours that are reduced. We have, you know, all of this stuff is in anticipation that it will help mitigate the nuisance impacts on the neighbors. But if it does not do that and we need to do something further, I don't know what that something further is, very frankly. But I would like the opportunity to do that before the next year passes.
But we have the mitigation committee, advisory committee, for that very purpose.
Okay, but we have a mitigation committee, but this doesn't say that we can change, you know, per mitigation committee
No,
recommendations
we'd have,
in 6 months.
If you establish violations or a nuisance is a violation, you can always open up this license with due notice to the
Okay.
applicant.
Okay, so, okay.
okay. I move approval of the revised licensing conditions for NETA as revised by the Select Board in its votes over the last 3 hours. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Not as bad as it could have been. Hey, it's the way we have, okay? When your industry matures a little bit, maybe we'll have a different way.
So jealous.
It's up to you guys. I wish I
So
told-
there's no requirement that it be in this year, except for Mark Gray is here.
Poor Mark Gray.
Ask Melissa.
I don't know, whatever you want to do.
Thank you. Okay,
I think we have to do it before the BFAC hearing.
before we what?
The BFAC hearing.
Oh, that's right. Okay, we need to do it before the BFAC hearing.
So can I walk you through the license renewals?
Sure. Okay.
Mr. Chair and members of the board, the rest of the licenses need to be renewed prior to December 31st. So what we have done is we've created a list with all the categories of license renewals. Departments, any issues that have come up with departments, we've already dealt with. So the hearings you've held tonight with Porto Maltese, the lodging house issue, were the result of department notations. So to my understanding, all of the remaining licenses that are on this list are all set to be approved. Is there any, am I wrong with anything on that?
No, I think that's the case.
The only thing I would say is there is one applicant for a lodging license who owes the town funds, and we will probably be coming to you after the beginning of the year if that hasn't been paid, with a request that you hold a hearing and potentially revoke that license until those fees are paid to the town. So, but I don't think we need to discuss that much. So,
Would it be prudent to hold the license renewal until those?
no, because the license renewal it expires on December 31st, and you're not meeting until that time.
Okay.
So, and plus, we haven't given them proper notice.
Okay.
How much do they owe us? Is it a
I
significant amount, or
believe it's less than $10,000.
any indication that they are having trouble coming up with that?
Yep.
Okay, so
Yes.
maybe this is more than just, okay, well,
Well, we'll have our hearing.
yeah, we'll have our hearing.
All right. So, I would follow this list here. So I would suggest the board take a vote on approving renewal of all the alcohol license, and these include club licenses, inn holders, package stores, as well as the common victualler service of alcohol, as appears on your list.
Okay. I move approval of those licenses. Any questions, discussion? No? All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Town has one amusement license, and that's ready for your renewal.
Where is that located?
It's at the Brookline Lodge of Elks on Kent Street.
Okay. Move approval of the, what license is that?
It's called an amusement license,
Amusement
but I
license,
believe
okay.
it's a coin-operated
It's separate from entertainment?
Yes.
Okay. So I move approval of the amusement license. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Now we move to the common victualers license. This includes all of restaurants, including those that you've previously approved under the alcohol, but these are all of our common victualers licenses. So those are ready for approval.
Okay. Any questions regarding the common victualler license?
Everybody's
Paid up.
There is, I'm sorry to interrupt, there is one license that has not renewed for the common victualler.
Okay, so in that case, what we typically will do is we'll make a condition. Could you tell me what that is, Tiffany? Which one that is?
They would, if they were to renew before December 31st.
Yes,
payment would be-
which license are we talking
That
about?
is Toshiba Ichabod.
Okay, Toichi Ichabod on 5 Kendall Street in Brookline apparently has been delinquent in submitting the required paperwork, and in those cases, what the board has done is it places a condition on that if they have not submitted that paperwork by December 31st, that their license will be considered non-renewed.
Is there a language barrier here?
And they have to provide a penalty, right, a financial penalty. I believe I know that Tiffany has made incredible efforts to get a hold of these folks, and this is the only one out of many, many licenses.
Okay, I move approval of the common victualler licenses, except for Toshiba Ichabod, whose license will be considered non-renewed if full payment of owed amounts
And
are not
paperwork.
made.
No, this is not owed money. This is, they haven't submitted their renewal
Oh, I'm
application
sorry.
materials.
If the renewal application has not been submitted by December 31st of
Including,
2019.
thank you, and including a penalty of, do you know how much it is? $50.
Including.
A late penalty.
Late penalty. Okay, is that clear?
Could I ask a question? We've sent them letters, I assume.
I have sent 3 letters, emails, and I've actually gone by the location. It just happened to be on a route, and they are closed for renovation. So it's been quite difficult to get a hold of them to renew the license.
Well, they'll find out when they want to reopen.
Yeah.
I mean, the worst that can happen, is this alcohol or not?
No alcohol.
So the worst that can happen is they'll have to come in and submit a new application when they reopen.
Okay, good. Okay, all in favor, as indicated, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Thank you. The entertainment license, I want to point out that for some reason our system creates 2 categories of entertainment licenses. You see entertainment license here, and then in a couple of pages later, they're called special entertainment licenses. And we can add those 2 categories together in your vote, please.
Okay, any questions regarding those?
I would attach the same condition regarding Tahichi Ichabod.
Thank you.
Okay. I move approval of entertainment licenses, which include entertainment licenses and special entertainment licenses, with the exception of Toshiba Ichabod, whose license will be considered non-renewed if reapplication plus payment of penalty is not received by the town by December 31st, 2019. All in favor? Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Lodging licenses, you've dealt with previously the issue about that lodging license. Does that have to be, do we have to
Condition?
incorporate that vote here in the renewals, or?
Well, we're renewing, but we are requiring them to come
They have
back
the
in 6 months.
outstanding debt, right?
Now, this is the, isn't this the lodging, Pine Street Inn?
Oh, the
Yeah,
The one we had.
resident agent
right.
Yeah.
issue.
So we've told them to come back in 3 months if they haven't gotten an agent, or
Right.
earlier if they have, but we're renewing their license. So
Yes.
I think that we don't really need to speak to that.
Any other issues on lodging houses? No, that's it.
Okay. So I move approval of lodging houses. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
You have the marijuana license that we just dealt with. It's actually 2 separate licenses. One is a regular retailer, the other is a marijuana treatment center, both Netta at 160 Washington Street. So I believe I don't know whether the vote you just took
Well, the vote was on
constituted
the
that.
conditions, so we need to vote on the
renewal.
renewal of the license. so. Okay, I move approval of the Netta medical marijuana and adult use marijuana licenses. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
That's it.
Okay.
Did we do the food vendor licenses?
Did I miss that one?
I think
Where's that?
it's all the sort of general business licenses.
Oh, yes. So we missed the category of general business license. Thank you, Ben. So general business license, runs from antiques dealers to food vendors, and inn holders. So, that's an important category. So we refer to those as general business licenses, and here are all the entities within that category. That needs to be approved.
Okay, I move approval of the general business licenses. There are no issues there, I assume? Okay. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye.
What about the second-hand motor vehicle licenses?
Do we have any?
Yes.
Yes, thanks.
On Cypress.
Thank you, Ben.
And somewhere else, too.
I appreciate
Down
Mr. Franco.
Brookline,
I
right.
should have gone in order. I thought I was going in order, and then I think we got mixed up when we started to combine a couple of categories, so bear with me for a second. So,
Well, it is 11 o'clock.
sorry, Ben, where did you see that?
On the agenda.
It's on the agenda, and I know they exist. I just.
Anything about that? Well, we certainly do have motor vehicle secondhand
Yeah,
motor
wait a second.
vehicles.
Give me a second-hand article.
It's not in the general business licenses, Tiffany?
I don't see it here.
I'm at a disadvantage because, I just can't think of who they all are.
Maybe we don't have any.
There's,
No, we
No,
have
we
them.
haven't.
There's a dealer on Regent Circle. There's Elias Audi's.
Cypress.
There's multiple, there's dealers like, Herb Chambers and Audi, but there's also a number of smaller secondhand licenses.
We have 6 altogether.
I'm
Pardon?
sure-
We have 6,
Do you have them listed?
not on this list, I'm sorry.
Do we, okay, can we vote? What do we need?
Well, this is our last meeting, so we
Do you
really
have
need to
the
figure it out.
information at your desk?
I do.
So why don't we take up Melissa's, is this the last one?
Yes.
Why don't we take up Melissa's financial forecast, and then you come back with the information, and we can vote it.
Now, I'd like to say that we were considering putting your presentation off for another day. We see Mr. Gray in the audience, and he's here for your presentation, so,
Yes, I appreciate you sticking around for it.
and we do too.
Ms. Frawley, too.
Can I just say before we get started, I don't know if this is the final thing that Tiffany was waiting on before she gets home, so
Right.
if she gets back with this, if we can vote
Yeah,
that
of
as soon as
course.
she gets back.
Yeah.
Great.
I told her to just leave the list and then we can deal with it
Oh, that's great.
there, so. Thank you, Select Board. So, given the hour, I will try and be as quick as I can with a lot of information for you. The financial forecast in CIP is essentially kind of kickstarts our budget process in front of the board, although Justin and I have already been well underway in our budget reviews. This year, we're using a new tool called OpenGov, which has been really great with departments. They were, really receptive to submitting all their budget requests through this platform. So we've used it for the operating budget for budget requests. CIP and forecast will be used next year, but they do have a feature called Stories, which is how we're planning on presenting the budget. So I've built my presentation using this platform to give people also a preview of what's to come as we work towards producing the budget document as well. So just so you know where to find the presentations tonight, if you go to Budget Central. And a lot of this information, it's very dense information. It'll all be on the website. So, given the hour, I'm sure that you may want to take a look at it when you're not as tired. So the two links here, one is the forecast, the other is the CIP. Mel and I kind of anticipated the late hour of this presentation. So for the CIP, normally we would have department heads sitting in the back waiting to talk about their projects. We're going to schedule that for another meeting where you'll be able to ask them about, the projects that are in the CIP. So just to start with the long-range plan. So this is covering us through projections from 21 through 25. And so the highlights of the plan are the cost pressures that we talk about annually during the budget process. So collective bargaining, employee benefits, those are themes that continue to dominate the town and school budgets. This year, we've met several times. We meet with Kara and Gary and Gina to go through new growth assumptions. And, the past few overrides have been built upon certain assumptions around new growth, and we've seen consistently that there have been lags in our new growth numbers. Two Brookline Place had delays. I think we had anticipated that we'd be seeing more activity in Waldo Durgan. So we're changing kind of the methodology for new growth going forward, being more conservative so that we don't fall short like we have the past few years. Sanitation continues to plague our budget. Last year, we had growth of about $308,000. This coming year, we're seeing a budget request around $380,000. We've also seen the general fund subsidy go from high 80s to mid 60s. And Andy's still currently looking at that, and we are currently assuming that we'll be making an adjustment to the trash fee in fiscal 21 as a result. Schools have cost pressures, steps and lanes, collective bargaining, that's a pretty big growth item for them. Special education, obviously, is also a big growth item for them. For town, collective bargaining, solid waste we talked about before, and then obviously pension and OPEB is still a growing concern for both those items. So with those assumptions kind of laid out here, we've got a town deficit currently of about $807,000 and schools around 2.3. Now, I know that they had reported a higher number. The number that they had reported probably maybe a month or so ago, that was all funds. So what I'm talking about here is just general fund, town and school. So they have other funding sources that then contribute to their overall revenue and expenditure picture.
So can I go back to pensions and OPEB?
Sure.
I mean, there are cost pressures, but, I mean, is there a jump in those cost pressures?
So we're still on the same funding schedule that we had last year, but for example, the pension system, the pension number grows by 7.85% annually. That's a pretty big, that's a pretty big increase that we have to absorb year to year. And I have another slide that shows kind of what that does to the overall levy picture that we need to use for these kinds of items.
But those funds are invested in the market, are they not?
We're on a funding schedule that that has us fully funded at 2030. So we have a schedule of payments that get us to that date. So for revenue, we are continuing to follow the plan of the override. This 3-year override. Fiscal 21 is the last year of the override, and I have a slide that articulates the components of that plan. I talked already about new growth and how we needed to make some adjustments around new growth. The consensus revenue number came out for the state, and so we've got a 2% assumption for unrestricted general government aid, or UGGA, UGA, people pronounce it different ways. We're currently assuming 2.5% for Chapter 70. It still remains to be seen, some of this education reform that we've been reading about, how that will end up in Brookline. Some people say that we won't see any growth from it. Some people say that we will. So we think that 2.5 at this point is a conservative estimate for Chapter 70. Marijuana sales tax, so we have assumed, we had 350 already in the base in fiscal 20, so we're assuming growth of about $1.5 million from the sales tax piece of marijuana sales. We should be getting our next disbursement from the Department of Revenue at the end of the month. But right now, this is kind of where we are for marijuana. In terms of expenditures, we've got our health rate increase assumed at 5% in 21 and 22. In the out years, we're assuming a little bit of a higher growth number. Still waiting to see GIC and kind of where we think the rates are going to land. I miss having a commissioner on the GIC board. For pensions, we're still under the funding schedule that was established last year. We have 2% collective bargaining assumptions in each fiscal year, with the exception of 21, where we do have agreements that have a 2.5% increase in them. Continue growing the OPEB funding by $250 from operating revenue annually, and following our free cash and financial policies as well. This slide here is kind of an annual slide where we talk about some of the past budget actions that have been done in order to close our structural gap. This slide here is just a reminder of the override funding plan. So we had $6,575,000 in override funds. We had non-property tax funds of $2,851,000. and this is how it plays out year to year. So in the first year, we raised 2.85 in taxes through the override. Then we had some GIC savings that was able to provide some additional funding in year 1. In year 2, we raised the levy a little bit more. In year 3, we're raising it just a little bit more for the full override amount. And then in year 3, we also have 2.06 assumed for non-override, non-tax funds that we'll need to raise in that third year.
And that's, that amount reflects or includes the marijuana taxes, right?
So we had said that there were potentially three components to that $2 million. One would be marijuana, one would be trash, and one would be meters. Right now, we are assuming marijuana, we are assuming trash, and I've already made some conversations with Todd about, that we likely will need to raise the meter rates given the size of our deficits, both town and school. So this blizzard of numbers is essentially a summary of where the expenditures and the revenues line up. So you can see that we have expenditure growth in fiscal '21 of 6%. Some of that is driven by the debt exclusions coming online for the high school. We have more rounds of borrowing, and I have another slide to speak to that. We're also, the increases that we're raising in the marijuana and in the trash fee are seen here. So that's why you see such a high revenue growth. And then in the out years, it's a little bit more modest in terms of, just the regular levy growth, and there's pretty flat growth with all our other revenue items. And then we have expenditure growth of 7%, so there's a gap in funding here. And so you can see how it translates to the deficit on the town side and then the deficit on the school side. So then we go into the detail. And so in terms of revenue, this is just a slide that reminds us that, we had Gary's presentation a couple of weeks ago that talked about the property tax and how important it is. And so the property tax provides 71% of general revenues in fiscal '21. And then you can see local receipts is 9.2% and so on and so forth.
The enterprise funds, I assume that they cover their expenses, but no more.
They cover their expenses, and they also cover the benefits associated with with the services as well. So they fully cover.
No more, meaning nothing for the general fund.
No, the golf course years ago used to send its surplus back to the general fund, but that was not a sustainable plan for them, especially given some of the capital needs that they have. So they're trying to be more strategic in using their reserve fund for capital and other types of improvements to the course.
But they do pay, they do contribute to the OPEB funding?
Right, both enterprise funds and the revolving fund are assessed for OPEBs, yes.
And the other enterprise funds, sewer.
Water and sewer, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they can't send off any excess cash.
No, we also strategically use the retained earnings within the water and sewer enterprise to pay down some, instead of borrowing for capital, they'll use retained earnings when they have a healthy fund balance. So this is just a summary of the growth in revenue, so you can see just another picture that the property tax is right here. We've got the local receipt growth right here. Other available funds, this $1.3 million is primarily related to utilizing the balance that's left in the parking meter fund, and we're using that in the CIP for some roadway work and for additional upgrades to parking meters. So this slide just shows the property tax. So you can see this 389 that we talked about in 20, we needed to not raise it in 20 in order for it to be available to us in 21. So that's year 3 funding of the override. Then you can see the debt exclusions as they come on, and I have another slide that kind of details some of that. And then you can see the normal growth of the levy through Prop 2.5. And then you can see our new growth assumptions that I think that this is still be a number that we'll be continuing to look at and analyze, and maybe with a renewed focus on development projects and what we can do, maybe have a better projection in the coming years.
Are those 1.8 numbers in the out year plug numbers, or are they based on anticipated
So 1.8 has been our historic base for new growth, and
Okay.
Gary has been telling us that he thinks that number's too high. And that if we have a downturn in the economy, that these are numbers that are going to have to be reevaluated.
So there's no project that we're estimated
No.
coming online that's just run-of-the-mill new growth?
He was very hesitant to give a projection around new growth, especially given the history of, the delays and things that we've seen. So this slide articulates the debt exclusion, so you can see the existing debt exclusions that are currently already in our debt management plan. We've already gone out to borrow for them. You can see that the old high school in 1995, we're finally paying off in fiscal '20, so that's the end of that. And then we've got new high school that's starting to ramp up in these next couple of years. And then with the passage of the Driscoll School, I would still want to refine this with the building department, but this is an estimate of the borrowing schedule associated with that project. In the CIP presentation, you will see that I am recommending a debt exclusion for a fire renovation project for all fire stations, and we'll talk a little bit about that when we get to the CIP. It's a $20 million project, and it's still something that would need to be discussed with the building department, and then obviously we wouldn't do all the stations in 1 year, so that schedule would need to be incorporated into this as well.
Wow.
So then you can see state aid, you can see that, it's pretty flat, we've got pretty flat assumptions. We've now kind of hit the peak of our enrollment, and so we used to see some big jumps in Chapter 70 because of our enrollment, and now I think we're at the point where we are at the maximum that the state would reimburse, not reimburse, state would provide aid. 17.5% is kind of the mandated minimum aid that the state would fund for Chapter 70 communities.
By the way, maybe this is not your wheelhouse, but charter tuition reimbursement, what's that about?
So there are some children that don't utilize Brookline Public Schools. So we do get assessments through our cherry sheet, and there's also a revenue stream associated with that. I think Mary Ellen could probably speak a little bit more about those programs.
I think that's one you'll hear from other communities who, that's in the hundreds and thousands and $1 million assessment.
And that's more on so this is revenue, so in the non-appropriated section, that's where you would see a lot, and I'll point that out when we get to that section of the presentation as well. So for local receipts, we are going to see an increase of $3.1 million, and we talked about the marijuana. You can see that's under local option tax right here. Refuse fee is separate over here. Hold on.
Down below.
Thank you. And then parking meters is under departmental and other. And so Todd is looking at, looking at the rates, looking at demand pricing, and then also looking at some of the permit programs that we have. So this is a proposal that would need to go through the Transportation Board, and so we'll be talking about that as that happens. Other available funds, so primarily other available funds are for benefit reimbursements that are sent to the general fund from the golf, rec revolving, and water and sewer enterprise. The cemetery fund also provides funding to support the cemetery program within the Park and Open Space Division, and then you can see the parking meter receipts. So in 2016, Municipal Modernization converted parking meter receipts from a fund to a local receipt, and so this is the last amount that's left in the fund. Once that fund is depleted, the only source of parking meter receipts will be shown under local receipts. So free cash, we had a very strong certification for free cash, $14.4 million, and that was really helpful because we have a lot of needs that needed to be addressed because of that. One of the things that we've been talking about with BFAC is the town's undesignated fund balance position and needing to strengthen that. So we are, one of the things that we're looking to do after meeting our operating reserve, so the first priority in the waterfall of free cash is to meet the 25% of operating budget reserves coming from free cash, and the operating budget reserve target is 1% of prior year net revenue. So that requires $699,000 from free cash. in order to prop up the fund balance, we are recommending 2.6 left unappropriated, and then an additional $2 million in the stabilization fund. And so we've been talking with Paul Sainer and Minnie Caleri about potentially putting a target on the stabilization fund to help us achieve that 10% goal. After we get to those two buckets, we then go to the liability reserve, and so that also has a target of 1% of prior year net revenue. So fortunately, we didn't have a lot of claims experience that we don't have to have too much go towards that fund. Then we have our CIP requirement. So the CIP is funded with 6% of prior year net revenue, and then we use additional free cash to get us to 7.5%. And so you can see that that is the amount that gets us to 7.5%. Then we have the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So the policy says that if the fund is below $5 million, that then whatever's left available in free cash, 15% of that would go into the fund. So that's a pretty healthy number for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. I think last year we put $200,000 in that account. The year before was around $500,000, so that's a pretty good number for them.
What's the balance of that?
I'm sorry?
What's the balance?
I think it was around $4 million when I ran the report, so.
Yeah, and the 200,000 last year wasn't actually required.
It wasn't required
There was
by
a-
the policy, but we recognize that it's a priority of the town, so we still made a recommendation around free cash.
Yep.
And so after all of those are exhausted, we look for special use. So in years past, we've used money for additional pension, additional OPEB, and additional CIP. Last year, we also helped support the Workers' Comp Trust Fund. So when we had our financial advisor in talking about the fund balance issue, although the OPEB and pension liabilities are pretty significant, the priority really needs to be the fund balance position. And so this next slide just kind of shows the history of the fund balance, and so you can see kind of the decline over time. And part of what's happening here too is that revenue is growing. So you've got overrides that boost revenue without kind of a matching funding commitment. And then you're also seeing that budgets are getting tighter. And so as departments are kind of asked to be doing more with less, they have less flexibility within their budget, are turning back less. So that's part of what's happening with the overall fund balance number.
So the $2 million into the stabilization fund is a reflection of BFAC's work. It wouldn't otherwise have happened.
Well, we've been talking about it, and it's nice to have a healthy fund, a free cash balance to do that, but it was definitely the impetus of the BFAC committee, for sure.
Yeah, I think, what I'd like to see and what I'm going to be talking tomorrow with Paul and others about is that, I see the stabilization fund as playing a bigger role in getting to that 10%. And maybe that the stabilization fund serves as the 10% target, and we can grow that over time. Once it hits 10%, there shouldn't be, too many really substantial adjustments that we would need to get there. And then once we're there, then we can refocus back on the pension and OPEB liabilities. So that's something that we'll be talking a little bit more about tomorrow. So that's the revenue side of the house. So then we can go into the expenditures. And so you can see that most of our money is in people. Once you take the personnel costs and you add them to the benefit costs, we've got over 75% of our budget is in people, which is no surprise. We show this slide every year, so this is, it doesn't change very much. Although, debt service grows with the overrides, and then, we've got our other non-personnel accounts as well. So this is a slide that we like to present to show what the education costs are within the general fund budget. You've got a school budget number, but there are school services that are provided by town departments, and we report that annually through the end of the year exercise that we do with reporting to the Department of Education. And so what we do is we take those numbers and then we try and project that for the following year. So for fiscal 20, we're projecting that 59.3% of education is, the general fund budget makes up 59.3%. So this is just a summary of some of the expenditures, some of the growth in expenditures. So you can see that townwide collective bargaining is one of our big items. Obviously, the CIP, both the 6% policy and the debt, that's part of the growth there. So for collective bargaining, the town funding for collective bargaining is $1.4 million. That includes the 2.5%. And then for schools, this is net of turnover savings that they have. So they're projecting about $675,000 annually in salary savings. So this number here is net of that. And so we've also got some non-personnel increases on the town side and on the school side. The benefit increases, we've got a slide that has a little bit more detail on that. Non-appropriation, I also have a slide on, and then all others would be things like general insurance and other miscellaneous accounts. So this is our benefits slide, so you can see our pension, our group health numbers, continuation of the OPEB plan. Last year, we put a little bit more of free cash in workers' comp. That's why you see it go down in '21. We think that fund is in a pretty healthy shape. Public safety IOD, that fund is also in a pretty decent shape, although there's been a change in legislation that will make us a little bit more vigilant in the expenses around this account, because we think that the liability potentially could grow. So it's something that we're going to keep our eyes on. And the other, unemployment is in a pretty healthy condition as well. And then medical disabilities, Medicare coverage, those are pretty constant budget numbers for us as well. This just summarizes the major accounts for benefits, and I think I covered all of this in earlier statements. This just shows the growth in our group health budget. So this was the year we joined the GIC, and you can see we're continuing to grow, although not as substantially as we had prior to being in the GIC. We've been really fortunate to experience some moderate rate increases, but we're still projecting growth in this line item. So OPEBs, this is just a slide that articulates what the funding for this is. So last year we were able to utilize some free cash, but we're growing the operating revenue by $250,000 annually. You can see that in the out years. This is our pension funding schedule, and this hasn't changed from last year. We'll get a new schedule next year. So this slide here is what we try and use to articulate the combination of pensions and health insurance and how much of the levy increase that those two line items consume. So you can see the red is what's left of the levy, and the blue is what is required in order to meet those funding obligations. So you can see that in fiscal '28, we are pretty close to consuming most of that levy increase, which is, a real challenge budgetarily. This is another slide that I put together that talked about additional pressures on the budget. So we've got some town meeting warrant articles that have put a lot of pressure on the town. And we'll have to have some conversations about our ability to meet some of these obligations. Justin's been working with the energy consultant on the green electricity, and we'll look to fold that into our rates. Although I will say that the rec costs have doubled since we talked about this last year at town meeting. Oak Street, you're going to hear a lot about the CIP and how compressed it is, especially with Maimonides. So having this debt service payment in fiscal '21, it just illustrates, funding that otherwise would be available for roadway projects, forestry, park and open space projects that are, still highly needed that we're not able to fund. And then just some other articles that potentially would have costs associated with them, but we don't have that articulated just yet. We talked a lot about the marijuana funding at town meeting. This is an estimate based on that $1.5 million budget number that we're growing the sales tax by. Community engagement plan, I actually have a budget request from DICR for an additional FTE, also including a benefit estimate in that number. I also have two budget requests around Article 31, one in the CIP, a $200,000 study And then there was also some discussion about a new position either in planning or transportation, so I included an assumption of an additional FTE and benefits costs associated with that position.
So this slide shows that town meeting actions this calendar year added 1.5-ish plus
So,
million dollars. Is
Not everything is included in the $108,000 deficit, so
Okay.
Oak Street is. We have an assumption for utility growth that I'm hoping that $40,000 can fit within. And that's about all that's in there right now. So without these items, we still have an $800,000 deficit.
So the climate change resolution full-time equivalent is separate from the sustainability person that we're going to be hiring?
It was referenced in one of the whereas clauses.
As an additional,
Yes.
wow.
So what is, can you just put the 1.4 number in context? What is that compared to? Is that 5 teachers? Is it, 2 fire engines? What does $1.4 million mean in the budget?
So I would say that the sanitation budget is about a $3.5 million line item.
Okay.
So if that gives you kind of a sense of how that compares. Then just some other items. We'll be talking in a little bit about the CIP. This is just a slide to include some of the components within the debt service budget. So we've got BHS coming on in 2023. We've got Lars Anderson Park, Skyline Park, major projects coming online. This is a link to the presentation on the CIP, which I'll be jumping to momentarily. Then we have our non-appropriated accounts. And so our non-appropriated accounts are essentially budget items that we have no choice but to fund. These are mandates from the state. So we've got our county assessment, which everyone grumbles about annually. We have our MBTA assessment. We have our R&V surcharge. And then these are the items that we were talking about earlier about charter schools. In some other communities, these are much larger numbers. Our overlay is for tax abatements, and then we have cherry sheet offsets, which is library aid. So you can see kind of the growth here in non-appropriated.
Melissa, when we were talking about charter school a little while ago, that was a different number. What was that?
That was a revenue number.
We get
I think there's
revenue for
reimbursement for
Oh.
Medicaid expenses, I believe.
Okay, so this is what I had meant to say, that charter school spending tuition, it's a hit for us, but other communities are really burdened by that, and that's why you see a lot of concern statewide around the expansion of charter schools.
But other communities don't have the great schools that we have, so there is a question of why is anyone going to a charter school? So, but I think we have to talk to Mary Ellen and try to understand that.
Yeah, they're definitely vigilant about these numbers because they want to know that as well, because essentially it's resulting in a revenue reduction for them, so.
That represent about 5 students.
I'm not sure it's 5 students, I think it might be less, but.
Yeah, I think it was, at least a couple years ago, it was about $14,000 per student.
So this here just illustrates the structural gap that the town needs to address every year, every budget cycle. And then you can see the growth, the cumulative growth of that gap as well. Just another illustration of this chart right here. So if you are ready, I can jump into the CIP unless you have additional
You
questions.
have 7 minutes to keep us within one day.
I'll try and finish before tomorrow.
A one-day
I have a
meeting.
few questions I've been holding.
Sure.
If you don't mind. A couple really quick ones. One, for the education budget, the 59%, you mentioned there are other departments
Yep.
For which costs are going into education. Can you just name?
Sure, absolutely. So we've got the building department, so that is a town account that we, essentially it runs through the town school split. We have crossing guards, we have the fire department doing fire drills in the schools, we have park and open space, maintaining school grounds, DPW picking up the trash, so there's a lot of town services that support the schools.
The other one is, you mentioned this possible about the renovation of the firehouses.
Yes.
When would we expect to see something like that?
When we get to the CIP.
You'll get to that? Okay,
we'll
great.
talk about that.
I'll hold off
yeah.
on that. And then third, you addressed in terms of the override, the 2019-21 override plan. And I wonder how you've addressed the passage of Warrant Article 29 in that. Does that mean higher trash fees, higher parking meter fees? Are there other ways to make up the gap?
Warrant Article 29.
29 is the marijuana revenue.
Right, right now, we don't have it currently in our projections. So that is something that we're gonna have to figure out as we're closing this gap already of, 800,000, what else we're gonna need to fold into the budget in order to balance.
Okay, great. I also just wanted to make the point that if appointment only would have passed, that would also have significant impact on the revenues coming in from marijuana too. So, just want to make that point.
Not necessarily,
Well, we already,
Suspect so.
but it doesn't
we
matter.
already dealt with marijuana. Let's move on.
Well, I think it's an important point to make.
Yeah, okay.
Just getting back to the landing page so I can get to the CIP. So we've got our CIP plan here. It's a balanced plan of $130 million over the 6 years of the plan. The big theme this year was trying to figure out how we were going to fund Maimonides, or Clark Road as the schools, they would rather refer to it as Clark Road. That added a lot of pressure to the CIP, and, we discussed prior to the lease being signed some of the cuts that we're going to need to do in order to fit this into the CIP. And we did have to implement some of those cuts. We were able to, because of the strong free cash certification, we were able to, do a lot in fiscal '21 to front load some of those lease costs, which was helpful. And then we also we're estimating that there's at least $200,000 of operating expenses associated with that lease, that Charlie's working with the school committee to try and make sure that he gets funding through the town school split to address those costs. Fire station renovation, so $20.2 million. I'll get to that shortly. We'll jump to that specific project so you can see that there's a whole narrative talking a lot about what they're trying to do there. Some of it's environmental. There's been a movement. Boston's been doing a lot of work kind of trying to eradicate some of the contaminants that are in the firehouses. At the same time, we're looking to address some of the accommodation issues that have been raised by female firefighters, appreciating that we're going to continue to recruit and grow our female workforce, so we need to make sure that our stations are ready for that. Our CIP was extremely compressed, and given those constraints, there were legitimate cost increases that were requested that we weren't able to fund. So roadway. If I really wanted to fund the roadway in order to keep pace with the PCI, the Pavement Condition Index, we'd need to add $1 million annually to that account. That's really, really difficult in this kind of revenue-constrained environment that we're in right now. Parks.
So by not adding that $1 million, we're deferring maintenance.
Most of
So it's gonna
everything that
come
we
back and-
have as in the CIP, they're all maintenance related.
Yeah, I think it's important for people to realize that that's the other
Absolutely.
side of it.
If we're deferring maintenance in one area, we're funding it in somewhere else. And so, if we're going to be wanting to put money in roadways, you're going to be taking it from a building account or something like that. I think that most of the accounts that are in the CIP are items that are in need of funding for basic infrastructure repair. That's the dominating factor in our CIP. So parks and open space, I've had conversations with Erin. She's seen the same cost escalation that is being seen on building construction. She's seeing it on the park side. And, we've been talking about, well, maybe we need to rethink the scope of these park projects in order to be able to meet the budget that we can provide for those projects. Forestry, there's also $100,000 of annual increases that they requested for those accounts as well. Same thing, they're seeing those costs increase in their contracts. So we do have a lot of good projects in here. We've got, the Pierce School that we last year had heard about with MSBA. Still not sure what the construction budget will be, but we've got the feasibility and schematics already funded. Lars Anderson, we were able to increase some of the funding around the multi-year plan for Lars. Classroom capacity, $11.6 million over the life of the plan. We have a transportation study for Hammond Woodland Road. It's something that's been on the transportation board radar and has been working its way through their process. Unfortunately, I'm not able to find capacity for it until fiscal '25, but at least I was able to fit it in the plan. We've got Amory tennis courts, and then the fire station renovations and fire engine replacement as well. Those are just some major projects. And then you can see some of the annual ongoing maintenance that we provide to certain recurring town accounts. So we've got our masonry fenestration program, which is just the building envelope. We have our roofs, we have our water and sewer infrastructure, IT investments, energy conservation. Those are kind of just regular accounts within the CIP.
Driven by, there's policies about.
A lot of the funding has been in place in that manner for years. And there are annual adjustments that happen to a lot of these accounts. So these links here provide detail for all the specific projects. So I'm just going to hop into a couple so you can kind of see how it's structured. The great thing about OpenGov is once all of this was built, I was able to kind of push it out to all the departments so that they could see all their requests and how they got funded. So we can just click on transportation, and you can see kind of the overall summary, and then you can have each individual project. It will show you the funding by year, and then the summary of the project itself. And then if there's multiple funding sources, it's shown here. So I think this will be a nice tool, especially for advisory. It kind of gives it a little bit more organization than just the one document, and you can kind of bounce back and forth. So let's go to the fire public safety projects so we can talk a little bit more about the renovation projects. Here's the new facility that you'll be touring on Friday. So right now, I've put it in for 21. Now, obviously, there needs to be a schedule carved out with the building department about which stations are done, when, and how that would line up. I would like some direction from the board as to whether or not this is an appropriate year to be putting an override in here, whether or not it needs to be moved to a different year. That would be something that we would like some feedback on. And you can see that there's a pretty lengthy description of the project and why the department feels that they need it. So it goes on for a while. Then you can see Parks and Open Space. We're still able to fund a lot of really great projects in here. And then one of the other things that Erin also requested that we're not able to accommodate, we've put it in future years as a way to kind of spur discussion. Erin has been engaged with the school committee about the school playgrounds that are not in the queue for a major renovation associated with a school project. So she has put them in as requests in the CIP. So you can see we've got Heath School, Baker School, Longwood Playground. So these are park projects that kind of need to be fit somewhere within the overall plan for Parks and Open Space. If these schools are not going to be renovated for a number of years, they're already at the point where they're going to need some kind of renovation.
Are those school-owned play spaces, or are they town-owned play spaces?
So they're part of school grounds, but I think Erin and the school committee they were trying to figure out who has custody of these parks, who's responsible for, Erin obviously provides maintenance to these, they are townwide assets, town versus school. I don't think it really matters. I think it's a townwide asset that, we would at some point need to address.
It just goes back to the 60% of expenses support education at some level. It's a part of that graph, that the parks are not only paying for maintenance, they're paying for improvement periodically.
Nancy, did you have a question?
No.
Okay. And then I'll just click on the school project so you can see the way that we have classroom capacity. So this is kind of front-loading most of the funds that we need in order to meet the lease obligations for the Clark Road lease and the existing leases that were already part of the plan. And then you can also see that we've got Driscoll School shown in fiscal '20, and then a TBD in fiscal '23 with the Pierce School. And so I think, the timing of that really depends on where we fall within the MSBA schedules as well. So then, just a little bit more about how the CIP is funded. So we have our CIP funding policy, which calls for 6% of operating revenue plus free cash to get to 7.5%. And within the 6% piece, we try and have a goal of 4.5% coming of debt finance CIP, and then we have a goal of 1.5% of tax financed or cash projects. And then free cash is also part of the equation as well. So that's the policy, and then this is how it plays out in reality. So we've got our fiscal, this should say 21, and I'll fix that. Fiscal 21 revenue finance CIP of $14.1 million. Then we have the tax finance component, the 6% policy of 4.5. Then we have free cash at 8.3. And then we have the parking meter fund coming up for a little bit more support at $1.2 million. And then for the debt financed, there should be another slide there that I will include and post tomorrow on the debt finance piece. I think this slide just hasn't been refreshed from where I built it. So this is just another illustration of the free cash, but since we went through that in the forecast, I'll just kind of go beyond it. Oh, here's the debt finance piece. I knew I put it somewhere. So the debt finance component, $24 million in debt service. So of that amount, $12.3 million is within the levy. It doesn't include debt exclusions. It's part of the 6% policy. Then we have $9.8 million for debt exclusion funded projects, and then we have $1.9 million in enterprise fund projects. And then this is, we'll skip beyond that. I'll have to refresh those pages. The debt management plan, that also needs to be refreshed. So we've got some additional summaries of CIP that shows by category that will be that'll be available tomorrow. Our debt management plan, which shows all the projects that we are anticipating bringing on for debt service and their associated debt service payments. Then you can see just another articulation of the 6% policy. So you can see that as we bring on more debt, there's less available in cash. So one of the things that I like to point out here is that in fiscal '23, that's a really tight year for us because that's the year that $35 million that the general fund is covering for the high school, that's when that comes online, absorbing more of the debt component of the 6% policy. So that very quickly is the CIP and forecast, and I can answer any questions. You'll also have an opportunity when the department heads come back to talk about their individual projects, but you can find all of their projects within all of these tabs here.
Yeah, the forecast is very, very good. Do you have that printed out? Or did you have it printed out for us?
I can, yeah, sure, I can do that.
Just forecast.
Yeah.
That's it's relevant to a lot of discussions going on around town.
Yep, absolutely.
Hey,
Yeah.
at what point, as you're doing the budget, were there any departments that are getting less money in the new budget than they got in the previous budget?
So the way that we generally build our budgets is we do a maintenance budget. So we essentially roll in the non-personnel from the prior year. We have some accounts that we inflate that typically are override-related accounts. So building maintenance would go up 2.5%. We have some capital obligations around DPW. And then we then build in the personnel increases. So we make sure our collective bargaining reserve covers the agreements that we have in place. If there are steps from employees that are going into a higher level, we make sure that those are reflected. And then we spend the bulk of November, October and November, reviewing departmental budget requests.
Yeah, I would say, Raul, that this is not a budget. This is a financial projection. So we have not produced the budget yet. And we have a lot of work to do.
Right, so, we're basically, what the forecast does is essentially the assumptions in the forecast say, take all the expenses, inflate all the non-personnel by 2.5%, make collective bargaining adjustments, make some revenue assumptions, and where does that land?
Right.
And so this is just, us providing the same services that we currently provide today and what that looks
Nothing
like.
changes, yeah.
The basic takeaway is there's too much red on that piece of paper.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. That's, the struggle with it, living within Prop 2.5, the struggle is that you've got expenses like group health, like the trash fee, or not the trash fee, but the trash budget,
Correct,
that they grow larger than 2.5%. And so that's the annual struggle to try and make sure that we can balance within those limits.
Well, all right. I'm looking forward to Thursday's BFAC presentation. I do hope, and I want to say this, I do hope that there's a lot less time spent on sort of looking at the small potatoes, which is, I don't know how much was budgeted in the last year by warrant articles, and a much more time spent about the big potatoes, like what it is that we actually need to do to really transform the forecast. I don't think we're going to do it $1.5 million at a time, although that's important in the very short term. I just think in the long term, we've got to start looking at, and I know I'm not the only one saying this and not the only one looking at it, but I just want to put that out there. I think we've got to really start to look at how we transform the kind of revenues that we're bringing in right now.
Well, I think it's also, aside from revenues, I think it's also about the expenditure side of the house. What services do you want the town to provide, and how can we provide those services?
Okay, we have a couple of licenses to vote on still.
Yeah, so first of all,
Thank
I
you,
want to say thank you, Melissa. I'm sorry it was so late and rushed, but it's an outstanding effort, and we'll build upon it as we put together the detailed budget proposal in February. We inadvertently missed our motor vehicle dealers' licenses. We have two categories of auto dealers. The first is Class 1, which is new autos, but they are allowed to sell secondhand motor vehicles. Our Class 1 license is Audi of Brookline at 308 Boylston Street.
I move approval of
Class 1.
with Class 1. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
We have 8 used car dealers who are referred to as Class 2 in the general laws. Brookline Foreign Motors of 636 Brookline Avenue. Cypress Auto Mart, 122 Cypress Street. Brookline Jaguar Service, 880 Commonwealth Avenue. Dave's Auto at 880 Commonwealth Avenue. JAJT International, 7 Leverett Street. Lars Anderson Museum of Transportation, 15 Newton Street. Heinz Auto Repair, 545 Heath Street. And Steve's International, LLC, 7 University Road. All Class 2 auto dealers.
Okay, I move approval of the Class 2 auto dealers. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Thank you.
That's it.
All right. Thanks, Mark.
See you later.